welcome to Gen Con TV. I'm Peter Atkinson. We're here in Chaldea Studios, and this is the first of 6 episodes where we are going to celebrate 50 years of Dungeons and Dragons, one edition at a time. So today, of course, being the first of these 6 episodes, we'll be focused on OD&D, original D&D, OE, just Dungeons and Dragons, however you want to call it, right? It goes by many, many names, but it doesn't go by the name of role-playing. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's right. So, but we're going to do some of that anyway. I am joined with an amazing cast, and so let's go around and meet the cast. We're going to start with you, John.
So hi, thanks so much for doing this, Peter. First of all, I think this is an amazing idea for a series, and like being able to see this game's evolution from its very beginning up to where it is today. It's a rare opportunity, right? And it's a very good way of celebrating 50 years of D&D. As I said, my name's John. I write books about the history of D&D. Some of them include Playing at the World, The Elusive Shift, Game Wizards. I also worked on some of the kind of big tentpole books like Art and Arcana and the Heroes Feast Cookbook, if you're interested in the intersection of Dungeons and Dragons with dining. And Hey, it's important to look at this history through many different lenses. An art historical lens is great. A culinary lens is great. Mm-hmm. There is still history to do in that book, as there is in anything. And I help Wizards put together what is their commemorative product for the 50th anniversary of D&D, which is a book sitting here that is called The Making of Original Dungeons and Dragons. And
comes out next month? Is that
comes
right?
out next month, is my understanding. Ooh. And I am here to be a dungeon master for original D&D as I see it.
Yes, but first we are going to have a roundtable discussion for the first part of the show about it. I didn't really introduce myself. I'm Peter Atkinson. I was founder of Wizards of the Coast, and I am one of the owners of Gen Con these days, and the executive producer for Gen Con TV, which is my current obsession, where I sit around and play video games and role-playing games on Twitch all day. Yes. It's really, really tough work, but it fits where I'm at right now, lifestyle-wise. All right, and my pronouns are he, him, or he, they, either one. I don't care. Both are appropriate. Gabriel, introduction.
I think you're going to go that way. No, you're going to go this way. Okay.
We kind of went that way, and then we turned around, and now we're going to go this way.
Okay, well, I'm flexible.
We might change direction.
All right. Hi, I'm Gabby Mondo Vega, or you may know me as Armando the Bard. Oh, I'm over here. Hi, I'm Gabby Mondo Vega, or you may know me as Armando the Bard, right? Take 2. All right, and what have I done? Well, in 1982, I was an original professional pioneering game master for Dungeons and Dragons. For a couple of years, I did that. In 1983, I put a team together that set the then Dungeons & Dragons marathon record of 101 hours in January, over New Year's Eve weekend. And then in 1984, I designed and developed a play-by-mail game system called Fantasy Empires on an Apple II Plus computer system, okay? So, like, everything at this table is old. And except Bonsai. You'll get there, but you're not there yet. I mean, you're great. So we, which was based basically on my homebrew D&D campaign then. Since then, I've gone on to open up a game shop and on the Gamma Board of Directors, representing the retail division as their chair, and have opened conventions throughout the West Coast from Victoria, Canada, all the way down to Los Angeles and then into Nevada and all over the place. I love conventions and stuff. And I appear on Actoroki occasionally as an original Actoroki performer. And I think that's it. And I start working at Gen Con this year. So You can call me Deputy Bard. Oh. Thanks for watching.
Right on.
I'm done.
You're next.
Good luck.
Throw the next one in.
Absolutely. Hello, I'm Chris Pramis, game designer and publisher. You probably know me as the founder and president of Green Meridian Publishing. Yay! Thank you. We publish games like Fantasy Age, Blue Rose, The Expanse role-playing game, based on the novels by James S.A. Corey. And our newest game, Cthulhu Awakens, which is our take on the mythos. But I started my journey back in 1979 with my actual white box set here. Yeah. And then later, I worked at Wizards of the Coast. Peter was my boss for 4 years, and I worked on late second edition AD&D products that are generally forgotten today. So I wrote The Guide to Hell and Vortex of Madness, and I co-wrote Slavers with Sean Reynolds, which is a sequel to the old classic Slave Lords modules, and then into third edition, where I was involved in the playtesting of that and worked on the D&D Chainmail miniatures game, which is also largely forgotten. So, but hey, 50 years, I'm here for it.
Okay. Oh, hello everybody. I am Bonsai Baby. I am a tabletop role player streamer. You can see me on TikTok, all those Instagrams, all that kind of stuff. I'm also here on Gen Con TV for our Friday news show. If you guys want to catch the latest things that are happening in tabletop related news. I also pop in and out of Actoroki with Burning Seratov and what else? I am here as the fresh eyes because I have not played this game before. Well, I played D&D. I started with 3.5. I started playing tabletop role-playing games in 2006. So I'm coming in here with fresh eyes. I am the noob in this table, and I'm very excited because, one, it's history. Two, we'll tell you later, but these dice here that we're playing with, original dice, and I was told these are definitely older than me. So this is going to be a lot of fun. I'm glad that I was invited here because, like I said, they're going to go off on, I have all this experience in the background of the gaming news, and I go, I play. And that's my credit to everything.
Well, feel free to jump in with questions at any time.
All right, yes.
Or criticisms.
No, I was already told that I will not be using THAC0, so I'm okay.
Okay.
All right.
We weren't to that point yet. Hi, I'm Jeff Grubb, and I'm the other end of the spectrum. I'm the old guy. I started playing in '75. So we've had 50 years of Dungeons & Dragons. I've played 49 of them. I am an author and game designer. Worked for TSR and for Wizards of the Coast and helped build worlds like the Forgotten Realms, Dragonlance, Spelljammer, Marvel Superheroes, which is not D&D, but it's pretty cool anyway. Al-Qadim, and a whole host of other things. And I'm really excited about this series because it's going to show the evolution. It's going to be the dialogue of how we ended up where we are today with Dungeons & Dragons. You see our beginnings, you see the middle, you see experiments that we've tried over the years, and then finally where we've come to finally.
How lucky are we? I mean, what a great table this is. I am, by the way, if you see me looking like this, I'm going to be watching chat. So if you're in chat, be sure and say hi. And we've got several. Cranston's here. I saw Steve here. We got. Thank you very much for coming in and hanging out with us. And so the way I would like to start is at the beginning.
Dun, dun, dun.
Before the beginning.
First
Before the
the
beginning.
cooled.
What John was just talking about before we started, before the stream, was this Dungeons & Dragons did not just come out of nothingness, right? There was, before Dungeons & Dragons, which is before role-playing games existed, there was a community, an active community who had their own old tech ways of staying in touch with each other, of knowing each other and doing things. So what was that community and what the hell were they doing?
Yeah, it's a big question, and having Jeff and Chris here to help out with this is going to be a great boon, since they both were there, right, in these kind of pivotal moments as role-playing games began to forge their own identity as something that was distinct from these previous traditions that Peter is alluding to. And I mean, we often describe this as a chocolate and peanut butter moment, right? Where there was a conflict simulation community that had, it has its roots in the 19th century and all kinds of things we can get into because we have so much time, because we have hours. We could spend half an hour just talking about 19th century conflict simulation. But, it really came into its own as a commercial genre that, people could buy a game, could sit around with their friends and play it in the 1950s 50s. And in the 50s, there were a few different traditions that emerged. There was one that was miniature wargaming, and this would be people in the United States like Jack Scrooby, who was a big caster of miniature figurines. He sold miniature figurines, but anybody who sold miniature figurines quickly learned that if you also made wargame rules, people would buy your miniature figurines and lots of them to be able to stage the massive battles, right, that you want to be able to have. So there was that component to it. There was then also board wargaming, and there's a company called Avalon Hill, which put out its first game that was called Tactics in 1954. And this inaugurated a tradition that's much more familiar to people who know like modern Euro games and things like it, in that, you know, this was something you buy in a box, it has some dice in it, it has a couple pages of rules, people can sit down, two opponents, and play an almost chess-like sort of competition experience across these things. And that really was the community that both Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson, the people who would go on to create D&D, came out of. They both were deep in that community, and also to some degree deep into the miniature wargaming community as well as that evolved. And finally, there was a third tradition which centered around a game called Diplomacy that didn't come out until 1959.
Diplomacy. Yeah.
Hate your friends.
I've lost more friends from Diplomacy than I
But
made.
it expanded out when it went to the Avalon Hill version.
It did.
Because that's when I discovered it in the 70s. So.
Which was 2 years after D&D came out, is when Avalon Hill bought that from.
Okay.
From Game Science at the time, or Games Research, sorry. And but Diplomacy, was a game that inspired more of a multiplayer dynamic. The default Diplomacy game has 7 players. You're simulating the great powers, right, at the time of the First World War. But people skinned innumerable variants of diplomacy. People applied the basic concept of diplomacy of, okay, we've got this set of terrain, we've got these countries that are battling over it. Well, let's transpose that to a different era than the lead up to the First World War. Eventually, people have been transposed to space and to Middle Earth. There were all of these Middle Earth diplomacy variants that had to have like the Ring of Power, and introduced concepts like not all the players can know where the Ring of Power is because the player that has it, the unit that has it, is invisible. And
Now, I'm not sure if it was the first one, but it was certainly the fact that it was diceless Diplomacy. Most war games and stuff that we played up until that point had some sort of dice for conflict resolution of some sort. Even miniature games did, right?
Yeah.
But Diplomacy had no dice.
Yep.
It was just all, you got to have the numbers, baby, or you're not taking that country.
Yeah, I mean, it came out of operations research work that its designer, Alan Colomer, had been doing. And a lot of that operations research work was based on how end-player coalition building games operate. And there were all of these, sometimes economic, sometimes other kind of social factors that determined how a group of people sitting around a table might decide to form coalitions in which some people are admitted, some people are excluded. Right? And really, that's what diplomacy is about. It's about forming alliances and then knowing what the right moment is to maybe betray someone. In diplomacy, we call that a stab. Where you say, oh yes, I'll certainly support your attempt to take Sevastopol, sir. Like, I will have 2 units that will be, I promise. And then when the turn comes and everyone reveals their moves, it turns out I didn't do that, and in fact, you lost that. In fact, I'm ganging up with Peter to get you this way. Right.
The other thing about diplomacy is that it was a great game for postal play.
Yes.
So like, you couldn't play a typical like hex encounter war game through the mail. Like it wasn't possible. With diplomacy, you could. You'd send your orders in, and there were a bunch of zines that were just all about diplomacy.
Zines? Chris, why don't you tell everyone, what do you mean by a zine?
Old man Primus.
Well, for me personally, I always associate zines with punk rock because,
Of course you do.
I got into punk in the 80s, and zines were a very important part of punk culture. But before that, there were all sorts of amateur publications, typically made in very small numbers. When Jack Scrooby started his first magazine, there were like 50 subscribers. So yeah, but basically it was enthusiastic people writing amateur publications served as a way to focus community, to meet like-minded people, because couldn't go on the internet, obviously, in the 60s. So yeah, really key component. And actually one of the great things about John's Playing at the World book is the way he was able to go back to all these 60s zines and find letters from Gary Gygax and other things that relate to what eventually becomes D&D. And I don't know how you found access to all that stuff, but it was good.
Some things are best not.
Sources.
There was a
Well, I
great
found a
go
dungeon
ahead.
that I could explore, and there were the trap chests, and inside them I found Wargame Digest, 1957. Volume 1. I could get 1,000 gold pieces for this.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the APAs were incredibly. I mean, the history going with zines goes all the way back to the 20s.
Yeah.
And basically, the horror writers, and basically they were small self-publications, APA, Amateur Press Association, and they would have their own niche, their own culture that basically grew out. And basically, as people started creating other genres, getting into other fields, Star Trek. Star Trek zines were big. My wife was a big Star Trek zine fan. She had her own starship in high school.
Oh.
So this is actually relevant for us. This is before D&D. I brought D&D back from Purdue University, and she already had a group, effectively, of people who would get together on a regular time. The SS Quetzalcoatl. She was the chief pediatrician, and they had stories that they wrote about their starship.
And this was the origin of Spelljammer.
this was
Ladies and gentlemen, you were the first here.
Yeah, there you go.
But this is actually the whole social environment of bringing people together with like minds. Basically, was part of that fertile ground that we seeded with when Dungeons and Dragons arrived, when the Steam arrived.
No, definitely. And I mean, the thing about the APAs and the APA communities is they were communities of peer review. And this is true of many of the zines, but APAs perhaps most of all, in the sense that you would publish an article in an APA, and then in the next issue that came out, other people would have what they called mailing comments. And the mailing comments would say, hey, I read your zine, that's super interesting, like, here's my thoughts on this, or here's things I'm doing that are like it. And whether this is just, fantasy or science fiction fandom or game fandom, this then became this kind of creative commons where ideas spread and people riffed on them, and they started, taking on new forms through that collaboration. And this is starting to get to the primordial soup that created D&D. Yes.
And to emphasize a point that we just might have glossed over, for some people might not realize this wasn't done electronically. These were in the mail.
Physical.
Because I forgot internet's not.
Yeah, you would get this
Yeah.
APA, this like a magazine, like a small but amateur press, like a bunch of sheets of paper stapled together, right? Or mimeographed, maybe.
Yes.
And you would get this like a magazine, and you would read through it. And to make these comments, you would write them or type them up on a typewriter and send them to the person who's organizing the APA, and then they would get slipped into the next edition. And people like Lee Gold, who've been doing this.
and
Alarms
Excursion.
I just wrote those names down on here. How did you do that? To bring that up.
Because that had a great opportunity in the fact that you basically wrote up your 5 pages, your 6 pages, it had to be an even number. You would make 20 copies and send them in, and they would staple everybody's together. So you would get this multicolor rainbow of a document, and half of it would be references to the previous issue, which you may not have seen. So that creates all sorts of interest and havoc. But people were coming up with their variants and their rules and how they handle things. And that all became part of that primordial soup.
One of my favorite special abilities on the Alarms and Excursions thing, right, that popped in my head, Lee Gold was amazing with what she published and stuff, was the special ability chart where one of the special abilities we got, it was poor tasting flesh. Most monsters only bite once. And I would do anything to get that special ability, right? That chomp, it's like, ooh, and off they go. And you live.
That's good. Oh, I had a question though about that. So, like with mail-in plays and such like that, is it only really for your local area, or did you actually get to contact
No, it was international.
Oh, international even?
Yeah.
All right, I just had a question about that. Like,
I mean,
how do you
because the point was there might not have been anybody locally that played.
Yeah, so the
okay.
community was very small. I mean, the miniature wargaming community was minute. Like Chris said, I mean, the original Jack Scrooby 1957 Wargame Digest, it was just, it was like 44 or something, right? Was the number of like initial subscribers to that. Never got bigger than 200.
Okay.
And, when we talk about the fan clubs for wargaming that people like Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson were in, the International Federation of Wargaming. Maybe its zine at its height had a distribution of like 300 to 500 issues that went out. And this is internationally because these communities were just tiny. These games sold in what would be minuscule numbers.
Right.
You know, when a game like Monopoly would sell, say, 2 million copies a year in its box sets in the late 1960s, an Avalon Hill war game, if we took like Africa Corps or something like that is simulating Rommel in the desert, right? Like this might sell, 60,000 copies in its initial year. Like that's, so this is not a big community, and it was the postal dimension of these zines and the clubs that often supported these zines that you would join that really gave any cohesion to this and created a commons for ideas to be exchanged.
To expand on the play-by-mail concept, the play-by-mail game I ran in the mid-'80s, we had 400 players at its peak, right? It ran for about 4 or 5 years. And it was great. They were from everywhere. Just imagine everywhere. They came in, and then we did it by hand, and then we printed them out, and then we just sent them back postal. So about every 2 weeks, we would turn a turnaround, right? My best friend from that era that I learned to play, who taught me to play diplomacy pre-D&D, he went on to work for a company in Sacramento called Schubel & Sons, which was one of the preeminent play-by-mail game companies, right?
They did Tribes of Crane.
Right,
yes.
that's right. Along with our dear departed friend, Flying Buffalo, Rick Loomis, right, in his company, right, during that era. Peter still runs Rolling Thunder Games out of not this Peter, a different Peter.
Okay.
With red hair. Okay. Otherwise, identical. Out of Colorado, and I asked him. I go, Peter, who's playing? Because I'm just curious. It was criticism, it was commentary, and he goes, you'll be surprised. He goes, the majority of our players comes out of the prison community.
Oh.
Who don't have the same kind of access level to
Right.
Right.
That's a really good example.
Also dice. They don't get dice and playing cards as well.
Yeah.
In the prison
Right.
system.
No, because you can gamble.
So I just want to give one good comment from Rocketeer Bonsai.
Hey.
Says it was an amazing time in gaming history, forging a culture that continues to inspire half a century later. Those early days deserve to be celebrated. So which is what we're doing. So how do we transition this?
Well,
John?
so we've talked about the chocolate, but not the peanut butter.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the peanut butter a little bit. We got a bit of the peanut butter. The chocolate, let's say, is those 3 traditions of wargaming. The miniature wargamers who are very focused on artisanal miniatures and creating cool landscapes, dioramas and things like that. The board wargamers who got very into conflict simulation systems for mostly historical battles, and honestly, mostly historical battles before the Second World War, and at least before Korea. And honestly, mostly things where America won, things like that. They were very popular with the Avalon Hill crowd.
Indeed.
There weren't very many Vietnam games that were put out.
Strategy and tactics.
But they did do some.
There was a game called Up Against the Wall, Motherfucker, which was about student protests.
And that's our one obligatory F-bomb for the day.
I would have put money in it would have come from him.
There you go, right, Chris? There you go. There we
There
go.
was a game in that era called NATO Nukes and Nazis.
Yes.
That came out from that era too. That would be just as
All right.
not
Anyway.
accepted today.
Right, so we've got the miniature war gamers, we've got the board war gamers, we've got the diplomacy players, many of them postal. And just as a brief
postal?
aside on the postal dimension of diplomacy, they seem to have coined the term game master. For the person to whom you would send in all of your diplomacy
yes, the
orders
referee.
and resolve them across, and people, that really got transposed to Dungeon Master at the time that D&D came out. A lot of people still use Game Master at the time D&D came out. And of course, when we get to these books and when we run this later, we'll be using the term referee, which is the term that was actually used throughout these books. DM does not appear until the Blackmoor supplement at the end of 1975.
And then only in the introduction where he's describing,
that's the only place. But then again,
is the dungeon master.
by 1979, you have a Dungeon Master's Guide. They fully embraced the term by then, right? But there's a lot of fascinating push and pull around all these things of what you call these different roles, and I just think it's cute that Game Master, as far as I can tell, it gained its currency from the postal diplomacy community. But so we got miniatures, boards, diplomacy, but then there's this largely, but not entirely separate community of people who are science fiction fans and fantasy fiction fans.
That's right.
Like the Star Trek community.
Trekkers.
And the influence that Star Trek had on the generation of a fan community that was generative, that wanted to make material.
Established fan-based community conventions.
It was enormous. And a lot of people in LASFest, the Los Angeles Science Fiction Society, these people, were the people who were campaigning when Star Trek was canceled to bring it back on the air, and think of people like B. Joe Trimble, who are real advocates for kind of creating a coherent Star Trek universe around all of this. But fantasy itself is kind of the odd mix in all of this. I said most of the conflict simulation being done was historical in nature, and only gradually did we start to see science fiction and fantasy themes begin to integrate into it. But it really wasn't until the publication of The Lord of the Rings, the pirate ace publications of that in particular, which were very inexpensive, that came out in the mid-1960s, that, these books, which had been out now for a decade, The Lord of the Rings came out in these beautiful, expensive hardcovers in the UK that nobody read. But as soon as there was a cheap pirate edition of it, this became obligatory reading for absolutely everyone. Right. And this idea dawned on many, many people at that time. There just has to be a way to get the chocolate and peanut butter together, of something like the Lord of the Rings world and something like these war games. And additionally, Tolkien, his popularity led to a lot of more obscure pulp authors suddenly having immense revivals, and their back catalogs would be republished now by Lancer, by the Ballantine Adult Fantasy series, one of the most important things for getting people like Robert E. Howard, Poul Anderson, Fritz Lieber, Elsbrug de Camp, and Fletcher Pratt, Jack Vance, like this Lynn Carter. I mean, Lynn Carter was kind of like a posthumous collaborator with the legacy of Howard and his estate.
Who did a difficulty with dwarves? I'm trying to remember that. It was
Difficulty with Dwarves? I'm not sure I know that one.
It was a humorous fantasy series that came out in that same era.
Wow.
Let's turn this question to Twitch. Who knows out there? We will give you a free D6. Offer not binding.
Racing on the internet here.
I don't know that one, but this community, because Tolkien had become so monumentally popular, there just had to be a way to get the chocolate and the peanut butter together.
Yeah. Of that era, by the way, in fiction, there were so many volumes across the top of the cover. It would say, "In the tradition of Lord of the Rings."
Of course.
Basically, this was a sell point for a lot of these older books that are coming back into vogue and new material.
And by the way, you got a thank you from Johnny Zemo, too, who says, "Thank you, John Peterson, for all the books you've written."
Well,
Oh, yeah.
it's my pleasure, really. Thanks for reading them. I don't know. When I started doing this, man, 12 years ago, I had no idea if anybody would care. So, yes, thank you for caring.
Craig Shaw Gardner.
Greg Shaw Gardner.
I don't even know that.
No. He wrote a series of books, though.
The first person to stunt John Peterson. All right, there we go.
I'm under the bard.
For all we know, there is actually some hidden bit of the history of D&D and its system and its setting that we'd be able to extract from these books now that we've identified them. So this is the job, by the way, of doing history like this, is looking under every haystack to try to find the needle. New haystacks are good.
And you're so good at it. It's amazing.
I do what I can. But yeah, so when we look at that, okay, so there are these peanut butter fans and these chocolate fans, what is the right way?
So a lot of Reese's right now.
I think there is some out there if you really want to run for one.
I can't.
What is the best way to do that? And there were so many experiments surrounding this. I alluded to the idea that there were diplomacy variants that were built that utilized this, but would there be board games? Would Avalon Hill publish something like this? Would SPI publish something that was like an intersection of fantasy and conflict simulation? Initially, the answer was no.
No.
These companies were serious people who thought that fantasy was serious business. And really, I think in the path to D&D, the first step was really the work of a guy by the name of Leonard Patt, who was part of the New England Wargamers Association. And then he went to a convention of the Miniature Figure Collectors of America in 1970 with this setup for Rules for Middle-earth. And in his Rules for Middle-earth, he had units for heroes and anti-heroes. He had a unit that was a wizard. His wizard could cast a spell called Fireball. He had dragons that could breathe fire. He had Ents and Orcs and everything else. This was published in a zine, a very obscure zine called The Courier, which was the zine of this New England Wargamers Association late in 1970. And it's interesting, a lot of people read that zine. And in fact, one of the ways you can tell kind of who read what is by looking at the next issue and seeing who commented on what. And there were comments on the contents of that issue from a guy by the name of Jeff Perrin.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So Jeff Perrin was part of Gary Gygax's broad circle of gamers around Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Lake Geneva, Wisconsin is not a big town. It was not a hotbed of wargaming. He would go on to, we can talk about Lake Geneva, and you lived there.
I lived there for many years.
Yes, we can talk about what the town was like when you got there in a sec, but this was a place where Gary had trouble finding 7 local people that would be a part of his club, right? But he was very active in these national organizations like the International Federation of Wargaming, and he was a co-founder of it. He was prolific in his contribution to any zine that would take content that he wrote, right? And so Jeff Perrin was part of his circle. He actually was from Rockford, Illinois, which is just across the border, an easy commute up to Gary's house. And people commuted to Gary's house because he had the most awesome gaming toy you could have of the day.
Sand table.
A sand table. Who would like to speak to sand table?
Sure.
Chris, go for it.
So sand tables were something that developed for miniature wargaming. It was an incredibly heavy wooden structure that was literally filled with sand. And the way you use it with minis was that you would wet it down and then you would sculpt the terrain of the battle that way. And a lot of the minis that they were using when Jeff Perrin's game Chainmail came out and were from a Spanish company called Elastilin. And their bases were thin, so the sand also just helped them stand up.
Just sand.
Many years later, when I was working at Wizards, Monty Cook used to run a thing called MontyCon. He and Sue Wineland and Skip Williams ran an old Chainmail game using his Elastilin figures that I played in, and we didn't have a sand table, and they were falling left and right. But anyway, you needed a permanent place to put a sand table. You couldn't stick it in a closet or anything like that. So it took up a lot of space. It was really heavy, and it was something for hardcore miniatures gamers, essentially.
And so by having this, oh, sorry, go on.
No, go for it.
I was going to say, so by having the sand table, Gary managed to attract a few people come over from Illinois, from nearby towns. They would come to his basement and play on this big sand table. And, Gary loved having people over so much. He really wanted to be able to have a bigger event, to have people over in his hometown. And so he, in coordination with the IFW, the International Federation of Wargaming, arranged to rent this place called the Horticultural Hall, which is a building just a block away from his house.
My favorite part of his
I'm teasing this through. Those of you who know where this is going know that this is fan service for Peter. But it would cost about $50 to rent this place out. And it was a place they used to have flower shows or weddings. You could have a nice venue, 200 or 300 people seated there. You could have, they brought in speakers. There was kind of in Lake Geneva a hoity-toity part of the community there who had nice houses around the lake. Then there was a lot of townies who worked industrial jobs. And, Gary was more from that side of the fence. But I'm sorry, Banja, did you have a question, or were you?
No, I was itching. Sorry, I was just I'm immersed.
Okay,
in this.
Okay. So anyway, the long and the short of it is, Gary managed to rent for $50 for a day the Horticultural Hall. He had to put up, I think. The IFW put up $35 and he put up the other 15, because these were not rich organizations, with substantial treasuries, to hold something called the Lake Geneva War Games Convention. And they advertised this through their zines, and Avalon Hill had a zine. It advertised it, Strategy and Tactics, which you referred to. They sent somebody to cover it and take pictures. And, this was a successful event. Around 96 people showed up. which was a lot more than he could usually get to show up in his hometown. They played games, they gave away prizes, they even had some auctions and things like that. And it was a splashing success. And Gary said, we should do this again next year. We'll run another one here. By that time they were just calling it Geneva Convention. That would be Geneva Convention 2. But then, eventually people just contracted it to Gen Con, right?
Gen Con, I've heard of it.
Yeah. Take your Gen Con mug, a toast to the origins of Gen Con.
We're not in the cool crew.
Oh, they were out by the water cooler. Sorry.
I see. We're not in the clique.
I personally
camera one, please. Thank you.
I can't talk this much without having like a bottle of water next to me, or else my voice will give out. But yeah, at the first Lake Geneva War Games convention, there was a guy who brought some of those Elastilin figures that Chris was just alluding to, and it was a set that was called the Siege of Bodenberg. And so this is 1968. Gary saw this. And you need to think about these miniature sets. There was a particular massive Elastilin castle that was the centerpiece of the siege, and you could have your catapults and your siege ladders, and you have all these troops kind of making their way up to the castle gates, and you'd have your defenders inside. Think about this like this was like the graphics of the era when it comes to computer games, right? Having like a big miniature display like that was having good graphics. He became obsessed then with miniature wargaming. Gary did, really wanted to do work on it, really wanted to be able to get this, to be able to make his own contribution to it. And so ultimately he teamed up with that guy, Jeff Perrin, and they started working towards a set. Originally, they called the Lake Geneva Tactical Studies Association Medieval Rules. Bit of a mouthful.
That's the date before URLs, apparently.
And this would be published in a zine called the Domesday Book, which we'll probably talk about a little more in a minute. That became the first steps towards producing the booklet that Chris and others here, I think, have already mentioned, which is Chainmail. And Jeff Perrin and Gary Gygax collaborated on it. Jeff Perrin had a set of medieval rules. Gary was great at taking other people's rules and then expanding and adapting them and turning them into something playable and saleable. I mean, to me, that was his great talent. He reacted against things extraordinarily well. Maybe not the idea guy. Like maybe not the guy of, I'm going to start from zero and go make something.
Sure.
But if he had something to bounce off of, if there's something he didn't like or something he thought he could improve, he had like boundless energy to do it.
So project development, essentially.
I mean, he wrote the ultimate text, and he did the rule design and things like that. But there weren't a lot of things that we can point to, especially in the early years, where you're like, oh, this is something like Gary kicked off himself. It would take somebody like a Jeff Perrin to get him engaged in this and working on something together. And so they developed this sprawling, discontinuous medieval rule set. There's like separate rules for mass combats between huge sets of armies, and then like individual man-to-man level combat, and even jousting. There's this whole jousting system that is in Chainmail. That is in fact a part of the OD&D rules, and it's not entirely outside the realm of possibility. Those jousting rules could be invoked today. I have no specific plan for it, but they are in the rules.
That was actually like an important part of my early D&D playing. And this was a D&D, but they still sold Chainmail at the time. And the only thing we used out of the Chainmail book was the jousting rules. And occasionally we would just have jousts, and it was fun.
Oh, they are fun.
Yeah.
And but yeah, so great. They've got like all this medieval stuff, and they're about to publish it and put it forward. They found a publisher for it. And kind of at the last minute, Gary described it as an afterthought. He added something called the Fantasy Supplement. And the Fantasy Supplement, at least from my own research, I think is really an expansion and adaptation of those Leonard Patt medieval rules that were published in the Courier in 1970. They just have too much in common. There are wizards who shoot fireballs. You get saving throws against them. Yeah. There are heroes and anti-heroes. There's like all these. There are some aspects of the rules that are so similar that I think they rule out coincidence entirely. The one I usually point to is that the rules for dragons, if you cast a fireball at a dragon, it doesn't have to roll a saving throw, but is driven back for one turn. That's a very specific rule in Leonard Patt that is replicated in Chainmail. That's not something that two people light on independently, right? But this went uncredited, and I mean, as far as I know, until I wrote a thing saying, hey, you know what? these are kind of the same. There's a lot of this. We actually managed to find Leonard Pat. I got to interview him.
Oh, great.
He's here in Seattle, actually, if I recall. And, this was just a phase he was in when he was in college, that he did some miniature work. He'd completely forgotten all the details of this. I mean, he knew he was in the group. And, I call him the father of the fireball.
This is part,
always wondered who that was.
This is part of what we're talking about when we talk about evolution.
Yes.
We're talking about game design as conversation.
Yes.
It's basically someone puts something into the game and then someone else adds to it or disagrees with it. And much like in the zines, no, this isn't how you should handle it. Here's how you handle it. And that way the mechanics tend to evolve over time through a number of different people.
Very
And
much so.
basically opens the door for everybody else coming in when D&D arrives and basically creating their own worlds.
Creating their own world, which they very, very quickly did, or their own competing rule systems,
Competing
which
rule
indeed became
systems.
this thing we call the role-playing game industry
Right.
today.
Yeah.
I like your game and here's how you fix it.
Yes.
Or things like Arduin, which were basically like
Oh my gosh,
house
Dave.
rules for
Yes.
D&D essentially that
Well, I always
eventually
tried that way.
developed into their own system.
Hargrove.
Yeah, Dave Hargrove.
Right. Arduin
And those were wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoyed them. They were-
I loved them. They told
Yeah.
me, Arduin taught me that you could play characters up to 100th level.
Yeah.
That was my takeaway from the Arduin Grimoire.
Can be a god.
And here is the origin of Primal Order.
I never looked back.
My favorite for Arduin was a spell that turns the target completely and irreversibly inside out.
Yes, yes.
Irreversibly. I just love that.
Yeah. You'll be fine.
Do we know
You're just inside out.
why he didn't continue to develop more stuff for that system?
I'm sorry, who didn't?
Dave.
Hargrove.
Oh, Hargrave?
Hargrave, sorry.
I mean, he did. Yeah, I mean, I think he continued to for some time, right? Arduin
There were a lot of
Adventures,
Arduins.
like,
Yeah.
Right.
He did a
That's
number
right.
of books.
That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
So we have a question from chat, but I don't know if this is the right time. How did Swords and Spells come around? Maybe that's.
I mean,
maybe you're getting to that. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a little down the pike here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I have a question.
Stay tuned. Yes.
Since I'm hearing it's like very wild and crazy, how, like from your perspective, with a lot of people who play D&D nowadays who are like, we have to stick to the rules, and you're like, no rules, chaos. How do you all feel about like something that came from a very Wild West kind of situation, homegrown? We set our own rules and we can complain about it as much as we want, and then change it and edit it however we want. To like people being like, no, you have to like this is the rule. Every time you get in one, you have to like, yeah,
Go for it.
From my perspective, because I'm very much, I belong to all three of these camps that you described, but the character-driven side is what my passion is, right? And the rules, for me, the rules exist to catalyze the telling of the story. Which is why I would use a screen. And yes, I would make up results sometimes. Because if there was a way to make it funny, if there was a way to make it dramatic or something, because at the end of the day, it really is up to the players. If they didn't like it, they wouldn't come back the next week again and again and again, right? So they were coming back. So that's the style that I manifested. There are camps that would fricassee me alive because if I did that, right? Because it's like, oh, the rules, lawful, whatever, right? And I'm neutral good, baby. So, the law just exists only for the purpose of the good, essentially.
Even more maddening is the fact that not all the rules were written down.
oh,
You look at these original books and you see the combat system. This character represents a man +1.
Yep.
What does that mean?
What does that
If you come from a wargaming miniature standpoint, you know that because you've sat and played in enough games where man +1 has a meaning. If you're coming in from the outside,
Yeah. So that
we
was
will
me.
use the alternate combat system that was listed. Which was
So I got this in 1979 when I
Yeah.
was 10 years old. I did not have a background in miniatures wargaming or Avalon Hill games, until later. So when I got this, I was like, this is cool. I can tell there's something very cool in here, but I'm not quite sure how to play.
Yeah.
And there was wargaming stuff littered throughout because that was the audience that they were writing for, right? So, there's a reference in one of the classes to be like, oh, you can attract, a man-at-arms of the Turkopole type. What's a Turkopole? 10-year-old me didn't know, no Google. You need to study Byzantine and Crusades era warfare to know what a Turkopole is, and
That's on my list.
So yeah, there's a lot of assumptions that are made here.
And a lot of this comes out of those small groups, isolated groups that we were talking about. Basically, the Minneapolis group had a style of play, the Lake Geneva group had a style of play, different groups, and basically they sort of like formed their foundation and their rules. And as we've gone along, we've seen a lot of standardization. But right now in the OSR, you see a lot of people who are changing the rules and saying, no, these are the true rules. This is the one true way.
I have joked. I made this joke probably 12 years ago that eventually we'd have a different OSR version of D&D for every 10 minutes of its development.
Yes.
And I think we're really getting there.
No,
I'd like to give my answer to your question. 'Cause
Sorry if I made
I think it's great.
Yeah.
I think this is I think this is going to lead into a lot of what John wants to talk about. To me, I do value having a consistent set of rules, and playing by rules because I like the game aspect and the performance aspect of it. But I think it is not only right and proper, but should be encouraged that dungeon masters tailor the rules to their campaign. The rules say something about your campaign, and in the early days of playing D&D. A lot of the interest would come when you would sit down with somebody you'd never played with before, and you'd find out what their rules interpretations were. And oftentimes that would be how a game would start. Like the game would start, by the way, in my game, blah, 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 blah. And here's like 10 very important but minutia, obscure types of clarifications to how we play at my table. And to me, that was part of the creative process of D&D. That was a part of being a world builder, because those rules would tell you something about what the world was going to be like.
It's also something that came out of miniatures gaming in the 50s and 60s, where when people started playing with toy soldiers, originally 54 mil Britons, usually toy soldiers. They started out with H.G. Wells' rules from 1913 called Little Wars. But in the way it developed, very, very small community, it was like every person had their own rule set. And so in Southampton, you had two pillars of wargaming, Donald Featherstone and Tony Bath. And when they met, when Donald went to Tony's house, they would play Tony's Ancients rules, and when Tony went to Donald's house, they would play his horse and musket rules or what have you. And that was really a thing, and it wasn't commercial at all. It was just the assumption that if you were a minis gamer, you had the rules that you did at your house. And of course they talked.
Your house rules.
Yeah, your house rules.
But by the same token, the idea of how a rule set creates the commonality is the idea that I've never met Chris before. We sit down, we start talking D&D. We have a shared, experience.
Yeah.
And even though the details are different from the house rules and from the versions and what edition we're playing, that commonality of how it functions basically forms a connective tissue within a group.
Yeah.
A funny anecdote that reinforces what you said, right? About, every game starts with those rules. It was the year before he passed away. I believe it was 2007, when I had Dave Arneson as our guest of honor for the Pacific Con Game Expo in the San Francisco Bay Area. And we had a charity thing, and people were silent auction for seats at this table and stuff like that. So the room was full of people, and I'm watching Dave as he's launching, and he said, so here are some of the rules that I have created here for the game, and since I designed the game, they're official. And that's how the game started. And it was I'm going, oh my gosh, how wonderful is this, right?
Yeah.
He was just an amazing person. I really am glad we got to meet him.
And it wasn't. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So shall we transition into how D&D now comes into existence? What is?
Sure.
I mean, how do you want to take this next, Sarah?
Well, I don't know. We should take this wherever the conversation wants to go. I mean, the question about rules, I will say this is my own addendum to what the nature of the rules are. The miniature wargaming community especially, they were very open to the idea that around every table you should kind of use your own rule set, right? And indeed, people would design rule sets just for a single game that they plan to play. And the idea that, you might then publish it in a fanzine or something and maybe somebody reacts against it or whatever, it was indeed never commercial. And the idea that you would actually like charge people money for like some, especially miniature rules, had some real audacity to it, because most people just wanted to sell you, again, who designed miniature rules, wanted to sell you figures. And like, it's the figures that would make the money, not, if there's another quarter or something you end up paying for some rules to go with it, that's just like icing on the cake.
And the rules didn't even have names. So like when I was first like researching old miniatures gaming, I would see lots of reference be like, we played Tony Bath's Ancient Rules. And I was like, great, what were they called so I can find them? They didn't have a name. They were just Tony Bath's Ancient Rules, and they were eventually published in one of Donald Featherstone's books.
And eventually,
When you're comparing different genres with each other, whether it's miniatures to historical board games to role-playing to, I have found in my journeys that the miniature portion in particular, right, has more of the hobby aspect that's melded in with it because of the whole modeling and miniature and stuff like that. That's just as big to them as actually putting out there on the field and playing against each other. And that is something that makes that particular genre more unique in that way because it's so heavily influenced. So the idea of charging for their hobby is a tough one.
But that's exactly what Gary Gygax and Jeff Perrin decided to do. That was the transition. See, I was building this transition.
Nicely done.
Trying to get us there.
Well done.
Now, it's the idea that if you're making miniatures, you want to have rules to go with it.
Right.
But it's easier to make rules and sell them than it is to make miniatures. So therefore, you have an entry point. Is that where you're going?
Well, no, I was just going for the audacity that they decided, okay, so we cobbled this together. Actually, if you look under the hood of Chainmail, it looks like Jeff Perrin borrowed a lot of stuff from, Charles Grant here. There's a lot of stuff he borrowed from Phil Barker, not M.A.R. Barker, different Phil Barker in the UK. And then, of course, Leonard Pat kind of got borrowed. Right. And really, they're publishing like an anthology of rules. But they decided to put this out as a pamphlet that they were going to sell for money. Not a ton of money, just a couple bucks. But like this was not common at the time. And certainly the idea that you would have fantasy rules, that fantasy supplement that appeared in the back of this. In 1971, this was something people greeted with ranging from astonishment to outright hostility. Because people in the, especially the miniature working community, this is a serious hobby. We are adults. We're not interested in these fairy tales that you're doing. Don Featherstone, who you mentioned, railed against the fantasy elements that were in Tony Bath's stuff. And at such a time as, any of that was discussed in his zine, which was called the Wargamers Newsletter in the UK, inevitably he'd get hate mail if he published anything about fantasy. That you're losing converts to this hobby of ours because you're indulging yourself in the childish antics.
To that, Herm Parnes of Scale Specialties, right, which was a miniature company based out of Southern California, he taught me something regarding miniature games. He goes, well, you know, Gabe, once you start rolling the dice, all historical games become fantasy. And I found it to be extremely profound.
not in the sense that he meant.
The results of history, right? Historical miniature games specifically.
Less with the orcs and the Ents and the Balrogs, though.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that is, I think, what we mean by fantasy in this instance.
And he was speaking, of course, to historical miniatures. But
one of the interesting things that Tony Bath did in the 60s that he ran this very long-running campaign, the Hyborian campaign, and he took Robert E. Howard's world of Conan. And because Robert E. Howard was basing his cultures on Earth cultures, it was easy to take Airfix miniatures and other things, historical miniatures that were available, be like, okay, these Mongols are Hyrcanians, and so on. And that was a whole thing he did, at first in person and then through the mail. And he would do things like, oh, we needed to figure out how to resolve this, so I designed a board game. And then we played it out. So there were fantasy elements to it, but it wasn't the same as I throw a fireball.
Yes.
That kind of stuff.
Right. Yes. It's pretty over the top. Although Bath did also have a World of Tolkien and there were dragons and indeed elements like that in it too. So I mean, there was a ton. There's never any single source of this stuff, right? This was bubbling up through all these different venues. That's how do we combine these fantasy concepts, largely Tolkien inspired, but also drawing on other aspects of the sword and sorcery genre, and turn them into a simulation so that we can have that feeling of participation in these fantasy stories.
And that sense of resistance continues. I'll be honest, between the old guard, the people who have been playing, and these new kids who show up with their Lord of the Rings and everything, setting up and saying, wow, this is really cool. When I started, we had a big division in the Purdue Wargaming Club between the tankers and the role players. And the tankers needed a lot of tables to basically, lay out a carpet on top of some books and basically run tank miniatures. And the role players, of course, needed a lot of tables because they had a whole bunch of people all gathered around it, and basically they're yelling at and making a lot of noise. So that's a difference we had back then. And even later, I've noticed with some historical conventions, they have a resistance to, say, Warhammer. And Warhammer at 40K. Basically, they'll accept science fiction sometimes, but they would just stand against that whole Warhammer universe, basically, incurring on their space. Okay?
Yeah.
So that's a thing where you have any group basically suddenly seeing the ground change underneath them. Suddenly reacting in a very strong negative fashion.
I'll give a shout out to a local convention that's happening in 2 weeks in Tacoma called Enfilade. It's a long-running historical miniatures convention that I usually go to every year because it's a convention I can go to and just play games and have fun. And it's mostly historical. You will find people will do Victorian science fiction and Martian stuff or things like that, but you won't find Warhammer games there.
I remember going about what you talked about, the resistance to people paying for something, right? Yeah. My conventions are all for-profit conventions, right? And Enfilade is a nonprofit organization, and I went to them to pitch their support for my then Conquest Northwest convention I had up here in Seattle, right? And I have been playing in the sandbox since 1971, okay? So it's like, no, let me take off this D&D jacket, okay? Because I also am a person in your world. And one guy got up after my presentation, he goes, so why should we give our money to you? Well, that was pretty much the end of the discussion at that point. The bard knows how to read the room, and it was time to go to lunch.
But it was through you that I met Kevin Smith, who is still one of the leaders of what's called the NHMGS, the Northwest Historical Gamers Association.
Yeah, Green Ronin was great supporters of our conventions and stuff, both there and in San Francisco. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Yeah.
So yes. We have. There was no agenda. It's just we would like
went to
lunch. You have a way you would like to steer this.
I would like us to cover. We have 30 to 60 minutes left in this piece, depending on how we want to use.
And lunch is our reward, I presume.
Lunch will be. We will have lunch. We will take a lunch break in a bit, and then we will come back and play. So I think it would be good if we talk a little bit about the game we're going to play.
D&D, right?
We're going to talk about the game we're going to play. Look, everything you need to know is right here on the cover. It's rules for fantastic medieval wargame campaigns playable with paper and pencil and miniature figures, right?
Did they? Was that a choice on their part to say fantastic instead of fantasy?
No, I think it's they use that for the setting. The setting is fantastic, right? You would say there's fantasy, but then there's the fantastic
maybe
setting.
They didn't say fantasy because
the fantasy doesn't carry that much weight at that point. It has the same connotations back in the 70s as it does today. I mean, if we say fantasy, people actually think. Even before Tolkien, the Tolkien Revolution, fantasy had a slightly different vibe to it. It had a certain different, and became the elves and orcs stuff primarily with the success of Lord of the Rings. Right. Fantasy, we get to Dunsany. Fantasy, we get to some Poe. We get to a lot of older writers who are just writing about the fantastic as opposed to a fantasy.
Yeah, I mean, we really say that the sword and sorcery subgenre, right,
Yeah,
is
for
what
sure.
inspired this in
Yes.
particular. And in fact, some of the earliest advertisements for D&D that were published have sword and sorcery in huge letters and like D&D.
Yes.
Because we are just trying to get in people who would know sword and sorcery better than anything else about war games or what they're putting on the cover of it.
The funny thing about them talking about how, you play this with miniatures is there are very, very few fantasy miniatures when this came out.
Yes.
Minifigs, which is one of the old English historical companies, they did a what they called a mythical Earth line of miniatures, which was obviously Middle Earth.
Sure.
And those were some of the first fantasy miniatures that you could get. But all the people who came out of that miniatures scene of the 60s, they converted miniatures all the time because they had to. There wasn't, now.
Explain conversion to people.
Yeah,
who don't
sorry.
know what that is.
So if you look at early books about miniatures wargaming, like War Games from Don Featherstone, the guy named Joe Morshauser wrote a book. Similarly, they would always have a chapter about converting miniatures, and that usually involved, at the time, a soldering iron. So, you were taking a historical miniature, usually, of one type and changing it into something else. And when Airfix started coming out with their historical kits, they eventually built up like a very large bunch of like Napoleonic miniatures, but at first there weren't so many. So they did like one set that was like I think it was Scottish Highlanders band for the Napoleonic Wars, and people like endlessly converted that set to make other things. So it was just really a part of the hobby. Is you would chop off a head, put on a different head, or change the weapon, or
cut off plumes, or
Yeah.
you add horns. It's interesting, and that's actually something to note for miniatures of the era. You could not buy a single miniature. You could not
Correct.
buy one.
Yeah.
You would buy a pack of 6 Citadel guards that had the white tree on them and the big helmet and everything, and you'd paint them up and basically, because you're selling them as units. And that works for when you have a whole bunch of orcs that you're basically having your players, but finding those individual characters, you're looking at modding, or you're looking at taking one of those figures and painting it slightly differently, or not using the rest of them, and basically, so at that time, since they were selling miniatures, they wanted to basically make sure that you bought a bunch of miniatures as opposed to just one. Nowadays, you go in and you can get that one particular miniature that represents your character, and I guess you can go online and get and design it and have someone
You can
order.
design it and
you
print
can
it.
design it and
Yeah.
print it.
3D print it.
Yeah.
3D
So-
print it.
Oh my God, we're in the
There's
future.
a couple good comments from chat I want to share. Rocketeer Bonsai says it's also incredible that an entire industry of gaming RPGs has grown from such a player-centered origin rather than a corporate product launch origin.
Amen.
And it's the heart of the game in many ways. And Stina62 says, I'm a member of the Historical Miniature Gaming Society Midwest and was recently at Little Wars. It was still mainly historical miniatures, but some fantasy, Old West, and sci-fi.
There we go.
Part of it.
Yeah.
Well, let me cycle back around because we are going to try to get to talk a little bit about what was in this box. We'll put this box up here just so everyone stays focused on the monolith and what we're trying to get to. This is our goal. We just want to get to it. When you were talking about, Chris, conversions and minifigs and things like that, interestingly, it would be Jack Scrooby, whose miniatures were advertised in the original 1974 box set as the only fantasy miniatures they thought you could get. They came out around the same time as the minifigs, fantasy ones did. Honestly, I've tried to figure out which was first, and it's too close for me to call. But that just shows you, again, the debt that these games had, right, to the miniature working tradition and the people that had helped to kind of foster that and bring that forward. But I think to get us where we need to go, we need to talk about Minnesota, which has been mentioned a couple times here. And in particular, a group that went by many names that's now today remembered and for the credits in the original D&D box set as the Midwest Military Simulation Association, or MMSA, who gets a thank you on the first page of this. At times it was called like the Twin Cities Historical Miniature Society. They went through all these different names. It was a University of Minnesota club for a bit. But this was a very vibrant group of miniature wargamers who explored all aspects of the hobby. They were deep into diplomacy, they were deep into board wargaming, they were deep into miniature wargaming. And, you know, for them to go out and get new members or get new ideas or buy new games, things like Gen Con were actually, even though it would be like a 6-hour or something drive from the Twin Cities to Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, you know, that was like the best place for them to go.
Still is.
Yes, it still is. Indianapolis is farther still as a drive,
But closer to Louisville.
it is closer to Louisville. But a lot of people from this group started coming down to Gen Con, and at the second Gen Con in 1969, which probably had about 150 people total who showed up, a fellow by the name of Dave Arneson was one of the people who came down from the Twin Cities. And there's a funny story that one of the people that group met there at that time was a fellow by the name of Mike Carr, who was actually also from Minnesota, did not live that far from them. And the best way for them to meet him and get him into their club was to go to Lake Geneva, right? And then when he came back, he joined up with them. And of course, he would go on to do a lot of things in their club and ultimately at TSR. But Dave Arneson came down and he had a collection of these 1 to 1200 scale Napoleonic naval miniatures, these waterline models of ships. He was super interested in being able to simulate, you know, kind of if you've ever seen Master and Commander, Far Side of the World, or you know the books it's based on, the visualization in that is just so perfect, I think, in the film adaptation of it. Really into that. He met Gary Gygax, and he and Gary decided to start collaborating on some rules for the Napoleonic era. Those rules ended up being called Don't Give Up the Ship.
Yes.
Very famous.
I just have to put in, Mike Carr has a special place in Gen Con lore. The only human being to have been at every Gen Con is Mike Carr.
Oh.
Yeah.
And also
Are there any
his,
humanoids?
And he
weren't
runs Fight for the Skies.
Fight in the Sky / Dawn Patrol, I think, is the only game that's been played at every Gen Con, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow.
At the very first Gen Con, you could win a free copy of his self-published initial edition of Fight in the Skies.
Yeah.
They're pretty cool. But so yeah, this got Gary and Dave together. And at the time, Gary was working with Jeff Perrin, getting the Chainmail pamphlet published through this outfit called Guidon Games. One of the next games in the pipeline for their miniature rules was this game, Don't Give Up the Ship, which came out in 1972. Suddenly we're getting pretty close, right, to when D&D came out. But here's the thing. So after they met, they developed a correspondence. They started talking about all kinds of different aspects of historical wargaming that interested them.
I'm sorry.
And it's okay, Bonsai.
I was just in a dream.
No, go for it. Go for it. We'll all just look at
No,
you.
don't stare, please.
But so anyway.
Yeah, of course.
You know, Gary had formed this little club because he'd gotten so interested in medieval wargaming after Gen Con in 1968 that was called the Castle and Crusade Society.
Right.
And initially, again, just a handful of people were in it. Around March of 1970, Dave Arneson joined in April, and he agreed to do the heraldry. He became like initially the chief herald or whatever, and maybe he was the assistant herald at first, and then went on to become the chief herald. But you know, he drew up all the armorial bearings that represented the kind of characters that people took on as they joined the society, because everyone in the society had a medieval rank. You started off, you know, as like a little esquire or whatever, and could become a knight, and ultimately you could become an earl, and like, you know, Gary Gygax, he was the Earl of Walworth, which Walworth County is the name of the county that Lake Geneva is in. And he started building out this idea that there would be a great kingdom. That's what he called it. That would be for a game that would be played by everybody in the Castle and Crusade Society. Everybody would get their little parcel of land. And he specified his little parcel of Walworth and what the castles were in it and things like that. And Dave Arneson, who was a baron by virtue of his contributions to the society and its newsletter, the Domesday Book, he was allocated this territory is called the Northern Marches. And he took that in his own direction. And it added into that a lot of ideas that had been circulating there in the Twin Cities. Started like developing little principalities and giving other members of the Castle and Crusade Society who were in the Twin Cities their little like fiefdoms within this area that was developing. And this work ultimately ended up colliding with a tradition of games that had been taking place since at least 1969, maybe a little earlier than that. They were called the Brownstein games that were run by a guy named Dave Wesley. And Dave Wesley was a big player in the Twin Cities scene. But these were N-player, often had coalition building kind of dimensions to them, point scoring games where there would be military objectives, there would be some military conflict, but not all the players would be issued military roles. Some would be issued roles, like in the first Brownstein, there was a role for the university chancellor. There were a bunch of roles that were given to students. Dave Arneson himself played one of these students in the original Brownstein game. And although Wesley intended this to ultimately turn into a war game, there'd be a little bit of diplomatic like this and that, people had much more fun just getting into these parts they had and interacting and experimenting and things like that. And although he believed the initial session of this was a total failure, everybody wanted more and more of them. And this became this whole tradition of games. There was famously the Brownstone games, which were based on this. They all have kind of similar sounding names. There's Brownstein, then Brownstone, which was an Old West setting where people played, lawmen or bandits or cattle ranchers, and you would score points by capturing bad guys if you're good, or you'd score points by stealing cattle if you're bad, and kind of whoever got the most points won. And when we see this go into more campaign-centric play, what I mean by that, I should preface this, since it does say that on this box, it's not just rules for Fantastic Medieval Wargames, but for Fantastic Medieval Wargames campaigns. What does a campaign means? That means, unlike an initial game of, say, Little Wars, where you just sit down around the table, each side has their forces, you play it out, one side wins, the game is done. In a campaign, action carries over. The results of that are the setting for the next game. So, okay, I had to build a retreat, but maybe then I got these reinforcements and I'm facing that same army and it's going on again and again, and you kind of build a story out of this. And Tony Bath is a huge advocate in that Hyborian campaign for creating a story around what was happening.
A book in the early 70s about how to run a wargame campaign.
Well, and he also published histories of Hyboria that read just like they were histories of a real world set of events, and then there was this battle, and this resulted in this kingdom falling, and blah, 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 blah. Yes?
Is this a prelude to legacy games then, too?
It is similar to legacy games. You can think the campaign has that more concept that comes from that military grade origin point that, it is the strategic context in which tactical battles are fought. And this is very important to Dungeons & Dragons, actually, and to what we're going to be playing in just a couple hours here, because there's kind of two modes that you play in D&D, where there's a mode of exploration, where you go through the dungeon and you finally find a room where there are monsters or some opposition. You transition. Time works differently. Everything works differently in this mode of combat. And the way to think about D&D as a war game is that it is one of these kind of two-level games. There's a strategy part, and that is your mode of exploration, where you move around. And then when you find a room with monsters, you fight a little war game, right? And that war game has an outcome. And if you survive, you go back and you go to explore more until you get to the next little war game. And you're going to fight.
And that bifurcation also occurs in modern MMOs, for example. You're in exploratory mode, you're running across the zone, and suddenly the music shifts.
Yes,
you hear the drums suddenly pounding, and you hear the battle cry of the evil monster that's coming down. And you do have that shift. And you see that in modern tabletop role-playing games with the phrase "roll for initiative."
Yes.
So suddenly we change the conversation.
We will not, by the way, be using the word initiative here today. We're going to be using a different word, which is initiative. Because that is how it was consistently spelled throughout, all of this. And I'm not just making fun.
Editorial abilities grew with the setting.
I'm not just making fun of Gary Gygax when I say this, because it was actually really common in war games that had this property that they spelled it initiative. He was really borrowing it from earlier war games. I don't know why this got cemented, but it was initiative. So yes, please go on.
No. Brownstone.
Brownstone.
So good. That whole Brownstone, was there any connection between that and what would become Boot Hill through TSR later? Was there a development stream that went through there? I mean, not directly, but at the time.
Brian, was he a player?
Well, so yeah, there's other influences, and there was a game that was published in the UK by the Bristol Wargame Society that was just called Western Gunfight Rules.
Okay. And
as far as we can tell, from what player reports survive, evidence is very fragmentary, unfortunately, for the Brownsteins and Brownstones and everything else. It seems plausible, at least. There was these Western gunfight rules that probably helped Brownstone shape up the way it did. And those certainly, in turn, helped Boot Hill shape up to what it was. Because we know Gary read about those Western gunfight rules in Wargamer's newsletter and on Featherstone's thing and said, wow, this sounds great. Like, I haven't seen them yet, but we have some ideas about this. And like, you know, they publish these huge battle reports about it. And it's fascinating for me. And I know you asked me to do a lot of the scope of elusive shift here. So this is a good elusive shift point. When you read what happened with these Bristol wargamers who started with these, Western, very genre Western, straight out of what you'd see in, the Clint Eastwood, movie of the time. They eventually started realizing the story was what mattered. Like, we were no longer playing to wipe each other out. We're instead playing to have the most interesting Western narrative around all this campaign that we can. And the things they started publishing before D&D came out even, right? Started posing these questions well, is what we're doing really wargaming anymore? Because really what we want you to do is to get a character, and you're going to play the specific character, and we want you to act the way that character would act. And, so if your character's cowardly, that you can't go in and be courageous or say, because now you have to be who this person is and make decisions the way that they would in this battle, because that makes it more fun for everyone. And nobody knew what to call that yet, right?
That's so important, though. It's so good. It's so
that rule set was a very important influence on many later skirmish games that would have a campaign. So you could draw a line from Western Gunfight to Mordheim to Frostgrave. Yeah, but I have an interesting artifact actually. There was a game store here. We used to call the game store that time forgot. Up on Lake City Way, American Eagles. Yeah, and they had been a local game distributor going back a long time. And there was a point when I was at Wizards where they had a huge sale where they were going to open their basement. And so everyone at Wizards went up there and left with a pile of stuff because they had some weird stuff. So something that I found was a Western gunfight role-playing game. And, it says role-playing. There's a sheet of paper was shrink-wrapped to a white box. And it came out in 78 or 79, clearly trying to capitalize on the success of D&D by being hey, here's a role-playing game. And when you open the box, it's the third edition of those Western gunfight rules. It was a packet of poorly made Italian plastic gunfighter miniatures and some dice. So it wasn't really a role-playing game, but they were using the phrase to sell the
of course.
game.
I mean,
the tradition of Lord of the Rings.
Well, and I mean, this got so bad that when Warhammer first came out, what was its trade dress? It was the mass combat role-playing game. Because you couldn't, even Warhammer, you couldn't say it was a war game anymore. If you wanted to sell any copies, you would then say, no, this is the mass combat fantasy role-playing game. That's what's on the, the first printing of Warhammer. So yeah, I mean, through Brownstone, you get this concept of individual characters that are going to be continuous. For example, Mike Carr played the preacher in Brownstone, because in any good Western, right, you need the preacher.
Right.
So when things started to transpose to this fantasy environment that came out of the Castle and Crusade Society, and copies of Chainmail started moving from Lake Geneva into the Twin Cities, hey, if you've got a fantasy town, you need a priest there too, right? So Mike Carr, he was the village priest. There was no concept of a cleric class in Chainmail. There were heroes and wizards, and most people ended up starting off, they called it as flunkies, basically as very low-level heroes in Blackmoor, and then you could rise to be a hero or a superhero, something I'll talk about more in a minute. But that concept that you might play as the village priest is one that once Gary and Dave started corresponding about exactly what Dave was doing up there, Gary's like, that sounds super interesting. Having like a village priest, what are the rules for that? And the proximate moment would be, when Gary had decided he'd gone through a couple editions of Chainmail, he wanted to do a third edition. He kind of wrote to Dave and was like, hey, could you send me the rules for what you've been doing up there and this Blackmoor thing? And if you do, I'll give you a credit and a free copy of the third edition of Chainmail. And you really, I see that as the moment that the collaboration towards D&D formally started.
Okay.
Blackmoor, just for people who don't know, was Dave Arneson's original campaign.
Right.
Well, it was his, he took that section of the Northern Marches that I was describing.
Yeah.
And, as these principles that are coming more to the Brownstone and Brownstein traditions intersected with that, he created this fantasy town that had a nice castle. It was pretty cool.
To become
Yes.
And lots of people had non-combat roles in it. There were people like the village priest. There was the merchant. They had a university there too. There were all of these kind of different roles that people could play in it. But the signature thing that he lighted upon was the notion that beneath Blackmoor Castle, there was this labyrinth of rooms that had come to be inhabited by all of these evil creatures. And that, the heroes, the Blackmoor bunch as they called them, they could go down into those catacombs and fight the monsters and retrieve their treasure, bring it out. And in so doing, gain what we came to call experience points. And so the two things, and there were many things that Dave Arneson contributed to D&D. I don't mean to suggest this is an exhaustive list, but the two things that have turned out, I think, to be seminal inventions in intellectual history, right, were this concept of dungeon adventuring, the idea that there is a map that is secret to the players but known to the referee, that they have to explore, that you, through a dialogue, talking to a referee, get to ascertain, can I go this way and what do I see? And this idea that as you vanquish opponents, you tally the points that you got. And after reaching certain point thresholds, your character becomes more powerful. In Chainmail, they had this division between a normal armored footman and then a hero and a superhero, but no mechanism of mobility between those strata. And in the first printing of Chainmail, there was just wizards, but by the second edition, they'd split wizards up into different groups. You could be a wizard or a magician or a enchanter or a sorcerer, and they had different numbers of spells they could cast, and there were indeed some spells that were only available to higher rank wizards than there were to lower rank ones. And by this point, Chainmail developed, a lot of spells that are very familiar to us: light, darkness, phantasmal forces, things that, we see them appear subsequently in D&D. But, without any means of mobility between those, there's something about the experience that would never really have come together.
So is it fair to say Dave Arneson invented the experience point?
Ooh.
So this is a very complicated. So I'm going to say yes, and then I'm going to qualify a whole bunch of things.
Folks.
Yes. Dave Arneson certainly invented the concept of experience and going up in level as roughly as we understand it. I will say the concept of level in even documents late in 1972 seems to have belonged to spellcasters and not to melee fighters, who still pretty much would be classified as hero or superhero, but if you were a wizard, you had a level. And so even Mike Carr is a village priest. He was a level 3 village priest. If you look in these books, you'll find the level 3 title for cleric is village priest, right? So these things just directly came into the D&D system. And but there were parallels. There's always parallels, Peter. There's always things I can point to and say, at the same time that this was going on, in the Fight in the Skies community, right? Those people that loved Mike Carr's Fight in the Skies game, they had a veterancy system that was in fact based on shooting down planes. You would get points for doing this, and if you got points, you would go up, you would gain certain powers, and around the same...
Become an ace.
Exactly.
Around the ace of aces, perhaps. Around the same time that the D&D first draft seems to have started circulating, there was a concept that was called experience level. that was being published in their fanzine at the Fight in the Skies community, which was called Aerodrome. And on balance, I do think they're borrowing it from Blackmoor rather than the other way around. But it's literally the same people, and so it almost doesn't matter, right? In the sense that Dave Arneson was playing these Fight in the Skies games, and the messiness of it makes it hard to exactly say.
Right,
But
sure.
people like Paul Cote, right? Like he did experience systems for Fight in the Skies in 1970, like well before all this stuff that you can find in Aerodrome. And so it's always when you say, did this one person do this? No, everything's a mashup. Everything is messy. Everything is the community, right? The power of this, crowdsourcing these ideas and getting so many voices in, things like bubble out of that.
Fight in the Skies is a World War I dogfighting game, by the way. You don't know. Later renamed Dawn Patrol.
Yes.
No actual dogs were harmed in that game, though.
You brought it up earlier. We're talking about it being played at Gen Con all the time. Yeah.
Well, we
I
didn't
didn't say
explain
what it was.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. I played a lot of Dawn Patrol in the early 80s.
Wow.
I really liked
It's
it.
a cool game.
Yeah.
But like with that, I mean, we're getting pretty close here, right? I mean, in the sense, okay, so this Blackmoor stuff had gone into dungeon exploration, it had gone into experience, and like Gary was super interested, and eventually a guy named Dave McGarry, who was part of Dave Arneson's circle, he looked at all the things that were being done in this campaign for Blackmoor and said, hey, we can make a board game out of this. And that board game came to be called Dungeon. At the time, it was called the Dungeons of Pashakata. But this was based on a pretty, simple principle that you have competing players, they have their game pieces, they go in the dungeon, they fight monsters, they get treasures. Whoever reaches their target level of treasure and makes it back out of the dungeon first wins.
Right.
And
those targets were different.
What's that?
Those targets were different.
They were
the
for
first
different
round.
character
for
classes.
Different character classes.
Yeah.
So there's another piece that falls into place.
But, actually, I think it may be that Pashakata is the first place we see a reference to a monster called a green slime as well. Chainmail has a whole bunch of the monsters, but puddings and slimes, they seem to be definitely be coming from the Twin Cities down to Lake Geneva.
From the ceiling, sort of.
Yes, they are dripping down.
For that. Great.
But yeah, McGarry came down to show the dungeon board game to Gary so that maybe Gaiden Games, the people who had been publishing Chainmail and Don't Give Up the Ship, might be willing to publish it. And after they did their demo of that, Dave Arneson broke out some Blackmoor stuff. And like Gary and his friend Rob Kuntz and his son Ernie and some other folks who were around, they all played a Blackmoor adventure. And Gary came away from that transformed and was like, I'm not doing a third printing of Chainmail or something anymore. Like, there is a new game here. There is a new product here. And that is when their collaboration began. It was not always a smooth collaboration. There was a lot of loggerheads, a lot of differences of opinion about exactly how the rules should work. And nobody was particularly happy with what ended up being printed in the brown box when the brown box finally did appear.
That's
and
the predecessor to this.
predecessor to this, yes.
Yeah.
I don't feel like traveling with those
This is the
anymore.
format. This is the format that they originally appeared in. So I'm not showing it because it's not D&D, but
But yeah, and like that was the path towards the publication of this. And where Gary had his Lake Geneva Tactical Studies Association, that was the name of his little working group, they decided to form a company called Tactical Studies Rules. From that LGTSA, Lake Geneva Tactical Studies Association, you had Tactical Studies Rules, and they were the original publisher of D&D in 1974.
Tactical Studies. TSR.
Yes.
yes.
And that gets us to here, right? Or did we? What did we miss?
Yeah, let me say,
who needs more love that I didn't give love to?
Yeah, let's check in. It's 11:30. I want to break for lunch sometime between now and 12. So we basically have to have up to a half an hour for this segment. I think like the nuts and bolts. What are all the what are the books that came out?
Those are nice
Because the
additions,
next
so.
panel discussion is going to be AD&D.
Right.
So help us bridge
Mine are
into
falling
Dungeons and
apart.
Dragons a bit. What originally came out, and what are some of the things about that?
I mean, so all that came in the original D&D box, which sold for $10, was 3 pamphlets and some reference sheets.
Yeah.
If you were lucky, you would then get the correction sheet. as well, depending on when you order them.
Wow.
Yeah.
And these reference sheets, these were just, a condensed version of charts that are in these
Yes.
3 books. But, we think of D&D through the lens after 1E came out of a player's handbook, a Dungeon Master's Guide, a monster manual.
Right.
The vision's a little different. So the first pamphlet, Men in Magic, is indeed primarily for players. This tells you how to generate a character. This tells you these are the spells that you can cast if you're a magic user. Gives you some pretty basic information on, combat and what the charts are that determine like how you hit and things like that. But that's what you get from your first pamphlet. Your second pamphlet is Monsters and Treasure. And so this is the place that documents all the monsters that were in the system then, how many hit dice they had, everything else, and as well the treasures that you would find if you killed them, the list of magic items that are potentially available in the game. And the third pamphlet is called Underworld and Wilderness Adventures. And this is the only place that the game really gives you any guidance on what you're supposed to do. So these first 2 books do not contain any information about it may allude to dungeons, but what's a dungeon? And what are you supposed to do to create a dungeon, explore a dungeon?
If you start to read the first volume, which is where you think you'd start, on page 5 or something, it's already talking about when you get to this level, you can, make a castle and then you can become a baron and all this stuff, and you still don't even know, on your first read, what the game is.
What do you do?
Yeah.
Right? But there's clear guidance if you open up the third book, I'm going to read a little bit here actually. It says, before it is possible to conduct a campaign of adventures in the mazy dungeons, not amazing, but mazy as an adjective, it is necessary for the referee to sit down with pencil in hand and draw these labyrinths on graph paper. Unquestionably, this will require a great deal of time and effort and imagination. The dungeon should look something like the example given below, with numerous levels which sprawl in all directions and necessarily stack neatly above each other in a straight line. And they give a nice kind of cross-section and farm view of what a dungeon might be like. But for each individual level, then it gives another example. And it says this is what a dungeon level might look like. And the remainder of the text around this really describes how to foil the efforts of map makers. So what is a map maker?
Yeah.
So the thing about these dungeons is they're kept secret by the referee. The referee secretly creates the dungeon, and today I will have it behind a dungeon master's screen. Should you choose to explore the dungeon, this is up to you guys, right? I've got a dungeon. You can go in or not. But, a player then, in order to not get lost...
Please go into the dungeon.
Yes, it really would be helpful if you did the dungeon. Otherwise, we're not demonstrating
That's the
OD&D.
dungeon master speaking. The producer is saying, please go into the dungeon.
We can do whatever people want. If you want to spend the entire time talking to a hireling, tell me about your childhood. Spell.
I have a backstory.
Yeah, great.
That's a question. I want to interrupt.
Oh, sure.
I have a backstory. I mean, how much? I mean, I've heard, there's people that talk about D&D like, oh, don't bother showing up to a D&D game with your backstory. You're not going to live long enough. Yet, you were telling stories of Mike Carr playing the village priest.
That's right.
And they're being an influence out of literature. So how much in the very early stages of the game, how much were people thinking about their backstory?
So Fight in the Skies, that World War I ace game, is where Mike Carr first started writing about how important it is to build a backstory for your character, for your pilot to be able to say, look, who is this guy? How does he fly? What have been his great victories? What have been his failings? And as you go out and fly there, adhere to that story you've created for your character. And you see this recur again and again. Again, the Western gunfight stuff we described had very similar. You're going to play as this character, flesh him out. Who is this person, right?
Yeah.
No, sorry, Ed, you can go ahead.
On the ground in the late 70s, we did not do a lot of initial backstory, but what we did was backfilling. basically, as you had adventures in the dungeon, you were encountering creatures, you were basically interacting with, townspeople, etc. You started working your way backwards as far as who this character was, because the character at that stage had a little bit of permanence, because there was a high level of lethality in the early dungeons. So basically, setting up too much.
There was.
There may be.
He says all wide-eyed.
There was a Dragon Magazine article that basically had like skills and random roll skills and backgrounds, and you could be a noble, or you could be a peasant, or you could be basically have woodworking skills. This was one of the early dragons, and I used that with my campaign to provide a background for the characters, just an initial one. But as we went along, they would start filling in the backstory behind them. So we didn't have backstory, but we did have backfilling.
Oh, no, I was just going to make a comment that I find it interesting that, like, the high flyer ones have backstory, because, like, isn't it historically, like, those people would die?
Yes.
Like,
the 20-minuters?
20 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, they would. Yeah, I was just thinking, I was like, well, you have all this backstory, and then, like, most likely, like, in real life, if they were in a war combat situation, they would die.
I mean, but everyone is aspiring to the Blue Max. This was a film that people knew at the time about this.
Wings.
And Wings, and the Red Baron.
Yeah.
You want to build the story of the Baron von Richthofen. Right?
He dies in the end.
Yes.
Well, and I think
the romance in the skies.
Fight in the Skies, you probably, your guys get shot down. It doesn't mean he's not in the next game.
That's true. You can survive being shot down.
You can't die too.
But I mean, it wasn't necessarily a campaign, right?
You're captured by Rauffenstein and held behind enemy lines in an obscure Prussian prison where...
For the rest of the war.
When we ran games, when I ran games, it wasn't just character driven, but it was also very much player driven, right? So we started, when you initially start, everyone's new, so we had almost what we'd call now a session 0, where people were just describing their characters to each other, right? I mean, we would do it like in a tavern setting, right? But essentially that's what it was. But then every week, somebody wouldn't be able to come to the game, and somebody else was brand new, right? And I came up with the most ridiculous and interesting of ways to introduce some people. Sometimes they were in a room. Okay, you're in the treasure room still from last time, and somebody hears, give me a hearing check. Okay, you hear from one of the chests, right? And they literally have to unlock the chest, open it up, and rescue the person who's their new person in the campaign.
Right.
So everybody, so they would get to then describe what their backstory was at that point.
That's how you're all going to start today, by the way. Four separate chests.
So who's going to unlock us?
There's a problem here.
Yeah, exactly. So part of this was not just introducing them from a tactical perspective, right, which was important, but also an inclusion of people at the table with half of them being strangers to them. And so having them feel welcomed and accepted and part of the gang right from the get-go, that just made it a pleasant experience for everybody. I wasn't worried about realism. We're fighting orcs. And I wanted people to really enjoy themselves. That's maybe the entertainer thing coming out of me, and that's what drove me to do that.
Is this a good place to break, or do you want to say something else?
I want to do one more thing before we break, because we're not going to really have a chance to do it, which is to say, as we're playing, we're mostly going to be focused on only those first 3 books. And that is the starting characters, the starting spells, and so on, are going to be focused on those. But since Chris has them all out, there are 4 supplements that were published to D&D. Some consider that Swords and Spells that was alluded to earlier to be a 5th supplement. And it was really just an attempt to take the aging chainmail rules and bring them into greater coherence with the D&D system as it stood at the time. Most people considered it a vast improvement over chainmail, which, like I said, was basically just a grab bag of like a bunch of different systems they just happened to like publish and anthologize in the same volume. But Greyhawk introduced so many new spells. I don't know, they have the overhead. I don't think
the overhead, I think it hits here.
Oh, does it? Okay.
In classes?
Well, I think you might need to talk so that it's, the camera's on you.
Yeah, so people who know Greyhawk as a campaign setting may think that this is a book all about the Greyhawk campaign setting. It is not.
At all.
At all. There's no mention of it, actually. This is just a rules expansion. And the way these were done is basically, they're like, add this to what's in here, and then add this to the monsters and so on. So it's basically telling you, you should integrate this material into this section. And these books introduce a lot of what elements of D&D that people are
Sure.
core to the game.
Right, like, Magic Missile does not appear until Greyhawk.
And just so you know, we've got a great top down happening right now. So,
do we?
continue,
Okay, sorry.
and you don't need to pick it. You need to pick it up. Yeah.
The original 3 books, there's 3 classes, right? Fighting Man and Magic User
and
Cleric. Thief gets added in Greyhawk. Blackmoor has the Assassin.
Paladin.
Paladins. Oh, Paladins come in here?
Yep.
Paladins show up there and great too.
So, but you can see, by the time they get to Eldritch Wizardry, there's like a lot of book flipping,
Yes.
because these also include like changes or alternate things or whatever. So you can see why, at essentially this point, I think you could see the desire to like, what, we should do one book that actually just has all this stuff together, edited. So you're not constantly flipping back and forth and we're going to use the hand-to-hand combat rules from Chainmail because that's one option in here, but there's also another way you can do it. So
Yeah, and things like going from turns to rounds to segments. Segments, right? Were introduced in Eldritch Wizardry. Psionics was. That's where druids come in, and but this wasn't it. Is the problem? There was also the periodicals, the strategic review, introduced the ranger, introduced the bard, and then the illusionist, and then dragon introduced. So there was this unwieldy set of material with no governing overarching principle, which, as we all know, then led to tremendous motivation to put out things like the original Holmes Basic set and ultimately the advanced Dungeons and Dragons rules you will be doing next Saturday here.
That's right.
it was the home set that was really what I started to play with. Like, got this, couldn't really figure it out, and then the first Holmes Basic set was out at the time, so we got that next, and that's really what we started to play with, and then very shortly jumped into AD&D because the player's handbook was out by that point.
Right. For our gang, basically, we did not embrace the Holmes Basic. Because we were playing, we had all the books, we knew what we were doing. We had higher levels. We could basically. Was the original Holmes level limited?
Yeah, 3.
3? Yeah. So we had 4th level characters, so it did not reach into our group nearly as much.
Right.
And by the time Holmes came out, Monster Manual had already for AD&D. Had that shown up by then?
It was close, but no, Holmes was out
They're close.
first.
I think it was 77 for the Monster Manual.
So the Monster Manual didn't really get in anybody's hands until January of '78, though.
Yeah.
Like, it came out at the reason why, of course, is the Tolkien lawsuit. They had to go back through and extirpate all the hobbits and elves and Balrogs. Otherwise, it would have come out in time for Gen Con that year, probably.
Which was always the goal we did.
Still the goal for many game companies. What's your big Gen Con release?
Let's stop with that, yes.
Okay, so friends, thanks for coming and joining us, but don't go away. We're going to take a short break for lunch because we're going to play a game. We need a break. We need to eat. So that'll take probably a half hour, 20, 30 minutes, and then we will be back. And I want to remind you that we're doing this every Saturday for the next 5 weeks plus today, and we're going to go chronologically through all the editions of Dungeons and Dragons. And so next week we will talk about AD&D. It'll be the same format. We'll start with a roundtable discussion about AD&D, and then we'll play AD&D. It's going to be a different group of people. Our Dungeon Master next week will be Luke Gygax. Obviously Gary's not here, Dave's not here. The closest we can get is Gary's son. He will be running a game, and the players will include Jefferson Dunlap, Eric and Erica Wahlberg, Stefan Picorni of Dwarven Forge, Ann Carlton, and Stephen and Randy McFarland. So we will have a full table.
Wow.
And we will talk about AD&D. And then 2 weeks from today, we will go to 2nd edition, and now we get to every edition from then on, we will have the lead designer of that edition here at the table. So for 2nd edition, yes, we will have David Zeb Cook here with Steve Winter, Alex Kammer, John Peterson will be back, Bill Meinhardt, Bruce Cordell, Wolfgang Bauer. I mean, that, like, wow, you just rattle off a list of star players, right? And then the week after that, June 1st, Jonathan Tweet, lead designer, 3rd edition, will be here with Monty Cook, Sean Reynolds, Lexi the First, and me. I'm going to be playing, and that's the only one I'm actually going to play in because that's, I didn't want to take a seat at the play table too many times, but I think 3rd edition is, well, my name's in the credits. So I'm very excited to be there for that one. And then the week after that, we will have Rob Heinzu, who is the lead designer of 4th edition here, with Andy Collins, Derek Gooder, Wade Rocket, Liz Argall, and maybe John Peter. Maybe
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, there's a little,
trying to do it.
If this was his profile pic, there'd be a little question mark there.
Yeah.
And then on June 15th, we have lead designer Mike Merles with Rodney Thompson and Bryce Bebop, Peter Lee, and possibly Secretary of State of Washington State Steve Hobbs. We don't know. That's not confirmed. But that would be fun. I mean, if he says no, then if he can't work it out, then at least we got to say his name here today as a maybe. So. And yeah, so we're gonna be doing that for the next 5 weeks, and then at Gen Con, we will be doing a series of panels, which will be something of an overlapping configuration of who's on the panels, but with some new people, but not everybody. Part of this is, who can I not have to pay travel costs to? Anyway, so
I'll be there.
yeah, so we will have, so we will have for OD&D panel, it'll be you and me, but we will have Steve Marsh, who worked on a lot of the OD&D stuff, expert set, I think, lead designer. We will have, it's not that I can't remember who's going to be there. I'm trying to remember who's on which one. Mike Carr, who we've been talking about, he will be on the, and maybe just added Lee Gold.
Oh, really?
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah, who is, we talked earlier about APAs and alarms and excursions. If you know Lee, please say we'd really love to have her. We're talking to her.
Yeah.
Hopefully she says yes, and we find a way. She's getting on in years as anybody who's worked on that edition. So we were talking, the most important, is that fair to say, APA? Alarms, unquestionably, alarms and excursions, which she's been doing since
75.
Yeah. I was a part of alarms and excursions, like late 80s, early 90s.
So cross our fingers. She will be with us on the Gen Con OE panel on site at Gen Con, which will also be live streamed here on Gen Con TV. And other panels then, we will have Alan Hammock and Luke Gygax, Zeb Cook, Steve Winter, Jonathan Tweet, Monty Cook, Skip Williams, Rob Heinzu, Andy Collins, Mike Merles, and Rodney Thompson. So those are...
This is gonna be a lot.
We're excited.
That is 6 panels that we're gonna be doing. And then we have other panels in addition to that we're also doing that we're not gonna talk about now. But,
So we're doing everything we can to celebrate 50 years of Dungeons & Dragons. Okay, we'll be right back in about 25 minutes or so after we have some lunch. And so please stick around, go, leave us open in a browser window while you play some Civ or whatever. And
Nice Civ.
I don't know. Weird things come out when you're streaming. All right, get us out of here, Joe.
Yes.
Hi, welcome back to Gen Con TV, celebrating 50 years of Dungeons & Dragons. Our guest, John Peterson, is going to now DM original D&D with our players, Gabriel Vega, Chris Pramus, Bonsai Baby, Buckaroo Bonsai, and the Hong Kong Cavaliers, and Jeff Grubb. And so thank you for staying with us. And here we go. I want to say a couple things about safety real quick. In our games on Gen Con TV, we of course comply with all of the regulations of Twitch and YouTube in terms of content. That means there will be no sexual violence. There will be no violence against children. There will be no application, encouragement of drug use or alcohol use. It may happen, but we won't be encouraging it. And if at any point anybody feels uncomfortable with the content of the material, let us know, and do an X card or let us know, and we'll take a break and figure out a way to navigate about it. Are you comfortable with that?
Sounds good.
All right. I now turn it over to our game master, our dungeon master.
Actually, the term we're using is referee. which is the term that is used in the D&D of the era.
And no striped shirt? Referee?
This is not that sort of referee. Actually, the term referee mostly derives from Strategos, from this game that was published by a guy named Totten in the 1880s. That's where Arneson's group imported the concept of a referee who sets the general idea for a game and gives specific orders to everybody in the war game. And this was one of the foundational texts that Dave Wesley and those people plugged into. They made many variants of Strategos in the Twin Cities. And it's really from that the term referee entered into D&D.
Doesn't it also come from the idea that the referee, basically, if you're playing a competitive war game, miniatures game with someone, he's someone who's basically educating questions about placement and rules, etc. So
definitely so. And there were other competing terms. There was a set of rules that popularized judge, and from that actually came the Judges Guild. And you may see in front of me here a makeshift, homemade, janky
Nice segue.
DM screen that actually has, pretty early OD&D rules on it that we can use as reference for tables here. But for the first order of business, I brought some pre-generated characters to do this. We can basically distribute these 4 initial characters any way you would like. If you'd like, I can put them all out and you can choose among them which one you might want to do. We can do this completely randomly. I can just shuffle them up and you can draw them like cards.
let's do it random.
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 Unless one person has a question. You could have
I
a
favor
request.
dwarves, but I will always go with random.
Okay.
Random, give me the dwarf.
Random.
Random.
Bonsai baby.
Okay, I get to go first. What did I get? Hold on. Ooh, I got a human.
Chris,
Oh, I'm a cleric.
The cleric.
you got
excellent.
Jozan.
No, she got chosen.
Jozan.
Jozan.
Chosen, the chosen.
Chosen.
Peter, pick for me. Top one or bottom one?
Bottom one.
Bottom one, okay.
And Jeff. All right,
I got the dwarf.
Oh, you got the
The
Yay.
luck of the draw is with you, sir. I'm sure that bodes well for
That's
your
actually
adventure.
exhausted
I got
all
the
my money
bard.
for the day.
Oh, you did get the
did not
bard.
get
No.
Oh, you did.
No, you will see that
That
these
felt really good for a moment.
these characters are all either fighters, magic users, or clerics, in keeping with the classes that were available in 1974 D&D. They have names, however, that are a reference to the 3rd edition iconic characters. This is really just a mnemonic for my benefit. So we have Tordek, the dwarf, and who did you draw?
Gabriel?
Gabriel?
Oh, the magic user.
Miali, the magic user?
Miali, the magic user. Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
Chris?
I'm Regdar.
Regdar, the ill-fated. Yes.
Nice knowing you.
We can tell Regdar's story, but maybe another time.
Yeah.
And that would leave you with Tordek, the dwarf.
I have
Jeff.
Tordek the dwarf.
Fantastic.
I have a one of gold, but no gold.
And the abilities are very much in line with original D&D.
So these were rolled 3d6 in
Straight
order
down.
by me to generate these. Now, you may note that Miali, in particular, is unusual in that she has a high strength as well as a high intelligence.
Yes.
And you'll note that there's little bracketed numbers next to her class. That is because elves in OD&D can fight as either magic users or as fighters, and they can develop experience in them independently. However, in 1974 D&D, for a given adventure, you play as one or the other, and in this instance, Miali will be playing as a magic user.
Which is why my experience is parenthetically.
Yes.
Okay.
So
got
she
it.
has far less experience as a fighter than she does as a magic user, but that should be authentic to type. For all of those looking at their stats and despairing and saying, I'm not going to be able to do anything in this, this is pathetic. The good news is
challenge.
stats don't really do much. In the version of D&D that we're going to be playing. They do, they influence the number of languages. You'll see your characters do speak a certain set of languages. A couple of things you will not see on these sheets, and the sheets we're using here, by the way, are the 1974 version of an internal TSR game sheet. You will not see hit points.
Yep.
You will not see armor class.
Yep.
And that, for the most part, is going to be managed behind this shield, as they called it, the judge's shield, by me. And this I would say, is an interpretation of the rules. But everything is an interpretation of the rules when you're trying to run the earliest version of D&D.
Sure.
One thing I want to make very clear to everyone who's watching is that my interpretation is not the canonical, definitive, for all time interpretation of D&D. Because nothing is. Because these rules explain themselves as merely an ample framework, merely guidelines for you to create a game of tremendous simplicity or complexity as you see fit. And you'll see Gary Gygax saying many times that he did not run the game in accordance with the rules as they appeared in the rule book, and neither does Dave, and that he encouraged variance in interpretation, which he would exactly up until the point D&D started to get big. And then suddenly AD&D clamped down hard and said, this is the right way to play, stop. But we're playing really the rules as they were at the inception and treating them just as that set of guidelines. So whatever I do, and I was confiding this to the players off screen before we started, even for me to do this, I kind of have to pick what kind of OD&D referee circa 1975 I would want to be. Because there were referees who looked at this stuff and said, I'm going to change the system completely, and I'm going to fill in all these gaps, and I know a much better way to do combat. And the Perrin conventions made by Steve Perrin, who would later go on to do RuneQuest, are perhaps the most famous of the published guidelines of that form. The guy I'm playing, the guy I'm envisioning as the Dungeon Master, he's somebody who got these rules. He was familiar with wargaming previously. He's trying to do this pretty literally to what the books tell you to do. Where things are broken, he may do things differently. And to aid with that, I put out cheat sheets, which you will see in the center of the table there. There is one for what I call the exploration mode and one for what I call the combat mode. And we can think about this, as I was describing the game earlier, like we're going to be going through that strategic level of the game where we explore a dungeon underworld, and then eventually we're going to get to combats in that. Their combats are very unwise. This is something I say at the very top of that sheet about the combat rules. But, it'll happen. And those can kind of be your cheat sheet and helpful guidelines for this that we can use to navigate some approximation at least of what it might have been like to have played this in 1975. I will, perhaps as the game goes on, introduce some elements that are not in the original 3 rule books and may refer to the supplements, but from the start, all the spells, all the equipment, everything we have here is straight out of 1974 D&D. Okay. I need 2 things from this group before we get started. I need something called a collar.
Oh, yeah. Collar.
So what is a collar? Well, the D&D books don't really tell you. What they have instead is they have an
Hello, John? Yeah, okay.
Off to a great start.
I understand that you're busy, John, so I'll just...
Rolling for wandering monsters.
Yes. It's Traveler where you can die before the game begins.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Oh, exceptions can be made. These rules are merely guidelines. I'll kill whoever I want.
Calling.
Whatever I want. Yes, squash. Right. So the role of the collar, we really know mostly through a sample transcript of the dialogue between a referee and a party exploring a dungeon in the D&D books. And what it shows is that there's a single person that the referee is talking to who kind of is explaining how they navigate, where they go. And, this is not a role that should deprive anyone at this table from agency. The collar role should be played in consultation with the remainder of the group based on a consensus. And indeed, the collar role is not inviolate. And at any time, if anybody wants to do something different from what the collar said to do, say you're doing it to me, and that is what you did.
Ooh.
Sometimes that can be very wise. Sometimes that can be very perilous. So for the navigation part at least, treat the collar like you're the person with your hand on the joystick. If this were a computer dungeon maze, you're the one navigating as we go through, okay? No joystick thing from you, please. This is, I saw it.
But I censored it. He
Yes.
talks about things that we can't do. So it got censored.
So would anybody here like to take the role of the collar?
Sure.
I also have, you would? Fantastic. Jeff.
How awesome.
Let's defer to our.
Thank you.
Defer to the elders.
Yes.
Oh, good Lord.
And there is a second thing that I need, which is a mapper. And the mapper roll and the caller roll, these are rolls that if you want to trade them off during the game at any time, that's fine. But I do need someone who is going to draw a map based on the description of the game that I'm going to put forward and the dungeon exploration. Would you like to do that?
I will go ahead and try.
Okay. Fantastic.
Well done, Bonsai.
Also, in
happy
the
Bonsai's
elder
doing
days,
that.
we had a party treasurer.
Yes.
That's not
We're the
fun.
lazy ones.
I think that the bard shall be the party treasurer. He seems very trustworthy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
very trustworthy.
It's just really. Keep an eye on. You want to go back to Morocco?
Now, in traditional D&D mapping, I would give you absolutely no information about where the starting point of a dungeon is in respect to your piece of paper here. And that can lead to, oh, I started here and suddenly it's off the blah, blah, blah. Let's kind of skip that for today.
Okay.
Flip it to landscape instead of portrait orientation. And imagine you're starting, on the edge center to the left when we get to the dungeon part.
Okay, so like this
The
right
left edge,
Oh,
sorry.
left,
Yeah.
sorry.
But, a little in from that, but yeah, towards the center of there. Imagine that's where you might be starting when you start
Big
that.
area.
Maybe a little lower, actually.
Maybe a little lower.
Just to avoid us running out of space, because
when
it's a
you
huge
say
hassle.
send-
We have only
Something
one
was
piece of
busy.
paper, don't you?
Yeah,
Okay, so you want the grid to be like a two grid. Yeah.
just a little down like that, sure. Something like that.
Yeah.
What's each square?
But,
Which is,
No, what is
still
each
have 90
square?
people.
oh, like are we actually going to mark out each
Is
square?
that 10 by
we
10?
are going to mark out each square as we go.
Yeah,
You will hear me calling things like 10 feet.
Okay,
And you will
so-
draw a passage that is 10 feet, and then I will say 20 feet, and you will draw 20 feet onto that, and then I will say things like there is a landing, and it turns to, this is the kind of navigation to expect.
So
Yep.
what is
5,
the
10,
are
15
we-
door right.
Each square is 10
25
feet.
ball
each
rods.
square is 10?
Come to a T intersection. You come to a,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
I think you're giving her far too much guidance.
Yes.
Well,
This is not authentic at all.
You said map maker. I'm taking my job very seriously.
map maker.
I know, teasing
Make
John.
us a map.
I'm doing this because I know what happens if we start in the wrong place. And like
Yeah,
you
I
have
know,
to
I know,
endlessly go back to other maps,
Yeah.
and I have a bunch of Jim Ward's dungeon maps from when he explored Greyhawk,
yeah.
and like literally half the page is just I started here and it went off page, and then I'm drawing something over here, and then I have another page that tries to put those together, and like
yeah.
let's we're optimizing to maybe avoid that.
My first dungeon, the map's wrapped around. It made much easier. Basically go off the left edge, you come in on the right end.
Kind of like
That's for the
Space War.
DMs, yeah.
Fantastic.
Wiz War.
Wiz War. Tom Wham? No, Tom.
No.
Tom, he's from the SLO area.
Yeah.
Under the con.
Don't want to
oh, sorry.
distract.
I mean, we can get started whenever.
I'm easily distracted.
I'm sorry, wandering monsters again. So yeah, let's kick this off. So 4 adventurers who can know each other or not to the degree that you see fit prior to the beginning of this adventure, have all wandering the land seen posted widely around a call to adventure, to come to a ruined abbey. In this ruined abbey, beneath its catacombs, passages have been discovered that lead down to a perilous underworld, where undoubtedly fantastic rewards would await anyone who might be able to vanquish the evil fiends within. And, it would be great if people would come and take care of the situation. Here's an example, if anyone would like to see it. The sort of thing that you might have seen posted around. But this has led all 4 of you to the ruins of Frulkelt Abbey.
For our watchers, one of you read this.
Call to adventure. A mysterious staircase leading down has been found below the catacombs of the ruined Frulkelt Abbey, where untold riches await adventurers bold enough to claim them. Foul creatures of an unnatural kind occupy the depths, so only stout heroes, magicians, and curates could triumph, rid the land of this evil, and win renown and glory everlasting.
Huzzah.
Ba-ba-bum.
No, it sounds Abbey normal to me.
I just want to see how you spell the Abbey name. Okay.
Frulkelt.
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 It means dead adventurer, I believe.
Yes.
10 points
Yeah.
to the caller.
Only in Knowlish does it mean that, yes.
Everlasting glory or monster food.
I don't speak Norwich, I'm afraid. Do we know each other?
Up to
Have
you.
we traveled together? Have we gathered together to go to this spot?
I would think so.
Yeah.
I think that's a good place to start.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah, we got these experience points somehow.
Exactly.
From thinking
Well.
out that Demogorgon thing that doesn't exist yet, probably.
It was a semi-gorgon.
Demogorgon.
It was a cat, not a demogorgon, but a semi-gorgon.
Yeah, so, well, then great. The four
That
of
makes
you
it life. The four of us arrive.
make your path.
We make our path toward Fruitkilt Abbey.
Yeah, we can just call it the Ruined Abbey.
The ruined abbey.
And when you arrive at the Ruined Abbey, well, clearly there's already been some sort of fight here. When you get there, there's some above-ground structures that are still standing of this ancient, long dilapidated ruin. And they've been heavily fortified at the moment. And in fact, you see guards posted as you're approaching. There are people calling out that a party has arrived. And you're led then into what seems to have been the mess hall or the main dining room of what this monastery was, probably centuries ago. And a number of tents have been pavilioned here. There's probably 35 men-at-arms who are carefully guarding the structure. And also as you approach, you notice a number of goblin heads have been impaled on stakes around the entrance.
I like their decorator.
That sounds like a good dinner. Goblet heads with steaks.
But when you arrive, you're informed that there is a catacomb actually beneath the structure where back before this abbey fell into some sort of difficulty. If you want to talk to people about that, you can, of course. But there is a catacomb that has long been despoiled and defiled. But apparently there's an enormous sarcophagus which was believed to be the last resting place of the founder of this order. That when it was opened, when this party recently expelled, what they assure you is an enormous horde of goblins. Every time somebody talks about it, the number increases. First there were 500 goblins, but soon you're hearing there were 20,000 goblins swarming from the hills.
And how many heads do we see?
Like 6.
Good point.
You rounded up.
A little bit.
But there's an enormous sarcophagus. I mean, obviously something far larger than human remains would require. And within it, rather than there being a body, there is a narrow staircase that's leading down. And the basic instructions that you're given as you arrive. And if you want, we can play this, or I can just explain it. But the explanation, long and the short of it, is that once they discovered this, there was a brother of the cathedral, Cathedral of Light, in a place called Akenalt, who led a band of very hardy men-at-arms to go down and try to figure out what was going on. There was a closed door at the end of a narrow passage leading from the sarcophagus. And, none of them came back.
Ooh.
And that was 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And everyone's really worried.
Frank Sawatsky in chat says, "Don't go down the stairs; it's a trap."
Is he dressed up in a giant lobster suit or something?
I mean, a bunch of traps, I would think.
Yeah, right.
This is OD&D, watchers out there, yes.
So
there might be a trap in the underworld of this game.
So there are no other exits out of this catacomb other than this
That's
staircase
correct.
going down.
Yep.
How large was this group that went down previously?
Apparently, Brother Dareen, for what was his name, took down some 5 men-at-arms with him, but they were considered to be some of the elite troops of this group. There's probably only, like I said, about 35 guys left upstairs, and then a few administrators as well.
So maybe men plus one.
Man plus one?
Man plus one.
Okay.
Brother Dareen, how powerful was he? Was he considered to be a great cleric or just a mid-level?
Mid-level, since you got.
Okay, I'm just getting a handle for the group that went before us and perished utterly.
No. Yeah, well,
Not a bad idea.
And the people who lead you here, say the spoils. Well, if you'd like, we can play it. Up to you guys. The gist of it is the spoils are yours, but the Cathedral of the Light at Akinalt is very concerned about the recovery of any non-magical, just holy relics or similar things that you might find down there.
Good.
And they're offering quite a reward actually for those. But any gold, gems, magic items you find, that's for you if you can just get this place cleaned out.
Okay. Clean out place, find Brother Doreen, recover non-magical holy artifacts. That's a good statement for purpose.
I think so. Yeah.
Would I, because I'm a cleric as well, would I know like this order, or are they like a...
Yes. So the Cathedral of the Light's pretty common in the land. We'll call the land Carastavia. And it's part of a fallen Margraviate, is what we call it. So there was a borderland against a land, unfortunately, largely governed by giants and goblins that held for many years, but has recently, in the last century or so, totally collapsed. And the Church of the Light is pretty much the only game going for these guys. The only name internally that would be used for the order is that of the worship of Selene. Not Saloon, Mr. Forgotten Realms. Selene.
Selene.
Yeah. And so, I mean, these seem to be men of the Order of the Cathedral of Light.
Okay. The goblins, did they come up from the dungeon itself, or were they here in the ruins when people arrived?
Clearly the goblins had despoiled these catacombs, and in fact, they're probably the ones who originally opened this sarcophagus.
I see.
And in the telling of these soldiers that are now holding their little stronghold here, it was, again, a massive horde that they have completely extirpated, however. There is not a single goblin left alive in here. You're 100% guaranteed.
Okay. But the goblins were here. The goblins arrived here, despoiled the tomb, and then the men-at-arms arrived and took them out.
That's right.
That's the
story.
The current time, and they're sticking to it.
They're sticking to that story, yes.
Okay. I was just worried about just making sure that there won't be like more goblins when we come back out.
When was the abbey ruined, roughly?
More than a century ago.
More than a century. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there is a representative of the Church of the Light there who is a much older priest who, coincidentally, is also named Brother Doreen.
That is a weird coincidence.
Family name.
Oh, it is a complete coincidence. I mean, when first we met, though, the laughs we had, I would say, "Good morning, Brother Doreen," and he would say, "Good morning, Brother Doreen."
Laughs.
Yeah. So fun, huh?
The laughs last till evening. Excellent. Okay.
Are you from the Church of Light?
Probably. I mean, so you are lawful, which means probably yes.
Yes.
And to be clear, there's only law, chaos, and neutrality in this. So law doesn't necessarily mean good. That's an important thing to note.
Yep.
Lawful evil is also law. But yeah, clerics actually cannot be neutral in OD&D, so you're either lawful or chaotic. You are lawful.
I'm lawful.
But you're well aware that the chaotic side of the house is not so monotheistic, that there's a plurality of minor demons and weirdos that are revered by all sorts of chaotic clerics around the world.
Greater weirdos, too.
Greater weirdos. And in the original game, cleric of is not necessarily a thing. Just like being a cleric, you're a cleric.
Yeah.
And the whole adherence to a particular god or sect is something that evolved over time.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm generic cleric.
You can be a generic cleric, or you can be a cleric of light.
I feel like, because we'll say our backstory if we're traveling.
Sure.
I am I have a collection of gods that I'm actually thinking of.
A pantheist.
A pantheist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, in that case, the elder brother Doreen looks at you with considerable suspicion.
Of course.
I do want to make it clear that the younger brother Doreen, should the worst have happened, and you recover his remains, the Cathedral of Akinalt would be very grateful if they could be restored to us respectfully, without anyone
Plundering.
defiling
Yeah,
Pillaging.
his possessions.
of course.
He was a faithful and a good man. And hopefully we'll find him yet still alive.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
There is always hope.
There's always hope.
Did they carry much food in with them, or were they expecting a short trip?
They look very well provisioned, actually.
Okay.
Oh,
It
okay.
looks like they're doing hunting. It looks like they have a good setup in here. You could hole up in here
Oh,
for
I
months.
meant the guys who went into the dungeon.
Oh, the boys went in the dungeon.
Yeah.
Oh no, they were on a very short
Yeah.
leash. Yeah.
2
Okay.
weeks.
Could we pack several days' food along with the rest of our stuff, just A,
course.
just for us, and B, to throw at monsters that are
Feel free to
chasing
write
us?
down 5 days of rations on each of
5
your
days
sheets if
of
you are so.
ration.
You will be generously supplied this as in advance for your services.
Okay.
And also, because we have to help the survivors that are down there, maybe we should also carry extra supplies too.
Well, I think 5 days will hopefully carry us through.
Yeah.
So,
We do not know how extensive or curt the extent of the underworld there may be. But the brothers, the fallen monks of the abbey, were subject to the most vile and lascivious. Well, I hesitate to even. Yes, but
before they fell, they basically fell into corruption.
something like that.
Something like that.
John, spells in 0th edition, are they slotted? Are they, I don't remember. Are they
The spells that are listed there, you may cast once per day.
okay.
Okay.
All of them?
And, yep,
Oh,
He selected your spells on you.
I did.
And do we have, I think so we have flasks of oil. Do we have lanterns or torches?
At least
available?
one of you has a lantern, I think Miali.
Is it green?
No. I may have given the lantern to someone else. I thought one of you had a lantern.
nope.
I do, I have a lantern.
Yes.
Okay.
he has a lantern.
Okay.
It's green.
Just
Look
want to
at
make sure
that.
we have the. It is now.
I've got a 10-foot pole, so I'm ready.
I've got the superhero bag.
50 feet of rope.
I've got a pike.
A pike.
A pike.
Got a green lantern.
Big as the
Hilarious.
fish.
What is a snake staff?
Snake staff. So each of you has a pretty tasty magic item.
Yes.
Oh, that's
So-
a magic item.
It is. A snake
Oh.
staff
Should be under your
is
magic
a.
items.
You can
Nope,
look it
it's
up
not.
actually.
Snake
Here.
staff. Here it is.
Oh.
Go ahead.
And so it has the property that when you score a hit with it, I think it by base does 2 to 7 points of damage.
Yes.
But when you strike, you can attempt to constrict. And this can immobilize someone who has been struck by the staff.
By the way, I think if my memory serves, we passed out the characters before we started streaming.
Yes.
Maybe have each player say who they're playing real quick.
Oh.
So
all
for-
right.
Did we pass out the characters
I
before
thought
we
we
started
had
streaming?
started playing.
Did we?
I thought we did. I thought we passed it after we started.
Oh,
I think
never
we
mind.
did, yeah.
We did? But
Yeah,
we
never mind.
We can do it if you
we
want.
can reiterate.
Why don't we
ahead.
go around? Yes, everyone say their names.
Their names. I am playing Miali, the elf, the magic user. 5th level. Lawful alignment.
I am Regdar, the fighting man.
I am Josanne, the human cleric.
I am Tordek, the dwarf fighter. Fighter who is a dwarf.
Chat also corrected me and said yes, it was. These happen with frequency, increasing regularity as I age and continue streaming. At some point, my wife
You're
will.
doing great.
Did we do our discussion on 0th edition D&D yet?
Yeah, for 2 hours.
So I need to move this to this.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a weapon. You
Yeah,
probably
I put that
it
under
your
equipment
weapons.
because it's a weapon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, just it's the thing you're probably going to be striking with if it comes down to that.
Okay.
And
Good
so
old purpose thing.
you can have it in both places, but I will not forget that you only have one and not 2.
Oh, yes. Okay. I'm going to just parentheses. I have 1. Okay.
Okay, well, I mean, if there's nothing else you'd like to discuss with the people here in this encampment, they're all very happy to see you. They wish you the best, and in fact, they offer you the services of 4 hirelings
Oh.
Hirelings.
At no cost to us?
at no cost to you. They are here to be at your disposal to take your orders, and to provide whatever assistance they can.
Torchbearers.
Cannon fodder.
Don't expect them to be. Are they going to be able to fight? Are they men at arms, or are they just?
Yeah, you look at these
followers?
guys; they're first level fighters.
First level
Okay.
fighters. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, they can help us out with this.
I had a question that doesn't have a spell on here, but I don't know when these are implemented in what D&D. When can I have a glowy holy symbol?
So glowy holy symbol, no, but virtually all of the magic weapons actually glow.
Okay,
and
so-
they do provide sufficient light for dungeon exploration.
Okay.
okay.
That's all I really wanted to know is like light source other than one lamp.
I mean, the one other thing I'd say to Jozen that you might not know off the top of your head is that you can cast your spells once per day, but turn undead is different.
Ah.
Turn undead, the way that we're going to play it, you can use it basically once per encounter.
Ah.
And so this is just you holding up your holy symbol, and if undead are affected by it, they're affected by it, and if they're not, then they're immune to you continuing to stand there holding up your holy symbol.
Okay.
I identify the wimpiest of the 4 men-at-arms.
Yes.
Or people-at-arms.
Yeah.
And I assign him or her the holding of my green lantern.
Okay. You give your lantern to Bernard. To,
Bernard.
Definitely is certainly the youngest and the scrawniest.
Excellent. Bearer, lantern bearer.
Your
Give
hirelings.
us a strong guy.
What are the names of the rest of our hirelings?
There is Flop Spell.
Flop spell.
Flop spell.
Yep. Rigby.
Rigby.
Digby. They're actually brothers, Rigby and Digby.
There's
Bernard and Bernard.
No, just Bernard.
Bernard.
Yeah, so it's
Bernard.
Rigby and Digby are brothers, then Bernard. So you
and
got
flop spell.
Bernard, flop spell, Rigby,
Flop
and
spell.
Digby.
Rigby and Digby.
Flop spell.
Flop Spell seems to be the leader, I guess, of their
Okay.
group.
Cadre? Good. Basically, Rigby and Digby have an older brother they don't talk about.
Yes.
He has a tight grasp on them.
Yes, he had a tight grasp on the situation. But that's a different edition.
That is a different edition. Okay. I mean, the hirelings, Flop Spell at the lead, is happy to lead you down into the catacombs
Okay.
and show you where this great peril lurks awaiting
All right.
you.
I'm
Let
ready
us set
for
off
peril.
flop spell.
All right. So first we start with stairs.
Yeah, so you're going to reach the sarcophagus, which, like I said, is absolutely enormous. It's at the end, dead end in this catacomb. And from the sarcophagus, going north.
Okay. Yeah. Hold on. Never eat sour watermelons. Okay.
Yes. From the
I
sarcophagus,
understood that reference.
going north, there are stairs leading down.
Okay.
You can draw them as 10 foot wide, but they're probably a little narrower. They go forward 10 feet,
Okay.
and then 20 feet.
Oh, then 20 feet. Okay. Then 20 feet.
I'll call these out like this. Then 30 feet.
Oh, got 30 feet.
So it's quite a descent, actually.
Okay.
And these are well constructed. This is not rough
Oh, they're like
hewn.
smooth.
Okay, so
stone.
Yes,
I'm not looking
these
at
are
rough
nice.
walls. This is mortar and brick
Yep.
type of stuff. Okay.
At 40 feet, you reach a landing, and the passage will then turn to the east.
There we go.
Yes. Yeah.
And there will be further stairs leading down, 10 feet, 20 feet, to a door.
Do we need a marching order?
You do need a marching order. Very good. Thank you for reminding me. What
Having
would your
flop-
marching order like to be?
Well, having flop spell in the front is, very good for detecting traps.
Yeah, I also have a 10-foot pole, so I could be tapping along.
Tap tap.
Why don't we put you and I two across in a 10-foot wide corridor?
Correct. That you could fit 3, but I would recommend 2.
I recommend two as well. We had a tradition that if you had a two-handed sword, you were fighting alone. We had all sorts of discussions about that in the early days. So let's put down Regdar and Tordek, our 2 big guns in the front.
Okay.
Let's put put a line of men-at-arms with Rigby and Digby behind us. Then we put in our squishier types, our cleric, who has good armor class, we think.
I definitely have good armor.
Yeah, actually, Jozen's one of the more powerful of the characters here. Just
Okay.
FYI.
Should I put her in the front?
Well, that's
And
Meowly.
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 And then bringing up the rear is going to be Flop Spell, Bernie.
okay.
Okay. That looks about right.
Okay.
Give torches to Rigby and Digby just to make sure we haven't. Well, we've got our weapons. They're going to give us light as well. So.
Marching order.
Marching order.
Marching order.
It's a tradition.
Trust me.
How long is it?
It is significant. It is significant to what we're doing. So, okay. Everyone turn to your OD&D dungeon exploration mode sheet
You're
there,
on
at least
dungeon
for the
exploration.
caller.
Yes.
It'd be good if you were looking at this. So you're approaching a door. Passing through doors, players roll a d6 that succeeds on a 1 or a 2, in which case the door will be open. All doors need to be open in this fashion. There are no, unlocked, just open doors.
Here we have a little piece of art.
Oh, nice.
Very nice.
First come up to the Abbey.
Yes.
Spikes are on top.
Very good. Goblin heads on spikes.
Look
Looks
at all the
lovely.
goblin heads on the Abbey.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you to now.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Now I'm scared.
I never thought of having a live artist at the game.
She's oh my
Pretty
gosh.
fancy. But yeah, so you're faced with the door.
We're faced with the door.
And you've got frontline guys who can kick it. Multiple people can kick it at once
We have no. Well, we have no Greyhawk thieves.
because there have no Greyhawk rules of any kind. Yes.
Listen at door.
You can listen at door.
I will,
Yes.
as a dwarf, I will listen at the door.
Okay, that is my role.
You get the
role. You hear nothing.
I hear nothing. I hear the sounds of the undead.
Well, I think it's time to be bold and kick that door.
Go for it.
Okay.
Good luck.
Regdar gives it a kick.
Yep.
1 or 2.
2. Where was that?
6.
Oh, 6.
No, it's a 3.
It's hard to read and
And we
listen.
can, yeah, we
You
were.
were also in front line if you would like to kick the door too.
I will basically lean my shoulder into it. Again, my old campaign, it was a push or pull door, and we do that for several minutes at a time.
Hey.
One.
And a 1.
You loosened it.
So
Yeah, you loosened it for me.
Tordek slams this door, which comes open a bit, but there's actually something blocking it on the other side.
Oh.
And you can immediately see through the crack of the door an arm splayed out on the ground.
I think we found Brother Dareen. Maybe.
I mean, if he died in the very first room, that was
That-
it
It
could be
bodes
one of
ill.
his flunkies. But
Carefully, we're going to push the door open so we can push the body out of the way.
Yeah, it turns out it's bodies. There are 2.
There are two bodies.
And
two
as you
arms.
start pushing this open, you can gradually get to a point where you could sneak through.
Okay.
And sneaking through first would be Tordek, would be Regdar.
I can go.
Yeah, look around before you just enter entirely. So I'll hold the door open in case something wants to slam it shut on you.
Okay.
Okay. So you can peek your head around the corner.
Yeah.
And geez, there's 2 people here dressed just like Flopspell and Rigby and Digby, who are clearly dead. That same symbol, the one that's on the base of that there, which is the seal of the city of Achenault, is on the tabards of the 2 bodies that you immediately encounter.
I asked Bernard if he recognizes these two.
We push into
Well,
the
so
room.
yeah, you're all going to have to get into the room for
Into the
that to
room with
happen.
that.
So let's talk first about what you see as you start to come into this room. You've so far detected that there's 2 people, but so for the mapper,
Yes.
so we're drawing a door at that space, and then the wall is going to extend 20 feet north from that door and 20 feet south from that door. And it's going to go 40 feet to the east.
Yep, 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 yep.
And we can, why don't you just draw it on both sides, 40 feet to the east on the north and south, and then we'll talk about what is actually on the other face in a sec. But as you come in, there seems to be a ruin. I don't know what kind of chamber this was. It looks like at the north face, there was once a set of tables, some chests. You can see torn up rent cloth on that side. Around the south wall, there were ruined barrels. But the main thing that you notice as you look at the room, apart from, unfortunately, the 2 bodies, there's some kind of a trough that has been dug across the entire east wall from north to south. It's not that big. It's only about 9 inches wide. But it runs the entire length of the chamber, and there's running water going through it.
Okay. It's running. Water's running from north to south.
It is in fact running from south to north.
South to north.
South to north. Okay.
Well, I'm going to slip inside and I'm going to pull those bodies back from the door so
Okay,
people
you
can
can.
enter.
Okay, Bernard then takes a look at them and is like, oh yeah, I do know them. That's Gatlin, and that's Burdick.
Did they have families?
What's wrong with her eyes?
Oh.
Examine. Without touching.
What is wrong with their eyes?
Well, as you come to look at it, you initially think their eyes are just missing from their sockets.
Ooh.
Their eye sockets are just empty. But as you look closer, no, there is still. It's like their eyes have gone like transparent, but they're still covered with some, vitreous like lid, basically. But you can see like down through into their optic nerve, basically.
So their eyeballs are invisible.
Their eyeballs are invisible.
They're clear.
I'm going to check out the ceiling, make sure nothing's going to drop on our heads here.
Ceiling looks normal.
Okay.
So there, as you've all kind of made it in
We
here.
can assume we're all in the room at this
Yeah.
point. Though I would like to spike the door open behind
I was
me.
about to say, if you would, that was literally the next words coming out of my mouth. The door is unspiked and it closes, but since you have said you're spiking the door,
I have spikes.
I will let you roll the fail roll on that. So what
Okay.
does it mean when the spike fails? So spiking the door will keep it open, but if the spike fails at some point and it's not immediate, it could be like 10 seconds or 10 minutes later. That spike is going to come out and the door is going to close.
Okay. So basically a failure means sometime that the door thing.
Actually, maybe I'll roll that. What do you think?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. You believe you have successfully spiked the door,
Okay.
and it will remain open.
Driven it into the
I
gap
double-check his
between
work.
the hinges.
Yeah. You want to put another spike
You
in?
doubt a dwarf's work?
No. I mean to inspect it, to learn things from your amazing technique.
Oh, very well then.
Okay. Yeah. So
So it appears like it's okay.
well, sure.
I look at it intelligently.
To your elf eyes, it does not seem like a secret door or something. Yeah, it seems like a normal door that seems spiked.
Wonderful workmanship.
Oh, I thank you.
You're welcome.
And yeah, so you inspect the ceiling. This pretty much has the same architecture as the stairs you just came down. There's nothing particularly ornate about the carving of this room other than this inexplicable trough through which running water is going. And I should remark as well, there is a passage parallel to the door you came in through that is on the other side of that running water that continues forward. For now, we'll just say 10 feet. You can, no door, you can just see that this continues that
Goes
way
into
on the other
darkness.
side of the trough.
Okay.
Could this be vampire defense?
Maybe? Holy water?
Oh, running water.
Running water, right.
Running water.
Interesting.
Astute.
I'd like to initially search out the trash.
Sure.
Basically, I'll do the work on the north wall, if anybody wants to basically investigate what's in the south wall.
The barrels. I'll go ahead.
And the bodies, basically, we're not going to loot them, but if they happen to be carrying any notes on them saying, we're suddenly being attacked by a, that would be helpful.
Or, what kind of wounds that they have. Like weapon wounds or bites. Or,
Sounds good.
Does the floor while we're walking on it look like it's like even?
It does, although the dwarf would be the better judge of.
I'll be glad to take a look at the doors and walls, basically admiring the handiwork, see if there's anything secret-y hanging around, looking for little stones that are slightly raised that when pressed upon suddenly create
A clicking noise.
a flaming war of step on the line approach.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you make your way around. I mean, the most interesting stonework is again this trough.
Trough.
So when you go to the south side, the aperture is only about 3 inches of this little culvert, right? That the water is coming in through and flowing up to the north, and it exits through the same. It has no visible purpose, but this is clearly newer stonework. This was put in not this week, not this year, but it was not part of the original construction.
Okay. Okay.
don't take this the wrong way, but can I stick my pole up one of those holes?
How may I take that?
Remember what Peter said at the beginning?
Which hole would you like to stick it in?
Wow.
The one. Good night, everybody.
It's time for your bedtime, kids.
North or south?
I think north.
Okay. Yeah, your pole certainly can easily fit within that aperture, and it does not.
I don't discover anything.
Take a drink. If you need to go cool off in the other room, feel free. Yes, it will fit. No apparent effect. It's not like there's a mechanism or something or any kind of obstruction that you encounter.
Okay. Yeah, I was curious if I could figure out what was back there, but very well.
And pulling the pole out, it doesn't look damaged in any way, shape, or form.
It does not. I mean, to all appearances, this seems like normal water. It's not degrading the pole or anything like that.
Can you see the deep suspicion of OD&D?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
On my character sheet, it mentions that I have a medallion with 7 petals.
Yes.
Is that Empire of the Petal Throne reference or something?
I'm actually going to deprive you of that. I think that may have been left over from a previous use of this sheet.
Because there's nothing in the original.
Sorry.
They can just not mean anything.
You'll get a consolation prize, I promise you. For taking that away. So previously,
Seriously,
this is the problem with reusing character sheets. I've used to run this before. Is that yes?
That's my out of character window.
You had an early, medallion of fireballs, and each petal was.
Yeah, I thought it was Empire of the Petal
Could be.
Throne.
That would be more Greyhawk, though. Okay, so in all seriousness, you can explore the wreckage up to both the north and the south of the room.
Yeah.
When you go through, it's mundane garments in the north. Parts of cloaks, parts of, they don't look like lavish clothes, just common people's clothes.
May have been a storage area.
It seemed like, there were tables, now ruined. There was a couple of chests there, but whatever it was, somebody clearly has been through this place and picked it clean some time ago. And towards the south,
Yes.
it's barrels.
barrels.
Yeah.
Closed? Rotted?
Destroyed. It's
Destroyed,
what's
but
left of.
Is there like a smell to them, like food was in there, or pickles?
Beer.
Or beer.
And actually, the brothers of Frolkelt Abbey were renowned for their brewing and for their viniculture, now that you think about it. And this may have been a room where, for whatever reason, they were storing some of those barrels.
Okay, so the original inhabitants of the catacombs, the chapel, basically may have used this as storage.
Yeah, but just to be clear, as far as anybody knew, that sarcophagus that had the secret passage in it was really the resting place of the founder of this order. And so that this is here, and that people were opening this and going down, and that there might have been barrels and stuff, that isn't a normal operations anyway. Something was going on.
And you wouldn't want to move a full barrel down that narrow staircase.
No.
Yeah.
right?
Well, it was set up as a
Speakeasy?
hiding place. No, a hiding place. If the chapel suddenly came under siege, this would be a place to move the.
A priest hole.
Effectively, yes.
That's a real historical thing. I'm not just
Yes.
making hole jokes. So.
Although I think that is what this session is now dedicated to. It's like, roll for whole joke. It's a 1. We got one more.
So they stole, just so I have this right, what was the list of things they stole from this place when they ransacked it? They stole
Clothing. And then beer.
and beer.
It was just it's stored down here. We
And
don't
my 7
know
magical
who
petals.
stole it.
Okay.
We don't
And
know
then we
who
have
stole it or who trashed it.
Yeah, we aren't sure about that yet. And Regdar was asking about the what's on the bodies themselves.
Seems to be normal equipment. Each one of them has a short sword, a tabard. One of them may have a few gold pieces on them. And I didn't write gold in your character sheets. You have some gems and some money. Like you're mid-level adventurers. You're doing fine.
I was curious about how they died. What sort of wounds they might have on
Oh, they have the eye thing going on.
Well, yeah, there's the eye thing.
The eye thing looks pretty weird.
Yeah.
What are you going to do to inspect them?
I'm gonna pull one of the bodies so I can get a good view of it, and then look around, see if there's any visible wounds or gouts of blood anywhere. And
Got, like-
if there's nothing on the front, I'll roll them over.
Discolored mouth.
So when you roll them over, you can actually find traces of blood. Traces of blood is in their calves on one,
Okay.
and the back of the thigh on the other.
That's a weird spot.
Yeah.
Snakes.
Wait, how tall are goblins?
I mean, they're actually not that much shorter than elves are. So, I mean,
Yeah,
they're...
it's not as if like munchkins can attack.
Okay.
Yeah, they're...
I was just thinking because if it's in the back of the thigh, I'm just.
This wouldn't be, unless it was with a missile weapon of some kind, this would not be typical of a goblin.
Are they
attack.
bruises like constriction?
I mean, are you going to take their
Clothes on?
trousers off?
I'd probably pass on that, but
Yeah,
we were talking there were wounds there. That's why I was.
I mean, honestly, Flopspell at this point is like, hey, boss, can we take these guys back upstairs? I mean,
Yes.
we want to make sure that,
Yeah.
their bodies are. Is that okay?
I think that's
Yeah.
good. How many people are you going to take with you to bring up? Are you going to all four? Are you going to leave?
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
We will go do this. We'll wait.
Could you bring back an extra guy just to sit in this first chamber?
Someone to guard.
Oh, you'll have to ask Brother Doreen. I mean, I'm not in charge of who gets posted where.
I don't think it'll do anything, but before they go up, I put a little wave hand prayer blessing and apply my holy symbol on there. Nothing happens.
Onto the
Corpses?
the
Corpses, yeah.
No, nothing happens.
Okay, I'm just checking.
All right.
I tell Bernard he can have the lantern back when they return.
Okay.
And I think to myself, there's not going to be any left upstairs when we go back up.
This is how the vampire breakout happens.
There's odds that there'll be zombies when we get them. But it also is important that these bodies were against the door. They were fleeing something when they finally died. And that's why they're blocking the door when we opened it.
Is there any? Well, no, you already spiked it.
We spiked it open, and we're going to keep it spiked open because, we may want to leave this place in a sudden and expeditious fashion.
Run away.
That's why I was hoping to get just an extra guy to sit in that room. And,
Yeah. Well, we can
babysit.
leave
Very
Bernard
nice.
here.
Look at
That's
that.
true.
Pushing the door open.
Very
nice.
Very nice.
It's great, and you're fast. It's like wow.
No, this is amazing.
It's incredible.
That's very good.
You're getting lots of good comments on chat, by the way. To know.
She deserves it.
Okay.
So
We
yeah,
can leave one of our members behind. I mean, that's a good use of a man at arms. So, with the instruction that if the door starts to close, you're going to spike it back open. So we're spending resources for that. So yes, we'll send the guys back upstairs.
Okay.
And then we'll leave. Well, Flopspell's the sort of de facto leader of this gang. Bernard is holding your lantern. Rigby or Digby?
Rigby.
Rigby, because he's rigging.
We'll leave
the door.
Rigby. Yeah. Unless they're a match set, in which case they don't want to leaving behind.
No, it's good to split them up so if something terrible happens, their mother doesn't lose both of them.
it's like Saving Private Rigby.
Exactly.
Nice.
Yeah,
we don't
Saving
want-
Private Rigby.
We don't want to leave her with just Bigby, right?
Right. It's kind of handsy.
Okay, so I mean, Flopspell and his team are able to get these two bodies upstairs pretty quick, and they just call to their fellows then to take care of it, and but
Sure.
they return pretty diligently.
We're
and
going to leave Rigby behind. And no one has crossed the trough of water yet.
no one has crossed the trough of water yet. That's true.
Since you have the pole,
Yes.
do you want to wave it over the...
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll tap beyond the trough. And,
Tap beyond the trough.
yeah.
There's no
I'm
obvious.
jumping over.
Okay.
Even though it's
Jump.
like 9 inches
Are you
wide.
going to pole vault with it?
You're going to hop.
Hop over the water.
Jump over, land solidly on the other side. You're fine.
All right.
Okay.
What do I see from there?
Good point. So
crawler.
ahead of you,
Door mapper.
this corridor continues 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. So 40 total from
Oh,
the
40.
40 total, and then that seems to open up into another chamber. Both the
Okay.
which your light source could illuminate as you get closer.
No
But,
doors.
No doors. No doors. This corridor.
No doors.
Open chamber up this way.
Okay. I notice there's nothing in our rule set about checking for traps. So,
Oh, there's not anything in rule set about checking traps. If you had Greyhawk rolls,
I know.
and you actually had a thief class, you could
Thief
check
class
for
with
traps.
I will say, I have one spell for finding traps.
we are not necessarily. I don't know if we're there yet.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
When we get to the big
one
statue with the gem eyes.
band.
So, because notes here, and I'll pass this on for those other good. Traps and pits are triggered on a secret DM roll, referee roll of 1 or 2 on a D6 for each character.
So like anytime you could hear me doing this, you never know. You could be right on top of the trap, and
or the DM could just be rolling dice nervously.
Just for fun.
The referee.
Surely that never happens.
I'd also like to bear in mind, as that says, traveling 120 feet takes around a turn.
Yep.
And rolling for wandering monsters happens at the end of every turn in this game. And every 6 turns that you go through, and I am keeping rough track of it here anyway, you need to rest for a complete turn.
Oh, really?
That is not
a
move
turn
for a
10
complete
minutes
turn.
here?
Yes.
Okay, and a round is 1 minute? Or do we
Yes.
have rounds?
Yes, you have rounds, they're 1 minute.
Okay.
If I am not, in fact, actually already wearing my cloak and boots of the elven kind.
You are.
Noted.
You're wearing your cloak and boots of the elven kind. You actually be a perfect scout to go ahead if that sort of thing were...
Another tradition is to send someone ahead.
Ew, but they're all goopy and they bleed and their eyes are all bugged out.
That's them, and we took them upstairs, so you have nothing to fear.
I will scout out ahead.
Oh, well,
I trust the dwarf.
Let's be clear, again, what's happening. We're talking about marching order, so this is a change to the marching order. Right now, what I've heard is that
Rigby behind.
Rigby's been left behind at the entrance. Regdar is currently standing on the first 10-foot square of that corridor. So is what you're going to do, Yali,
Are you okay with that?
are you going to go... Yep, and hey, I mean, it's a 9-inch trough. You didn't jump, right? You just
just
step
step
over.
It's just not dramatic.
Yes. Okay, so you're going to cross through there,
Yes.
and...
Using my elven.
Yeah. So the instant that you set foot on the square directly in front of the trap, it falls open, and you fall into a pit.
Oh. Both of you then?
No, he's on the other side.
Yeah.
He jumped over to the square, had the square in front of the trough in the antechamber room you just came into. No, to your west. To your west.
West. All right.
To your west.
All right.
Yes, right there.
Movie start.
That collapses.
Is that before
You fall into a pit.
Is that
Okay.
before he makes a step across?
It is as you step.
Yeah.
Is as you step onto that first square there in front of the trough.
It's before the trough. Okay.
Yeah,
Right
before
in front
the
of the trough. You just walked over that just fine, and nothing happened. As you go through, you fall in, and there's water, and something is stabbing you in the leg.
Oh.
Oh,
There we go.
I'm being stabbed in the leg.
I see.
What kind of armor are you wearing?
I wear leather armor.
Okay.
Perfect
+2.
person to throw into the water.
Yeah.
It is, actually. But something has like speared you in the leg as you fell.
Okay, let me look at what I would probably already know.
ow, it hurts.
Yes.
There's that, right?
We've heard the secret message.
No. Maybe, but probably make an ice cube out of me too. So I think it's going to be that. So yeah.
That being. Okay. We go to combat mode at this point?
Well, there's nothing to roll initiative against.
Okay,
that
so
you're aware of.
Something stabbed in the leg.
Yeah, something
we
stabbed
could
you in the
try
leg
to
as you fell.
Pull.
Could be
Yes.
a trap.
Yeah. Could just be a trap. Could be like,
I think everything's a trap. That's why I'm
So
still
you
alive.
want to pull him out?
I will lower my pole down. You can grab it. And,
I grabbed for the pole. Or the
You
Bulgarian, whichever one.
you can easily. Yeah, you're
Okay.
quite strong, actually.
Yeah.
You can
Oh, I
grasp
am.
the
That's right.
pole.
I must have 16
And,
strength. Oh, gosh.
We are.
Regdar, you can
Wow, why are
easily,
you so strong?
because like I said,
Yeah.
in
3d6
OD&D,
straight down.
Random.
My strength is 9.
but in OD&D, elves switch between being fighters and magic users, between adventurers, and so it actually makes sense to have an elf character then.
And I am a
And
magic user this
I
time.
will, as he's pulling
Since you
him
don't have
out,
one.
I will use my pike to basically poke around down there and see what the nature of this
Maybe
thing
after I get rescued.
I said as.
Oh, okay.
I'm not putting you in second place.
So if you want this to stay open long enough to mess with it, you will need to spike it. This is effectively a door on a hinge
Okay.
that has fallen down.
Oh,
If
how
you'd
many
like to
spikes?
spike the hinge,
I'll spike the hinge.
okay, so that's 2 spikes
That's
down
two
so far?
spikes down, yes.
Okay. And
Some people count hit points. I count spikes.
Might be better for this adventure, to be
Yes.
honest. More material.
I'm counting poles right now.
Yes. But actually, you don't. You're fine. You're not in imminent danger of death. But that actually really got you in the leg, and that's probably not good. But yeah, as you get your pike and start feeling on, it seems like there's actually fixed spikes that are right under the water, and that anyone falling into this is likely to get like impaled.
A tiger
on them.
trap. Okay.
Yeah, and an elf trap too, apparently.
Basically, and it's under, but it's no danger of filling up with water now that it's open.
It's not, and curiously enough, that trough,
Yeah.
the trap runs like right next to it.
Oh, right next
And
to
so,
it.
like,
Okay.
actually, the rim of the trough does not cause any water to spill as that trap opens.
Okay, so there's no water in the bottom of the pit.
Oh, there is water in the pit. It's just not coming from there.
I see.
How's the leg look? Like,
So
is
I'm out
it-
of the pit now?
You're out of the pit.
Thank you.
And you were pulled up onto your side?
Oh shoot. Okay, I
Yeah.
can't inspect. After.
We'll get there.
Okay.
I rip a piece off of my outerwear clothing thing. I'm a wizard. I have a robe, so I don't think I'm going without
You're being a
anything. I'm
wizard.
going to rip a part of the bottom of the robe, the hem part of the robe off, and take some water from a flask and wrap it around my cut.
You do.
Now here's the original D&D question that's for you. How bad is he? How bad is the damage?
I mean, Miele will now walk with something of a limp.
Okay.
It does not. You do not think it's life-threatening, but
Okay.
it's a matter for concern.
I see. Okay. Matter for concern may be a matter for cure light wounds.
I'm
Yeah,
officially
cure light.
concerned.
All right. If it's enough of concern, plus it might be poisoned or something like that. We don't know.
Not
I
helping.
will go ahead when
Stagnant water is bad. for that.
stagnant one.
It might be paralysis. That's not
guess
quite
so.
right in
Are
yet.
there any leeches in there?
Would you like to stick your face in and find out?
Please play a bard. Okay.
But yeah, I will go ahead and kind of leap over this open hole
Okay.
and go to where our wizard friend is. And then lay hands upon.
Okay. So now
Right, go.
Jozan, Regdar, and Miele are all on the other side of that pit trap.
That's
Yep.
right.
On the other side of the trough. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You do.
We'll
I
see.
already marked my cure.
Then we will
Oh, you
send
marked
her-
it? Okay, 2 to 7. Oh, actually, I'll roll it because you have no visibility and hit points anyway. Oh, wow. You feel like the power of your pantheistic faith channels through, and wow, you're fine. Whatever that was.
So do you include up my psoriasis and stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's great.
No,
We're like in the first room, and I've already used my one
This marks 42 years
So
since
you
I
could
first
cast
saw
that just
John
one
DM.
time today.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was
Yeah,
all about the
just
spike
a
trap thing
quick
too.
This is what happens when all your old friends have
Yes,
access.
Okay, no. So, Miele, you seem fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
It is a fiddle.
Maybe an overdue, but
Maybe just
take our
Double check before
minute
leaving.
Before I leave?
across, and
Yeah.
then I will follow last.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay. So, bad news.
uh-oh.
And hard times?
Bad news and hard times.
What happens?
The next square
the square
is
after
also
a trap.
a pit trap.
Okay.
Precisely
How
the
many
same
of us?
kind. It falls the other way.
Okay.
And of the people now standing on that, you
Okay.
can't fit all of you on there at first, but you were saying you're taking the men-at-arms across.
And then
But we'll say, actually, the lot of you, of the four of you.
All four of us?
That I was going last after everybody else.
Oh, you were going left after the henchmen?
Right.
Okay, so we'll say flop spell then.
Fine.
So, because really only 4 of you could conceivably fall on this thing at once. 4 of you are down at once. Lovely pit trap, isn't it?
Any chance that this happened before she healed me?
However, I will say this.
Just because, but it depends who set it off. Flop spell, let's say flop spell set it off.
Flop spell's weight was the final straw.
Yeah, exactly.
That
okay.
broke, straw that
Okay.
broke the camel's back. But as you fall, whose dexterity of the people falling is over 10?
Me.
Mine is
Just you?
It's to the wrong place.
Yes, it is in the wrong place, but this is
Yeah,
a
right.
different
Okay.
era of sheet. So no one? Okay, just you.
I just need.
Okay,
I have
so both you and Flop Spell actually manage to like hang on to the edge, and it's really just you guys who go back down in.
I just
Should
cured
have
you.
specified I moved down the corridor.
Yeah, well.
However, this time you actually miss whatever those spikes are, probably because you knew they were there. And you kind of, because you're close to the edges, and really the spikes are kind of coming in from the corners towards the center. And so you kind of end up landing like above where those spikes are.
Phew.
But you still take damage.
Yeah, so that's part. But it's not the stabbing damage.
Okay.
And they're falling into water. However, you are in plate or chain?
Chainmail.
You're in chain? Yeah, so getting him out is a bit of a logistical challenge.
Okay, we will take the
I can help
logistical
us
challenge. Okay.
I'm awesome.
I'm waiting for the pit that has at its base another pit.
Yes.
But that was an old DM trick as
Followed by the
well.
pit.
My favorite was a door made out of balsa wood because they kept pushing through doors. So I created one out of balsa wood with some slime in it.
Oh, yeah.
The first time I did it, I used the slime that eats wood. So it's like,
Makes sense.
but that slime eats wood. And I said, okay, so you encountered a pile of slime. So the next one I made sure that it had the kind of slime that didn't eat wood. And
Or you can basically put a thin layer of, metal,
Right,
like
or something.
copper. Yeah, it's like, just next time you're running original D&D.
I'll
So
blame you
anyway-
to my players when I do that. Thanks. Sorry.
Yes.
So
So,
made me do this. Okay.
but I mean,
Mr. Crow.
the damage that you guys end up taking is pretty minor.
Okay.
Like you're just kind of getting scuffed as you end up in it this time. But Meowly, also as you're falling this time,
Yes.
you are noticing as you're getting crawling out that the next square down in
Yes.
this corridor, to the right, there's something funny about the wall there.
I let the party know.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we talking about, what do you mean funny? Do you mean,
Engage DM.
I know, but I'm
Yeah.
I'm playing through you.
Right.
Does it feel like there should be a secret entrance of some type there? Does it feel like there is yet another trap within 30 feet long? These are rather, and we didn't find any bodies at the bottom of these two.
You
so.
did not. No, neither.
There's would hollow spot be appropriate?
Sure.
There's a hollow spot there.
Hollow spot. Okay.
Where-
Or just something you can see with your elf eyes about like the edges of the masonry there. Something about that seems like might have some play to it.
Do you want to try opening it?
Take every precaution.
Take every precaution.
Describe every precaution. So you just hit 2 squares in a row that are collapsing. Would the party like to take any precautions
I would like to not
before moving on
occupy
to
this-
another square?
Do we have enough spikes to spike ourselves to the walls before we do this?
Spikes work as far as once the door is open. unfortunately.
Right.
I guess could I go to this edge and kind of look into the room?
Need to cross over that area that we think might be a hollow spot.
Oh
which
yeah.
Might be a
Well, I have to go in here
Steer.
anyways. I automatically because I'm getting out of the trap.
true.
You probably need to end up on that square. That's true.
Yeah, I have to end up on this square. So I want to kind of tentatively move to here.
Avoid the hollow spot.
Flop's supposed to say, hey boss. But actually, Bernard will do this. Excuse me, boss. Maybe we should get like some ropes or something to tie ourselves.
Here, Bernard, I've got some rope right here.
Yeah, let's tie
people
Do you oversee the tying us all together and stuff?
I don't want to fall in that thing.
No,
now.
I don't want you to
Yeah,
fall in
that's a
either.
good
So
idea.
yeah, tie us all together, okay?
Yeah.
You're good
Okay.
with knots? Are you good with knots?
No, but Digby is good with knots.
Okay, let's have Digby do it then.
Okay.
Okay.
You don't have a thief, right?
Digby's tying hands. So basically we rope ourselves
Thank you.
together.
Thank you,
Okay.
Bernard.
Again, I'll take the end, what do they call it in tug of war?
Is there a term for the guy at the end of the tug of war?
Yes.
Anchor?
Anchor?
It is.
Is that
Anchorman.
it?
It's
Okay.
anchor.
I'll be the anchor dwarf.
I think I have a photo of you at TSR in a tug of war
Yes.
from like 1982.
Oh my gosh.
Wearing like a denim vest. Yeah.
Yes.
It's just.
I got pictures of you, buddy.
And he knows how to use them.
Okay, so you bound each other together so that if anybody falls, at least they probably won't fall all the way down
Okay.
into something like that. And you advance to the next square.
And the flame jet starts.
No flame jet, but yeah. Maybe there is some play on this wall here.
Okay.
Who wants to give it a kick?
I'll do it.
Go ahead.
Oh, you're gonna do it? Are you occupying the same square as me?
I think so.
Okay, can I move over one square before
Sure.
it kicks the
Me
door?
too.
You can. You're all bound together.
I'm helping the others.
Like the Pixie song said, you're
negotiate.
chained.
All go together when we go.
Oh, I got the 3 again.
Yeah. Right. It's just time that you're ending up wasting. So keep
Yeah.
going.
Okay.
Hit it again.
Oh, I mean, I could try. I will try. 4. No.
No. Okay. Anybody else want to spend some time kicking this door?
All right. I'll use this ancient
I mean, you can
die.
keep trying again and again. It's just time until
take
we're
time
done. Yeah.
until you do another,
And a rounding monster check and another everything else. Yeah.
Rolling for check.
It's a 2. Okay. On a 2,
It
Drawn.
opens.
you slam open a secret door, and there is a passage leading south. From there, goes 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, and then it enters a rounded alcove. So just imagine just draw a circle around that, like that, yeah.
Just like that's that kind of circle, or just a tiny?
No,
circle?
it forms a full circle.
A full circle. Oh.
Yeah, you'll be able to
Make it
see
look
it
like a
even
potion
within
ball.
your
Diameter is 20 feet.
15 actually, so it's just a little bigger than these 10 by 10 X's. So
So like,
That's correct.
yeah, about
okay.
right. And in the center of that, you see a stone pedestal. As you advance, marching order standard, is it Ragnar Tordek up front?
Ready toward it. Let's reorganize ourselves.
Any special precautions? You tap in the floors ahead of you?
He's got the science pole,
Okay.
Side.
which is one of my players named. Basically,
science pole?
he was basically going to be a scientist, so he didn't carry a 10-foot pole. He carried the science pole, and the
Okay.
science pole was used to tap the ground ahead of you.
Got it.
Whenever we needed a pole, we brought out the science pole.
All right, well, as we advance south down this corridor, you do see a source of illumination from within the pedestal.
Okay.
Oh.
There's some kind of a bowl, actually, that it seems to be stone construction. As far as you can tell, is like hewn from the living rock, the same thing as the floor.
Okay.
But there is some kind of red illumination coming from within this pedestal.
Interesting.
Does it have like Church of Light iconography on the pedestal?
As you approach, you have no more pit traps or anything,
Yeah.
at least not here. No, the iconography is quite different, actually, on this pedestal. There's an image of a satyr,
Oh.
really nasty looking guy on one side, and an image of crashing waves on the other side.
On the bowl itself.
Yeah,
The
if you
outside
think
of
about
the
it, like,
bowl.
yeah, the outside of the bowl just as friezes, right,
Yeah.
surrounding it. You see this iconography, but from within it, it would be hard for you to identify precisely the source of illumination except the exact center of the bowl. There's no like gem or other apparent inset, but there is a persistent, not burning, but clear red light, like right in the middle of the bowl.
Not ominous at all.
Not on this at all. As we're moving down, we've been examining the floor. Is there dust? Have others been here recently?
Actually, someone has been here recently. Now that you look at it,
Oh.
you can see clear footsteps actually. in this room.
Clear, as far as obvious
Yeah,
footsteps.
obvious footsteps.
Okay.
I take out my steel mirror.
Okay,
Okay.
it's not that big.
Doesn't say that.
Yeah, I like that.
I take out my steel mirror. Okay.
it's a little closer
Yeah,
to-
yeah. Like
iPhone
playing cards,
size,
right? Okay, and I examine the luminescence more closely using the mirror as a focus to do that. So I'm not looking directly at whatever it is there I don't want to be looking directly at.
Let the laser bounce.
No, I got it. I got it. So you kind of circle around
Yes.
and are examining this from different
Yes.
perspectives.
Tell me before I fall into a pit, please.
Well, you're tied together, so
Oh, right. Oh, we'll all die.
I mean, it doesn't appear that the light even reflecting off of this red illumination to the mirror,
Right.
like, for example, bounces off and then illuminates a spot on the wall or something. Like,
Okay.
nothing like that happens.
Okay.
It's fairly dim. the illumination is.
Okay.
But, I mean, there's no obvious effect or change as
Get a
you
little
do this.
closer to it.
Okay. You can put the mirror right up against it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, there it's more of a reflection. It seems to light the bowl up a little more.
All right.
I wonder if there was something in the bowl and whoever came in took it.
Maybe.
I do have a detect magic, but I don't know if I want to use it.
I don't think that's the place for it yet, and this doesn't fall into any of our objectives.
Yeah.
You know, it does not apparently involve daring, unless you drink from the bowl and your eyeballs go clear.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm thinking that may have happened to the areas that there have been footsteps to and from the bowl.
There were footsteps to and from, and I will say it's even clear to you it was only one set. So
One
only
set.
one
Oh.
person came down
one
here.
person came down. So it could be what was in the bowl has been removed, or it has some detrimental effect. This is, unless we have some abject curiosity about it, which is perfectly fine, I say we push on. No secret doors or other exits to this area?
I concur with the caller.
Nothing you can immediately note.
You good?
Okay.
Yeah.
Stay on mission.
Okay.
Stay on target. We're going to work our way back. If we are still alive, we will check this out at the end.
Stay on
If we are
target.
not alive, we'll say, so what was in that pedestal?
Then you
Touch
die.
the bowl.
So, when you come back up to the north, to the corridor you were just taking east-west, I presume you're going to turn east and head towards the open room that you see there?
Working with our science pole and with the idea of, our 10-foot pole, and keeping us roped together just to, keep people together.
Okay. You do so that you can make it that 10 feet, 20 feet, and then to the opening.
Okay.
Yep.
And this room that's opened into is 30 by 30 square.
Yeah.
No, 30 by 30
30
square.
by
So
30.
yeah,
10 on either side.
10 on either side of
Okay,
the
sorry.
door, and then
So then 10 by 10? Yeah, no.
and the entire east wall is covered with a mural that I will be describing momentarily.
Okay.
But and there's a door on the north wall
So we're here?
to the center.
3 squares.
Yeah, 3 squares.
I don't know why I was like,
Yeah.
thinking.
Mapping is tough. I've had to do this
Yeah.
before, and it's like, yeah.
Mapping. All right, so there's a portrait on this side.
Yes, there's a mural on that side, and in the middle of the north wall, there is a door, which is a kind of more rustic-looking wooden door. And there's also a door in the middle of the south wall, and this is a stone door that actually reminds you a lot of the door that you came in through at the base of the staircase from the sarcophagus.
Okay.
It looks like it has a very similar construction to it. But in the middle of the room, there are a whole bunch of things.
Oh,
There are 4 pedestals
4
Okay.
pedestals.
that are, yes, in a square
Okay.
there. These pedestals are also giving off sources of illumination.
Interesting.
The one to the southwest is red. The one to the northwest is red. The one to the southeast is red. The one to the northeast is blue.
I see.
Blue, red.
Northeast is blue, the others are red, the one in the other room is red.
And something else I might mention. There are more corpses in this room. There are, in fact, 2 bodies that are dressed very similarly in Achenault tabards, one of whom is actually slouched against the southeast pillar. There's also corpses of 2 goblins in this room.
Oh,
And finally, there's some piles of ash in
oh,
this room.
large piles or
Large piles, but self-contained piles of ash, 3 of them that are all closer to the southeast corner.
So like
Southeast,
a
where
lot.
the body is.
So
No, the bodies are really more in the center
You
of
said
the
one was
goblins.
leaning
against-
One is leaning against the,
So the
southeast
3
pillar.
piles of ash,
Yeah.
are
Well,
they apart from each other like people standing would be apart from each other?
Yeah, they might be. Actually, now that you mention it.
Is there any of the debris of the piles of ash that is in a particular direction, or is it a circular pile of ash by itself? Meaning, I'm trying to
So
just...
one has been badly disturbed. The other ones are actually pretty self-contained.
Okay, I was trying to just... Okay.
So one more thing I'll say is, again, there's a mural.
There's a
yeah,
mural.
And what this mural shows is an idyllic landscape. The mural itself, it's obviously been here a while. It's not freshly painted. It's pretty desiccated, but that shows a river that is winding out to a vanishing point in the distance. Flanking the river on both sides are satyrs.
There's a lot of satyrs.
Okay, that's good to know.
I keep thinking of the Jewish ritual every time you say Seder.
Yes.
Sorry.
And the satyrs are both pointing down this river. One standing on each bank, and they're pointing.
So having cast, I'm assuming that since I know Fireball, I've either cast it or been around people who have. Is this would these piles of ash be indicative of victims of a fireball attack that was catastrophic in its effect?
You doubt it,
like
just
a 5
because
foot
it doesn't
creature.
look like the rest of the room is blasted.
We fall into the
You fall in the pit. Perfect.
Thank you.
No, you wouldn't say so because, I mean,
Okay.
the room would take blast damage. I mean, you know, if you cast Fireball, it expands out.
I don't remember
into a big.
what the radius was of
It would be a
Fireball before.
20-foot
Okay.
square light, and
About
so
15 feet. So
that mural would be scorched.
Sure,
Yeah, so
sure.
there's been a
Okay.
fireball.
okay.
No, yeah, I'm actually thinking going the other direction, that they're undead, and this might be holy water,
Oh.
Could be.
just as a concept.
Is there any wet splashes where the ash is?
The ground's dead.
Too much splashes, but honestly, in your priestly opinion,
Yes, in priestly opinion.
these might have been undead that were destroyed
Oh,
by.
so these are destroyed undead.
I was close. She got it. She got it.
Yeah, no, but you steered us there to get to the answer.
So regarding the mural, do I, or perhaps our cleric, know any religious things that might lead us to believe this is like motioning towards an afterlife sort of situation?
I would say this is unfamiliar iconography to both
Both
of
of
you,
Okay.
although, again, with your pantheistic approach, you're certainly aware that there are various kinds of satyr cults or nature cults, sometimes ones that are centered on large natural features like mountains or springs, and that some of them are quite wicked
Yes.
from the perspective of someone who's of a lawful alignment. And just with the satyr iconography accompanying it, you know, it's clearly an invitation. It's probably not an invitation to some place a lawful person would want to go.
Yeah.
The first bowl we found had a satyr
With
and
a
crashing
wave.
waves on
Yep.
the side.
It did.
Do these bowls have satyrs and crashing
No, they're
waves?
actually much shorter. The one that you found in the secret room, past that secret door, it was taller and the bowl was more prominent. These are maybe only 2 feet high, and they look almost like miniature version
Okay.
of the previous pedestal that you saw.
But are they marked with the satyr and waves?
No,
they are not.
they just seem to be.
Okay.
No markings at all?
I mean, you know, the one that is closest to you, there's a body leaning against it and
Right.
everything else. So, I mean, if you really want to spend a turn and like
Well,
investigate,
we do need to rest.
you are at that point now
We're
where
at the point of resting for 10 minutes
Yes.
from our action, so this is a good place to do it.
okay.
I
Are we
would say.
going to... Can I see if the bodies have their eyes?
Well, if you're going to come up
Go ahead,
and
we'll wait
approach
for the rest.
the
Yeah,
body,
it's similar damage that we saw in that first
Yeah.
chamber.
the body that you look, well, do you want to look at the one that's like slumped over that's closest to
Yeah.
the, okay. As you flip it over, no, the body does not have any eyes and it's on you.
Whoa.
Suddenly,
Oh, God.
all 4 of these things,
Spring
as soon
to
as you
life.
touch them, spring to life.
Whoop.
That's all the time we have today, folks. See you next week for first edition Dungeons and Dragons.
Pick up this adventure.
Okay, so chosen
Sorry.
AC3.
Island zombies.
Well, that's why it's good we did it before we rest.
Exactly. Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can get everything back.
it doesn't work that way.
No,
Yeah.
that has to be full rest.
Oh,
So
right,
you
sorry.
just barely evade a hand that goes for your throat and jump back just in time.
It's that kind
And
of game.
all the remainder of these are now rising.
Okay.
I will go ahead, clutch my symbol and go, turn undead.
You do?
Because it's once per encounter.
Yeah.
It is once per
I'm pulling
encounter.
my war. That may thin the herd. I'll pull my warhammer, drop the rope, and be ready to attack the nearest one.
It's unnecessary, actually, because
Has she
a
got
cleric of Jozen's magnitude burns these things into piles of ash.
Similar to the ones we've encountered?
You know, pretty much identical for murder.
Theory. Well done.
Ah, yes.
Hooray!
That was a free one.
Yay! Thank
Sword
you.
didn't leave
Generous,
the scabbard.
Yes.
generous DM.
Generous DM.
Or generous ref.
Yeah, that's right. Rough.
Ref,
Rough,
ref,
rough,
ref,
rough,
ref,
rough, rough, rough.
Zombies down. Yeah, so after that, you're welcome to rest.
Okay.
Don't you feel rested now? Oh my God, I can really use some downtime. Just,
Yes, different kind of arrest.
We take a cardiac arrest.
Right, exactly.
While we're resting, I'm gonna think about what it means that one of those things is blue and the other ones are red.
actually, while we're resting, why don't we take 5? Can we do
Okay.
that real quick?
Sure.
That sounds
just take
great. That
5
sounds
and
great.
like,
All
this is a
right,
good place to rest.
don't go away. We're going to take a short break, and then we will be back in a few minutes. Short bio break. So,
Bio break. Okay.
all right.
Hi, we're back.
Yeah.
Suddenly occurred to me, oh, John's waiting for me to say something.
We're back. Our DM, John Peterson.
Yay! Just killed us all.
You missed a great fight.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
That happened off camera, yes,
The
but
chandelier in particular was a good one.
well, you shouldn't have tried to swing from it.
Well, you know.
It was obviously shabby.
And also a mimic.
Yes.
Chandelier mimic, the oldest trick in the book.
Oh my gosh.
All right. So again, you were in this square room with 4 pedestals in the center of it. Now slightly more piles of ash than
Yes.
when you first came in. But there is a mural, cryptic mural with satyrs pointing down this river behind them. And a door to the north that looks, again, more workmanly, standard door, and then a fancy stone door to the south.
I would like to check with my dwarven background, basically that mural, and see if there are any, secret panels or studs or things that are pressable that basically
Maybe like where they're
Where
at
they're
the end of the
pointing?
where
river,
they're pointing, the
yeah.
center, there might be a hollow spot or something that's.
I mean, this is actually in bas relief.
Okay, so
And
basically
has
it's
been
got
painted over.
Oh, okay, so basically it's got a lot of bumps to it.
It does.
Okay.
Ooh.
It looks real fancy, actually.
Yeah.
Somebody went to a lot of trouble to do this.
Huh. You want to take a look at it, Elf? Sorry.
Elf.
I will take a look at it.
Elf scan,
I mean, it's
as opposed to a cat scan.
yeah, it's a very complex sculpture, but
Interesting.
no discernible secret door.
Insufficient data, Captain.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still completely flummoxed on those basins.
Yeah. Red, blue.
Blue in the lower,
blue is in
Upper
the
northeast.
upper is in the northeast,
The northeast is blue.
and the body was in the southwest.
I'm going to see if there's a way to switch one of the red ones to blue.
How do we do that?
I don't know. Gonna look.
Take the bullet. Put it
Yeah.
Biv.
This is the place where in later D&D I'd be asking you to make a skill check, but
Right,
here
yeah.
instead, really, I'm just asking you what exactly do you want to try to do?
Well, I'm going to look to see if there's maybe a catch to flip, or if the bowls come up, or some way to manipulate it. I don't know that it's, like a color puzzle, but I'm investigating.
I mean, nothing obvious beyond what I've told you. I mean, again,
Okay.
these pedestals are much shorter than the one that you found in that
Yeah.
secret room.
Yeah.
But similarly, their illumination comes from the exact center
The bowl.
of the bowl.
Is there?
And it's
Oh, sorry. No, you can. Is there liquid in the bowls?
there is not liquid in any of these bowls.
No bowls, but the other bowl had
But
liquid.
the other bowl had.
No, it had a picture of a wave on it.
Oh.
But there was no liquid.
There was
in it.
no
not-
liquid inside it. So these are sort of like sconces, sort of like torches.
Could be.
Okay. Just backing up for a moment. There were 2 goblins, 2 men at arms, dead. They're what came back to life, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't have to worry about those bodies. We offer condolences to Flopspell and the rest. But the idea that they suddenly come back and they did not have eyes. They did have eyes
Well, I believe
when
that-
she was investigating.
Yeah, when I was investigating.
Josanne was just going again, kind
Yeah.
of slumped over the
Okay.
pillar. But as soon as he started to interact with
Okay.
that, it animated.
Okay.
And reached out for Jensen.
Okay, so it's a little fast to be able to
to tell.
Yes.
If there's
All right.
but in the future we gotta poke all these things before.
Oh,
Bring out the pole one more time.
Oh,
This is not a surprise. The 10-foot pole was one of the most useful.
It was.
yeah, no.
The advancement to that is the collapsible 10-foot pole.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah, so we have,
Fancy, collapsible.
well, shall we leave this room? We got
I
two
believe that's
choices.
you have 2 choices: north through a thin door, south through a thick door.
I feel like. Should we check? Like everyone always goes through the main. Well, actually, you know what? If we look on the floor, is there more dust leading to one doorway or the
Nice.
other?
So in this room, unfortunately, it seems like there was a scuffle relatively recently, and so
Yeah.
there's just a lot of footprints everywhere and scrapes, and
It's hard to tell.
it's hard to tell.
My guess is the rustic door is a later addition. So I am curious to see, like, if beyond that, it's more of a dugout passage.
You're thinking the north door?
Yeah.
The north door is
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I think that basically it may be a more recent addition. Also, if this underground section is built up over certain areas, it may be a later addition, or it may be a walling off, or it may be leading into it's a door that was put in after everything else was here.
So you want to go south?
We're
I
gonna go
listen at the door.
North.
No, wait, you want to go north.
Yeah.
through that wooden door.
This is the wood. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we have Miali listening
Sure.
at the door.
Like an elf, not a thief.
No. You don't hear anything?
We can listen ourselves, you know.
Oh, you can. But I have elven ears.
Have we not ears? Elves have ears so they can count to 12.
Wow.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say dwarf elf hostility was part of the original game
I missed this.
too? Yeah.
So is that door locked?
Well, all doors need to be forced open.
Okay.
Oh,
That is what it says in the rule.
Allow me.
Yes.
I will force the door open.
Okay, roll a d6. You want a 1 or a 2.
I got a 4.
4.
It's just
Would
a
anyone
wooden
else
door.
like to just take? It's just time.
take it,
right?
man.
Yeah. I also got a 4.
Ooh, we push into each other. A 4. 3 4s.
Wow. Okay.
Under the age system, this would have meaning.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I will, go ahead and be like, I will show you how to do it
All right. Fine.
using those words. 2.
She does show us how to do it.
Okay.
Well
There
done.
you go.
This door is relatively, what it was, it does have some metal bracing along
Yeah.
the wood, right? And I think, Jozan manages to hit it just in the sweet spot between the braces.
You gotta hit it. Like,
Door pops
right
open.
there.
Fonzie and the jukebox.
Well, we have
make a mental
one
note of this.
renowned in glory everlasting by finally getting this door open.
Yes,
Yes.
this is, yeah, I've been looking at your treasure count so far. You've done great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
Goose egg,
minimalists.
I believe. Yeah. So, quarter going north from here. It goes 10 feet,
10 feet.
20 feet.
20 feet.
20 feet, elf. You're looking at that west wall there. Seems familiar. Seems a lot like that previous wall. Like there might be something about the masonry that's off.
Captain, I suspect something may be askew here.
But the corridor continues another 30 feet, and then
Well,
we'll...
30 feet from that?
No,
or-
no, yeah,
Okay.
I'm just going 10, 20, 30. And then,
linear behavior.
then we'll open up into some other sort of chamber.
Okay.
All right, so this is still mason stone and everything.
Yep.
Same materials.
Still looks
and the
nice.
rest of it. So you're thinking there's a secret door, you said?
Secret.
Yep,
Yeah.
just in that middle,
I think so.
middle passage there.
Okay.
More mysterious bowls. Let's go.
Let's open it. I'm going to open it.
I listen at the door first.
Okay.
I haven't finished with listening at doors.
I understand. It's not the fact that
I don't wanna
you
get-
really want to rogue.
I don't want to
you
get
know?
spot stuck again.
Nothing?
I don't hear anything.
Okay.
Step away from the door.
I will open.
Okay. Hip door open.
Nope.
Nope.
Well, at this point, because you've opened a very similar door, I'll
Yeah.
give you up to 3. So 1 to 3 will open it.
A 6 would not have done it anyway. A 5 will not do it.
Who else is in? Somebody,
Two.
There we
somebody
go.
gives me a 2.
Well done.
Door opens. Corridor leading west.
Yes. 1,
10 feet,
10 feet,
20 feet, 30 feet.
30 feet.
And then, yes, it opens into another
Circles.
circular
With a pedestal.
with a pedestal.
And the
Oh,
color
wait.
is?
Red.
Red. See?
Okay.
Is this like a massive?
So if we find one there, yeah, red, then
That
if we
means
could
that there
find,
might be a tunnel down here. So
Yes.
it makes a.
So no, red. If this one's blue, we should find something to the northeast that's
Oh,
blue.
yeah, blue.
I mean, that still doesn't
That's-
tell us what the heck it is.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But
Or
it's
what's
a
going on.
trigger.
Yeah.
What's on this bowl?
Satyrs and
Same
waves?
iconography.
With
the
the-
satyr and the wave.
Satyr waves.
And there's nothing in it.
Nothing in it. Just that dull source of red illumination.
Footprint? Anything? Like
What-
the same kind of single person walked in here kind of look.
Dust.
Dust.
Yeah, actually. You think a single person may have walked in here somewhat recently.
Brother do read. perhaps.
Could be.
Could
And
be.
it could be. There should be things in those. Okay, here's a theory, and it gives us absolutely nothing. That there were things in these bowls, these outer bowls, and someone comes and removes them. And when that removes, it basically goes from blue. It goes from blue to red, and the central area goes from blue to red as well.
Yeah.
So in other words, that central area is like a security post, effectively. It tells you if anything has been removed. Now, I don't know. That may be a case. It doesn't get us anywhere.
Well, I mean, if we
Or-
go look for the room that
Let's
we
go
think is
look,
blue,
look for the blue room.
Yeah, we'll go
that
for
might be the undisturbed
And
one.
there's not. I will bet there's nothing directly across from the secret door here.
From here.
Yeah. On the other.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can search it. We'll take a turn to search it.
I'll take a turn. I'll take a turn. I'll search it.
Okay.
Using my dwarven abilities and awareness of what this sort of thing looks like.
You know tunnels.
Nothing.
Doesn't seem to be.
Because again, dungeon organization makes me feel that there's going to be. We have to circle around and come in from the other direction.
I mean, we still have this corridor.
That's true. Well, let's pursue up north first.
I guess so. The other thing, other than things being taken out, I'm going to pose another theory that this is a way to unlock something.
Might
Oh,
be.
yeah, that could be.
And then that is activated. Blue is activated, so you need to put something in. That's my counter argument.
And that's a good one as well.
So, because I mean, there's all these pits.
Yeah,
I'm
there
just
is.
saying this could be another doorway
Yeah.
with these smaller, because if they're shorter, they can see.
But we aren't seeing anything in those central bowls, and that's what makes me think there's signals. One way
Yeah,
or
but
another.
like it's like a,
Oh, it might go down at that point.
because it's shorter. I don't know. This is just me, like,
No, this is cool.
No, it's great.
If you were basically designing an ancient catacombs as a
yeah.
I
goblin architect.
just did the Blood of Lathander quest in Baldur's Gate 3. So.
But yeah, to answer chat, I'm terrible at puzzle rooms.
Yeah,
I can't do puzzle rooms.
I know. I've got the same challenge because I've got so many ideas about how to do it that it's gonna.
It's because they have
We're
math.
gonna go
Too
north.
much math.
Okay.
We're gonna go north, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see
Okay,
what's in
caller
there.
said you went north, so you're going north.
Yep.
You
Yep.
proceed back down that corridor to the east. You make a left, and you now are going up into the north room.
Okay.
So as you enter this room, again, it goes from the entrance 20 feet on one side, 20 feet on the other side. And then just 10 feet forward,
10 feet forward.
because there are a row of doors. Basically, so there's a central corridor that continues exactly as the corridor you entered through, north-south, right? But then it looks like there's a set of 4 doors, one of which is badly damaged on the far left, that are just 10 feet up from that. So yes, you got it right there. Now just draw doors on everything but the center of those 5 squares. So there's a door there, there's a door there, door there.
Behind
But-
one of them is a new car.
But at this, this is a Monty Hall dungeon.
That's
Yes,
right.
but in
That
the
was the
center,
thing.
the corridor just continues north.
Right.
Yeah, there's no door. It's just open and continues north at least
There's
20
door
feet.
here,
You
but
can
which
see.
one is the one that's beat up,
Damaged.
like right here?
The far left, so the
Yes.
far west
I'm a
one
bonk,
is
bonk, bonk, bonk,
damaged.
bonk. That's
Yes.
a messed up door.
Okay.
In a Monty Hall dungeon, we found all the zonks so
Yes. Oh, Joker, whammy.
There's nobody saying, one of us only tells the truth.
Not to
Yeah.
date.
Today
Yet we'll get there.
is,
One of us tells nothing but lies. Lies, I say.
and then this is a corridor, right? Yeah.
Yes, that's just a corridor in
Okay.
the center going forward.
Let's check out the damaged one first, he suggests.
Okay.
The door is scorched? Or the door...
Actually, it's broken.
Okay, so basically we can see through it.
Yeah, that's,
You can see through it. There's a little bit at the top of it, like a triangle of it that is still attached to a hinge and is
Sure.
open. The rest of it has been shattered. It would appear
Outward?
from the inside. Yes,
Okay.
the remains of that door are inside.
okay.
Are in the hallway.
in the hallway.
Okay. What is in the room?
Well, peek your head around.
I will
And
peek
again,
my
marching
head
order wise,
We're going to have Redar and Tordek in the front.
Okay, just making sure.
Put Jozen and Digby in the middle, Flop and Bernie in the back.
Okay, so Flop and Bernie in the back. Because
Sorry,
he stayed, so Josen's in the middle. Okay.
I'm breaking all the
Okay.
rules.
Okay, so you can peek your head in here, and this seems to have been some sort of a dormitory room. There are remains of a bed.
Like a monk's cell?
Yeah, a monk's
Like,
cell. On
What,
the
10
far.
by 10?
No, it goes 20. Yeah, 10 by 20.
10 by 20, so like this.
Yes.
That's fairly spacious. You can rent it for $900 a month.
3,000 in Manhattan.
Is there a bed like at the far end?
There is a bed at the far end. There's also a number of sheets of paper that shredded paper that are on the ground in here. But much more interestingly, the first square to the west as you come in, there seems to be a secret door of some kind that is actually open.
Oh.
It looks like it was kind of behind some sort of shelving system or something, but it's like half ajar.
I tried to see what it is that's holding it open.
It looks like just decrepitude. Like it just, it was open and it got snapped and it's just kind of like
Okay.
barely hanging on. But there were some shelves there that are just dangling.
Looking at the paper, is there writing on it?
There is like writing on the paper, and it's fragmentary because this is all torn up.
Right.
You find a sheet, and so none of you speak chaos.
No.
Do you have read
control.
languages or any similar thing to that effect?
I got this sword.
What
That's
is scroll of SW?
Is the sword read language?
Oh, CSW is Cure Serious Wounds. sorry.
CSW. Okay,
Yes, so
sorry.
that's your biggest single cure that you can drop in this adventure.
Double.
Cure Serious Wounds.
Okay.
But, well, there are a few things you can make out about it. There are some satyr illustrations
Okay.
on this. And you do see what looks like a word of common tongue, and that word is nemesis.
Nemesis.
One of them also has a picture of a satyr who is drinking from like just an enormous flagon, pouring something into their mouth.
Is it a flagon with a dragon?
There is no dragon embossed on the flagon, no.
Maybe a chalice from the palace?
So
You can keep going on this.
monastery ruins on top of us, do they have Saturn iconography? Or
Not at all.
Okay. Curious.
Yeah.
Some
And are
cults?
they torn up, burned?
The pages or the...
Yeah. Shredded?
You would say, yeah, someone who had ransacked this room and like you could not read the stuff was just tearing through it as they were trying to get.
Oh, so does it look ransacked?
Yes, the room looks ransacked.
So bed's like flipped and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
And the secret door's been left open and for some time. Is there like moss on the ends and the hinges?
Not
that sort of
moss,
stuff?
no.
But dust.
like it's broken, though.
But broken.
It's broken. Being a dwarf, that this is old construction of the stone around it. The wooden shelf that formed the secret door, that was more modern.
Okay.
But
Could have put it over it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Do you want to check out the other cells, or do you want to pursue through the secret door now?
I like secret doors. But the also thing is, we don't want to check here and then something be hiding in here.
That's true.
And-
Well, the door's open, so they can follow us anyway. So.
Yeah, but I mean like them getting the jump on us versus we getting the jump on them.
Sounds good. We'll go through the secret door.
okay.
Efficiently.
Entering the secret door.
They got DM look of. Are you sure?
Entering the secret door to the west, there's a simple 10-foot by 10-foot room.
10 foot.
Yep. There is a corpse of a goblin.
Of course.
Just 10 by 10, so just one square.
Oh, one square.
One
Sorry, I
One
don't
square.
know why I was like big square.
But the northwest corner of that dwarf goes nuts on this. Somebody has mined through this with like pickaxes that have come through into this room. The debris has, a lot
Come
of it is
this way.
spilled into
Okay.
this way.
Okay.
And there is a narrow, like one person could go through at a time, corridor that is going then northwest diagonal out of this secret room.
Wow. Sorry.
So goblins got in this way.
Could be. Could be goblins. Does the goblin on the floor have a pickaxe?
This goblin does not.
Okay. Does it say there another? Does this goblin have any shreds of paper on it?
No visible shreds of paper. This goblin had basically a dagger.
Yeah. Okay.
Like a simple hauberk.
I think we don't need to explore this.
All right.
Well, I mean, that's just my opinion.
I think we should check out the rest of the cells and
Yeah.
then come back.
Yeah, come back.
You've been pretty spot on.
Yeah. Your instincts have been good.
Yes.
But we're going to check out the next cell over from the cell that we initially
Well, they're
found. So-
dorms, not cells.
They are. The monastic cell is a term.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dorms, I like that.
They are dorms.
There are dorms. Yeah, they say someone's made bunk beds. You know, there's a dartboard. There's a table made out of a stolen stop sign. You know, milk cartons for the
Oh my gosh.
for your
A stoner roommate assigned to you.
Oh yeah. I had one that kept pistachios on his.
Yeah, what's up,
Stone Cold?
brother? Hey. All right, so yes, you can go one more cell over. There,
Yeah.
this door seems to be basically intact.
Okay.
Okay.
Should we go through the effort for the time?
Yeah.
Open the door. I get a 3. Let me try it.
Yeah, we
Well,
need
is
to do
that-
this one again.
Do we need to do 3? Oh,
One.
there, 1. Is it the same size as the next?
It is the same size. This is a slightly better preserved room. There's no scraps of paper or anything. Somebody took the mattress, it looks like, off
Oh.
of the stone bench that is on the far side of this
Okay.
room.
Sorry.
Nice.
Very nice.
Disintegrating the zombies.
Yeah.
Nice.
Beautiful.
That is so cool. Thank you, Tanel.
Thank
Very
you.
nice.
Thank you for Tanel.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah. What am I doing?
How do I get someone like that for my games? That'd be great.
I didn't know he was your father.
But otherwise, yeah, this seems to be unoccupied. Somebody emptied this.
Someone emptied this.
It was not ransacked. This was
Now,
like
the
emptied.
previous one was ransacked. Was there a desk in the or a writing table in there?
Broken pieces of wood that
Okay.
could have been. Yeah.
We tossed the room just to make sure that there's nothing that has been hidden or is underneath the mattress
There's a
that's not
diary.
there.
No, seems clean.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to cross the open corridor
Okay.
and open that door.
Okay.
This one
I'll
right
listen
here.
at it first.
Go listen, or he listens.
He listens.
I do listen. Just pay attention. You hear nothing.
I hear nothing.
I fail on the first attempt. Go ahead. Fail on the second attempt. Third attempt. Oh yeah, this just reminds me of the old days.
I somehow secure it more.
So have I
Push, pull, push, slide.
Have I brought you back to Purdue
Oh, yeah,
University?
absolutely.
And like what, Chris? Am I bringing you back to?
Yes. Moorpark College.
This is
Yes.
very much the level of caution and the slow progress
yes.
that we don't get as many cinematic moments of this, but when we
No.
build, we get
And the
to it.
resource management.
Oh gosh,
That's-
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
1.
One. There you go.
Very
It
good.
was a harsher time.
When you bang this door open, there's a body.
Oh.
Is it a living body?
Surprise!
Is it an undead body?
There is a male figure wearing monk's robes who is lying on the ground, looking relatively peaceful actually. Arms folded
Oh.
across them,
Peacefully dead or peacefully alive?
peacefully dead.
His robes, are they of the church flight?
Yeah, you might say they are, but I don't know. Maybe a cleric might recognize something.
Do I
Well,
recognize these
You're not
robes?
of that faith, but go for it.
I dabbled it around.
Yeah,
Worshipped around in your younger years? Okay.
Pantheon.
This seems to have been, you would guess, made by someone to look like those robes. But is in fact obviously counterfeit, like at a serious glance.
Fake saint.
Clear. Basically, it's got the epaulets, they're the wrong shape.
Got this at Target.
Yeah. They didn't.
Target.
Target, that's right.
They use blue stitching instead of the red stitching they're
I
supposed to
see.
use.
Under the collars, yes.
Yeah.
Delancey Street Gucci.
Interesting. Wait, how is this like a mummified corpse?
Yeah, more
Or mummified?
Actually,
Mummified?
yeah. I mean, this is someone who looks like they were placed here intentionally, probably by someone.
Okay. It's not becoming active. Is it
It's
laying
not.
on its bed?
It's not on the bed, actually. It's on the floor in front of where the bed was. Yeah.
I'd like to search the room without disturbing the body yet.
Okay.
It's a human form,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mummified.
mummified.
Made to look like a priest.
I mean, this may be used as, someone they just decided to put the final resting place here. Okay, checking the body. I'm going to.
Okay.
Could be one of those, it's like, oh, brother, let us come help
It's
you.
not Darien.
And you trigger a trap and you're sad.
So, you have no information on really what Brother Doreen looks like, but you expect.
we have our friends.
I have flop spell.
That's true. Oh, yes.
have our
Flopswell
friends.
says, no, boss, that wasn't Brother Doreen. This guy's been dead forever. Look at him.
Okay. Just like make sure he hasn't run into something that drains all the liquids out of you. I check the body.
So the most interesting thing you find on the body is a wineskin, actually,
A wineskin. Okay.
that has a bit of water in it.
Bit of water in it.
I thought he said lion skin at first.
Wine.
Lion skin?
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. It's-
No, we're not. We didn't mug Hercules.
That's what I thought. Wine skin. Got it.
Okay.
Red or white?
That's water.
No, it's actually water.
Water.
Inside of it. Yeah.
We squirt a little out. It's water. It's not burning a hole in my palm.
No,
Smell?
it seems to be normal water.
Water. A wineskin with water. Okay. It's my tie-in with bulls, but we're going to hold on to it. So,
But not holy.
is it holy water? How do we tell?
Could I tell if it's holy water?
Our only chance to tell.
I mean, ordinarily, again, in 3D&D, we'd be making a check,
Yeah, yeah,
like
but-
some kind of lore thing. I mean, it would seem unusual for somebody to be carrying a skin like this in a place like this,
Unless they were
unless it had some purpose.
made up to wear a monk suit as well, and it was to
Yeah.
reinforce the
If-
costume.
It's an
If I look
imitation priest.
inside the bottle, is it like
Wineskin.
No, it's in the wineskin. Does it have residue on it, like salt?
Not salt, but actually, there is some sort of a residue. And actually, maybe there's a faint odor of alcohol or something
But
that,
it's-
even though what's in here is water, it maybe residually had wine
wine
and some
in
other
it.
things in it previously.
Had a wineskin, filled it with water, or turn the wine into water. Go the other direction.
Yeah.
Who's to say?
Say.
Yeah,
So that makes it an anti-cleric.
CSI Gen Con, folks, coming soon.
Okay. We will go to the last of the rooms.
The last of the rooms, I won't waste your time. You can bang the door endlessly. There's been a cave-in in the last of these on this side.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so
Don't go in those rooms.
Don't go in that room.
Yeah.
Okay. How are we for time? No, I'm not type out as far as the group
for
is
your
concerned.
actual time sheet, you've got probably 4 more turns of actions before you're going to rest again.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's go hit that room in the center. Well,
or
Yeah.
whatever the whole-
Corridor continues on.
Goes ever on.
So
and
the
on.
corridor goes forward the 10 feet, 20 feet to make it to the edge of the cells, then another 10 feet, 20 feet, and in fact you end up in a mirror of what you just had seen.
With other cells
Yeah,
going the other
4
direction.
cells going the other direction,
See.
with one major distinction, which is along the north wall, there's another one of those troughs
water
of
trough.
water. 9 inches across that running water is flowing through.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Okay. Does the corridor continue north, or does it?
Nope, it
just
terminates at that
there?
point.
Hit the top of the.
Yep.
Like that, and then there's the doors.
Yep. And then the doors are there.
So, now, since there are a bunch of cells,
However,
now
there
it's a dormitory.
are no doors that's just blown open on the both of the ones on the east side are just open.
Okay.
You
Okay.
can see remnants of doors, and in fact, the far west one is also just blown open. But as you come in here,
Yes.
Yeah.
there's a hissing sound,
Oh.
and the heads of 2 enormous serpents come around the far end, the far east
East.
From one of the
these-
open doors.
from one of the open doors, and it is initiative.
Initiative.
So please roll. Somebody roll a d6. Caller
looking
is welcome
for-
to, or whomever else.
You want me to take the responsibility?
You don't,
Yeah.
with my bad die rolling, you don't want me to do.
Okay.
What does this mean? I'm looking for this.
We will give party first action. 2 serpents. Their heads are, about like this big each. Bodies stretching behind them that are like lunging towards you.
Okay.
How far? What's the distance?
I mean, that's
Approximately.
20
20
feet.
feet.
It's probably we can close and hit them if we so choose.
You could, yes.
Which is what I would like to do.
What's the? Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, there's no sense of balanced encounters in OD&D.
That's true.
And oftentimes, your best bet is to run.
That's true.
Yeah. But we're going to kill some snakes.
Spirit of Adventure?
Spirit of Adventure.
There's 4 of you and 3 hirelings
Okay.
against 2 little
Exactly.
garden snakes. Come on,
the
these
hirelings
are...
have any missiles?
Garden stakes?
Yes.
No.
The Carter stakes.
Garter stakes. Either way.
Yes.
No.
Carter stakes.
I pull out this.
Sergeant Carter.
Okay, so somewhere in here there should be a men attacking.
Yes, right
Is
here
it-
in the middle.
Okay, men attacking is in the middle.
And the armor class, well, we all get to make, are we going in any order, or are we?
Yeah, I would say as the caller, you can dictate the order in which people are going to act, and so take bids. What do people want to do?
You want to do?
I do. I want this to go away fast if we can.
All right.
Time is not our friend.
What do you want to do?
Once I know what the dimensions are
Yes.
of what I'm about to cast, then
Is
I'll
that
decide
fireball?
whether. Oh God, no. I'm
Okay,
too
thank
concerned.
you.
Cold. Kind of cold.
Okay, the Wand of Cold basically radiates out, and it goes up to 60 feet forward.
Okay, good.
Unlike Fireball or Lightning Bolt, it will not bounce, right? This will just, so if you're aiming it down, if you imagine that you're standing right in the center of
Sure.
that top east-west corridor, if you're aiming it down, you should be able to hit the heads of these, which are now both out into that without hitting any party members.
That's it.
Okay.
We're green to go then. If you're
Anything from the cleric that wants to vote? I'd say we let you take the first hit.
Go ahead.
boom.
Icy projectile, the same dimensions as a fear wand. Creatures take half damage if their saving throw is made.
Afghanistan banana stand.
The hot rock.
That's right. Oh, you can
Oh
stay.
my god.
That's my secret code word. So
Okay.
That's right. Growing up, you taught me. Who showed me this game? Same
rock.
thing. Yeah.
It's 18. Jeez. Okay, so this thing fires off with like massive effect.
Okay.
We're very
wow.
happy with that.
how many charges does this wand have? Is that one thing, or is that just
50.
50? Okay.
Does it?
Why they just
I counted to 4. For the record, no, that's 5. That's 5.
there's 5 charges, which is quite a bit.
That's a lot of charges.
That's a very
That's your
nice piece.
primary offensive cannon.
Yeah.
So
I kind of thought we could take this out, but I kind of want to test this to see what its capability was.
Yeah.
okay,
That's
so one of the 2 serpents is completely frozen solid by this,
Yeah.
and as it's lurching, it basically shatters and its neck plummets off to the ground. The other looks
Yay.
terrible, but is still up. It will
Okay.
be on you now.
Well,
But after you people
we are
act.
going to take
Yes.
our shots as well.
Thank you.
After you. I'll use the shady dice. Okay, what are you? You're a
Fighting man, level 4.
You're doing
level 4, our class,
AC 5.
AC 5, that's chain. That looks like a 12 or better.
Yeah. So, for those of you at home who are not familiar with what the hell I am doing, rolling these 2 dice
Oh,
together,
okay, you're not going to...
Oh, wow.
the D20s
You're
in the
doing that.
70s, they didn't have double digits, so it went to 0 to 9 twice. So you would roll a D6 along with it. If you got a 4 to 6, you'd add 10 to this. If you got a 1 to 3, you'd just take this result.
Or you could just use the
Or
shaded sides
We
of
also
that,
had
'cause it is shaded.
these.
Oh, yeah.
And so, shaded, add 10, unshaded, it's not
Right.
What we would also do is we would basically shade half the numbers.
Yeah.
And therefore be able to have, basically say the ones that are shaded, I add 10.
But this is what I used to do.
Okay,
So
do
I'm gonna
it,
that.
do it good.
Good.
All right.
Go do it.
Chris, hit it up.
5.
5 what? Oh, just 5.
Not going to hit snake sticks its tongue out at you, remains focused on meowing.
I also need a 12. I also roll a 5.
We're twinsies, Jeff.
You're a magic user. You're going to die. I can play the part of that.
We're working on it.
I guess, let's see. I just got I will use my snake staff to fight this snake.
How appropriate.
So what you're
How
doing?
big is this? Is this man-sized snake or is this a big, gigantic?
It's a bigger snake, and it is itself a constrictor. And so I'm not really sure what the result would be of constricting a constrictor. We'll decide that. But if you would like to roll to hit,
Let's try it.
okay, sure.
I will use my constrictor.
A
So.
strict constrictor.
So you need a d20,
All right.
and
Dark is high. Light
yes, dark is high,
low.
light is normal, and you are a cleric level 5.
Yes, cleric level 5, and I got chainmail. Does that matter?
You're
No,
not wearing
it's-
change. Cleric 5.
You need an 11.
I need an 11.
Or I'm sorry.
No, 12.
12?
Are these armor class 5?
Oh, he's 65. You're right. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm
12.
5.
You need a 12.
Same as what?
Okay, go. No, 5.
Also a 5.
Wow.
The number of the
The
insufficient
law of
beast.
fives.
The law of five. This is loaded dice, I see. That's why you wanted us to play with these.
They're all flaky.
All flaky.
Bring out the Green Lantern.
Now,
We do
of
have
course, you
men
do
at
have
arms,
hirelings.
but
If you
I-
would
can they
like
get-
to get them in harm's way,
Can they get into this battle?
I mean,
There's a lot of
given
people in this
actually that
corridor.
all
Three
three
of,
of you
yeah,
are
I'd
on
say
melee in
no.
front of it, and
Yeah.
you're 10 foot, I doubt it.
Okay.
So I think that the remaining serpent
Well, my
is
second
on you.
attack, then I will slash at the.
You get to,
No, you don't get.
but we're ahead of him. He sort of fired from behind us.
Well, I hope didn't fire from behind you, because then he would have been in the cone of cold.
He fired.
He fired.
We
You
rushed
took a
forward.
3-foot step.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going for him.
Okay,
because he
fine.
can. He's a snake. Think of it like
You're
a
edible.
projectile that
Does
is
the
coming
snake
from Meowly.
does the snake get
I'm
disadvantaged
inedible.
because the surface is icy?
All right, so snake. You.
No, I'm an icy. Great. I better be a Slurpee.
Monsters attacking. So you were going
have
against
leather armor plus
Meowly,
2.
who
What's your armor
is.
class?
Well,
I
he
don't
doesn't
know.
know.
What armor are you wearing?
Leather armor plus 2. So get some protection.
Okay, easy hit from the snake.
Ooh,
Who's badly damaged. That's why I lost
thank you.
most of its teeth. And okay, I'm out of stuff. That's all I got.
I love the fact that our spellcaster is the one that's taking all the damage around
Yeah.
here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, magic is a union.
So-
Okay, stop that.
Unfortunately, just squeezing past the two of them to get you, it can't really get in a good bite.
Aw.
But it slashes you with its teeth as it goes by, and you are further damaged, actually.
Okay.
And you
Not
could
just
be doing
damaged,
better.
I'm further damaged.
I hear that.
Further.
You already got healed once.
I wish I was farther damaged, and I'd be down the hallway from you.
But the other snake is dead, so it
Thank
is top
God.
of round. You may act again against
All right,
the
give it a shot
remaining
first.
hit points of the snake.
Daddy needs a new snakeskin leather jacket.
A 5. 4, 5.
I hate these dice.
That's a lot of 5.
I am so glad I brought these dice.
Oh, so
I,
I'm
on the
so.
other hand, got a 16
Hey,
16 will in fact hit.
with a warhammer plus 2. Do you want you to roll for damage or do I?
I roll for damage.
Alrighty.
I did not roll well, and
No. That's my damage to him.
yeah.
I know. Something for that, and
He said no
then-
thank you.
so he is still nowhere near death. He's not great, but
Okay.
he's plenty active.
Let's see.
Your turn.
I'm trying to think what else, because I don't have any other weapons on me.
What, you can only use the snake staff?
Because I don't have any dagger or anything.
I mean, the
like
snake
that.
staff will hit for 2 to 7, even if it
Oh,
doesn't
okay.
constrict.
Yeah.
So you
I
can.
whack it.
Okay, roll it.
I whack it with my staff.
Whack it.
Get a 12.
A 0?
10.
Oh,
It's a
10.
10.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, that's a miss.
Okay, that's the 3 of us. Do you want to flee in terror,
You could
leaving us to be?
scurry.
I could
Fall back.
wand it a second
back.
time.
Oh, but
Seems
I only
where?
have, I only
There's
have
a
3.
lot of
There's
people.
a
You
lot
guys
of
have
melee
missed
with
6
this.
times.
Yes, but
There's a lot of people in
But
melee.
wait.
The cone is going
Yeah,
to
the
hit.
other's going
Yeah.
to clash. Okay, good.
Are we still going to be using these dice?
Yes, we are still going to be using these dice.
I will flee.
A good
That's
choice.
a good choice. Yeah.
We do not hold that against you.
No attacks of opportunity in this game, so yes, you can withdraw
Oh, that's right.
from
Oh.
combat.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, we used to have the house rule. If you ran, basically you take one shot at your back. No shield bonus.
Yes, but not in this house of Chaldea.
Not in this house. This house we do it
That's right, this house. You can be a coward and get
That's
away
not to do
with
with the house. It's the current tenant.
it. Was it? Would you stop? You're not helping.
Who is he going after?
Oh, am I?
Well, the snake is still attacking. At this point, probably the snake is attacking you because you at least managed to hit it.
I'd
Yeah.
like to
I'm waving around ineffectually.
And Tordex,
Flailing my flail.
is
he's got plate and shield.
Yeah, yes, you're two.
I don't even have a dart or dagger.
He doesn't have full plate because
we do have a dagger.
Yeah, Dad.
Believe it or not, it will still hit you.
It's a magical dagger.
But honestly, your trade in weak blows. Like your blow is weak, this blow is weak.
Slap fight.
So you are not
How does
exactly
a snake do a slap
in mortal
fight?
danger. Well, the problem is there's so many of you, and it's got to slither around.
Yeah,
And
I have something on my list that I don't think it is, but what is evil pants?
Evil parents?
evil pants.
Pants.
I think that may have been something from a previous usage
Okay,
of this
so-
character that you might just want to cross out.
Evil
I'm
pants. It looks like pants.
Pants.
I have no idea.
I have evil pants. No, I don't have evil pants.
have no
Okay.
idea.
I don't know, but I think that's a great magic item.
Where's the evil pants in the family? That's what I want to know.
Evil pants is
As you can see, I came to this so prepared. I made everything bespoke just for this. Yeah.
It could be a not displacer beast. Yes, a displacer beast. That's right.
displacer
To have an evil pant.
Okay, well let's keep it going. Come on,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
we're on the clock.
Okay.
Rekdar, you
true.
want it?
Well, blink dogs are good.
Yeah, but they have evil pants.
Okay.
Oh. No.
Yeah, whatever it is. You're losing ground, son.
One.
By the way, this is very Chris Pramus rolling.
No.
I did warn you.
I got a 16 again.
That's a good hit. Okay, it's looking a little worse. It's not down, not by any means.
I'm taking down the rhyme.
You know what? For funsies' sake, I want to constrict the constrictor just for funsies' sake.
Okay, well, first you need to roll a hit.
Yeah, no, I gotta
and
roll
if you
a hit.
then you do 2 to 7 damage, and you could kill it outright from that.
Yeah.
So
Constrict
you
this.
can hit it.
No.
6.
Okay, 6 will not hit. Still on you.
glad I
So
don't
you're the only one that's like actually causing it problems. That's a miss for him.
You look more
Back to you
swallowable.
guys. You want him?
Time for
Yeah, I
gamer
wanna-
superstition. I need to switch dice.
Yeah. There you go. These need to go in
That
jail.
also was a piece of OD&D.
That's
Oh,
right.
those dice are. I'm putting those dice are in dice jail.
That's right.
4. Well, that didn't work.
You went the wrong way.
I know.
This is the problem of these
Yeah,
shading
it's
dice.
reading.
13. Just hits, I think.
Yeah,
is on my
13 does
classifier.
just hit. This may do it if you're lucky. You're not lucky.
I'm not lucky.
In this version, is every humanoid like the same height in D&D? Because you said goblins are like the same height. They're not like short.
They
I think
could
they're
be
closer
shorter.
to elves.
They're
Elves
closer
are
to
shorter than.
Oh, elves are
humans
shorter in this version.
Yes.
They're not lanky.
Depends on the world.
I mean,
We don't
there's
talk about
very
the height.
little descriptive
Okay,
text
there's
about the
no-
differences between the types.
Okay.
But
So if you're going with Legolas elves,
Okay.
they're about human size.
Okay.
Keebler elves are
Take it.
much shorter.
I'm gonna abandon this
Elrond
style.
elves are
Okay.
much taller
Yeah.
and wiser. All working off of.
I
That's
think
not a
that's
hit.
just a 10.
that's just a 10.
Yeah.
I can tell you it's not a
Did
hit.
you miss me? I'm sorry, I was just busy doing
Yeah,
shtick.
just blinked. Yeah, just gonna keep going.
Stick is welcome at this
I
stage.
got a 10. Okay, your turn.
Isn't this fascinating? Welcome to the world of original Dungeons and Dragons people.
I'm afraid that's
I
what
said
want. I missed it. I missed it.
I said in my intro sheets that OD&D combat can be very deadly. I didn't manage what you die of is boredom. Please, go on.
Let's go say by the old gods.
Oh, God.
The old gods get
14.
14,
There you go. That's how
okay.
you have to do it.
And actually, that will do it.
Ha!
The all gods.
You smash, the head is frozen, you smash through it in a single blow.
Yep, and your snake staff wraps around the head and constricts it, and it's
Nicely
already a little
done.
frozen, and then...
There you go.
Okay.
Okay.
So they were in the
Utterly
furthest east room,
They were in the furthest east of the cells, yes.
and we will engage in that first edition tradition of we check for treasure.
Right.
All right, well, tell me what you're going to do. You go around to that
We'll check the
area.
room first.
There is some kind of, just mess in
Yeah.
this room. Biological mess, various kinds. A bolus, like something that the snake spit up,
Right.
is right in the middle of it. Would you like the bolus?
I will actually slash open the bolus and see if there's anything of worth in it. The bolus being like a hairball.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be an owl? Snakes?
Yeah.
As you cut it open,
Yeah.
actually, there are some coins in that bolus.
See? Profit.
Yep.
All right.
We're off the goose egg.
I mean,
We lost the pedal
Finally, we got
medallion, so-
treasure.
And the evil pants.
Evil pants,
So
I
we
know.
were operating out of a deficit.
You're at a deficit. I mean, immediately from just the initial cut, you find like 7 gold pieces. Would you like to keep?
We'll do a little dig. I'll do a little dig.
Okay.
Let the others
Take you a turn or two.
check the room.
There is one. Well, we're checking these, right?
Yeah, we're gonna check the others eventually. So.
Okay.
I go to the cleric.
I know.
I limp over to the cleric dramatically.
Do you have a cure light wounds?
I used my Cure Light Wounds already.
You had a cure light wound.
I had a Cure Light Wound.
I will give. Do
and
you,
this, folks, is why there's 5 more versions after this.
do you have a potion of healing?
No, he does not.
I have a potion of healing, and I will provide it to you, even though I am wounded.
No, you keep it.
I am barely scratched.
But I don't want to be the caller. No, I'm kidding.
If I die, you get to be the caller. There, that keeps me alive.
Wow. yes, absolutely.
I'll give you my 2 cure light wounds, which is 2 to 7 points of healing.
Thank you. I'll just take one.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you're feeling better. You're feeling better. You're not 100%, but you're feeling better.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I will point out the special item you give to me is a ring of regeneration,
Oh, I know. Yeah, I'm well aware.
which means how fast does it heal in your terms?
Point per turn.
Point per turn, because there's a later errata that changes it to a round.
Yeah, it's not per round.
I have it written down in my little book
It-
in pencil.
It's for
Yeah, I think it's a giant errata, actually.
Yes.
Okay,
But-
sounds good.
Yeah, that is your nice item, and it is probably the best item anyone
Oh,
has.
absolutely! It's going to keep.
I had a
me
nice one. It
alive.
was the pedal thing. It was really beautiful. And stuff.
had evil
plans
I've
for
heard
it.
about the pedals. You had plants for it?
I had plans
What
for
does
it.
the other snake
Needed
have
it.
if I investigate the other body, the one that I killed? Because you did one. I will.
Oh, so it wasn't on either of the snakes.
Yeah,
This
it
was
was
something that got
it
barfed
upchucked.
up back in like the little
hole.
monastic cell. That is the only obvious thing you found in that cell.
The snakes aren't lumpy in any way. And cut them open.
You're welcome to cut them open.
Yeah, maybe it's got goblin in it.
Maybe if it's big enough. Yeah, I will cut one open, see what's in its guts.
There is crushed goblin in one of them.
Oh. I mean, it could have
They're
been one of the other
constrictors.
people's too.
It's true.
Yeah, they could have been. Information good.
Information good.
We checked the door next to it. The room next to it.
The open next to it has nada.
No?
So there is
Appears to
one
be empty.
closed door. I marked this
okay.
as a closed door.
Oh, I thought the 2 in the east or the west are.
The 2 in the east are both have no doors.
Snakes.
And
And then
there's
this one was
one-
open, and then there's one right here that was closed.
And the things came from the west?
This
They came from the east.
Okay.
East.
So let's check the one that's closed. Which is right next to the next
Okay.
one down the.
Hate to do this, but roll to open it, please.
Listen to the door.
Ah, there you go.
There you go. Opened easily.
Another fake body.
No, this room's pretty much empty.
Oh,
Okay.
empty.
And checking the last one, which is the door is open.
Yeah. I scan the room using my elven senses.
Sure.
There's another bolus here.
Oh.
Another bolus there.
In this one?
In the final
Well, yeah,
west one that's open.
One bolus per,
Oh, bolus. I was like, bowl.
No. A bolus.
That's another theory for what the bowls do. So,
Okay. And
Half
if you can
cats.
cut that open, you
Yeah.
can recover some more gold
two
from
more
each of these.
so checking the walls along the north, east, and west.
There's water here.
Oh, that's
there's that
water.
water
Yeah,
line
that
there.
weird
There's
water.
water here. Oh, is the direction of the water? Yeah, it is going this way. So it's like almost like a.
Well, it could
So
be-
it is going,
could
yes,
be-
the
it could
water
be
is
just,
going from
it-
west to east at
It
the
could
top there.
just be
Yes.
water, running water. Basically, we have running water, or use
Yeah.
it for flushing
So-
away
Or it could
waste.
relate to the
I know we
river.
didn't check this earlier, but is it
Ooh, that's good.
like is it fresh water or
That's good.
salt
Let's
water?
go downstream.
Yeah.
Do you want to taste it?
I mean, if it's salt water, there would be residue. I wouldn't have to taste it.
Seems to be fresh water.
Okay. Let me drink water. No, there's residue on these things.
Snake spit in it.
Yeah. So it's fresh running water, and it's all
Without
going.
checking the without crossing the stream, which I think now is just for sanitation in the area. It's my guess.
You want to block the water and see?
I'm thinking it's very Roman, type of thing.
Oh,
like the
it's the
bathhouses.
pee.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So, also the upstream part could be the freshwater part of it too.
But there's no door if we look.
Oh, there's no door there.
no door.
You can search.
You don't come up with anything.
If you want to spend turns searching for secret doors, you're welcome to.
I'm more interested in the western part of it.
This.
I'm sorry, the eastern part of it. There's no secret door in that eastern chamber, correct?
How long would you like to spend a turn and search?
Actually, we're at the point where we should take a turn to rest.
Yeah, you're pretty close.
Pretty close. Let's take the turn to search.
Okay.
Dwarven, elven, nothing. Okay.
Nope.
We're going to take the rest.
Okay.
A turn. I'm going to
Take
be
the rest.
regaining at least 2 points of regeneration so far.
You are. That is true.
The downside of this particular magic item is the player will continually remind the DM
That's fine.
until the referee.
How
until
many
he
rest?
tells him
Well, no, it's a full night's rest to me. Give that cure.
Right.
It is, yes.
Right.
You can also use spikes to spike a door shut in a dungeon and sleep.
Yes, we've done that more than a few times. I don't think we're there yet.
No.
Okay, we're going to scan back down.
Okay.
To the stone.
Well, first I want to go down
Or
to that four-way intersection at the bottom of the dormitories.
Here?
Right? And check that wall just for secret doors.
That far east wall.
east wall.
East wall. Right here, right in front of the
Spend your turn.
collapsed dormitory.
Yes, that's... He rolls, though.
No.
And that collapse
seem to
with my dwarven abilities, is this recent? Is this something that happened quite some time ago?
Relatively recent, actually. I mean, you can only barely get the door open enough to see that there's just masonry and, the entire ceiling collapsed into that cell.
Okay.
Back to the.
The paint.
Okay.
Back to the door south,
South.
Back to the door south.
which is the stone door.
Could I know you already checked for because the relief on there, could I just start pop the painting?
The bas
yeah,
relief.
you can touch it, and I mean, again, I treat that as a secret door search, effectively, right?
Yeah.
Or like some kind of mechanism search. No, it doesn't. It just seems to be really nicely painted on, and I mean, some of you may have other divination abilities that you could invoke in this instance, but just interacting with it that way isn't yielding anything.
Okay. I got detect passages listed here as a dwarf, but don't think that's what...
It's not what it means. It just means you can detect slopes and like
Mine
that this
is
New
is
construction.
Yeah, that's what it's
It
on.
doesn't feel like it.
And the engineer dwarves.
Yes, yes.
We basically, I think this is, recent design. Looks like from a student of Frank Lloyd Wright.
That's right. But obviously a knockoff.
Yeah, exactly. You can tell by the fact he leaves the kitchen too large.
Precisely.
And the doorways are taller.
Dwarf daycare, they teach them about slopes and things like that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Dwarf daycare.
Dwarf daycare.
Next week, being a lawn gnome.
That's where you go if you
Let's
fail.
go south.
Yeah, let's go
Go
south.
south to that
Okay.
south door.
Go south, the south door.
Yes.
Are we going to burst open? Listen? What
No,
are we
listen.
doing?
We listen.
He likes to listen.
Meowly. Some like to watch. He likes to listen. Nothing.
Listen the second time.
You listen a second time.
Okay.
You hear the sounds of the undead.
Not a thing.
Nothing.
Okay.
Let's go.
First
Hey-ho,
one.
let's go.
Nope.
Oh, now I roll a freaking 6.
Oh, two.
I get by 2.
Okay. With 2.
Shoulder it open.
I mean, again, and the construction reminds you very much of the door that you
originally
entered
came
through
into,
from
yeah.
the sarcophagus.
Which means there's a tendency to roll back. Okay.
Yep. You might want to consider spiking doors like that, yeah.
I might consider spiking door like this.
But the corridor beyond it will continue south, 10-foot wide corridor, 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet to door.
to door.
Also stone door, very similar construction.
Okay.
Listen to the door.
Yeah.
As you walk by,
And I'm going to reiterate, we're doing the floor tapping and looking for pits as we go along. Just to,
yeah, are you still all roped together? Are you? You decided ropes are
We're
unfashionable.
Probably not, the way that we fought and stuff.
Unroped. Yeah,
Yeah,
makes
we're
sense.
unroped.
Okay. Out of bondage. So yeah, I would just say as you get to that 30-foot point,
yeah.
and this will go to Miali again. And this time, it's not that you feel like there's anything weird about the walls on either side of you, but something is starting to feel familiar. Like you feel suddenly colder in this spot in a way that you knew you felt colder in other spots near where the secret doors were, but you don't think there are secret doors here. You just feel colder.
I make an intelligence check.
Which you cannot do in this game, but if there's anything you would like to do,
I check my
tell me what it is.
intelligence.
Yeah, that's really good. Check your privilege, yes.
Let's see. Okay. Okay, running through the scenarios. What was it that I? No, I didn't detect anything with the snakes, did I? They just showed up.
They just showed up, yeah.
Okay, well, that didn't help.
While he's pondering, I'm going to spike the door we came in through.
Good plan.
Good.
I will do my typical
spike?
test for
Yeah,
second.
I have 12 spikes.
11 spikes.
Let me just put stars where we spiked.
Doesn't matter because that spike immediately fails
Oh,
Oh,
after you've all come through.
okay.
Oh.
So I'm going to spike it again.
Well, yeah, the door slams, yeah.
I do communicate with them what you did tell me as
Okay.
in unprecise as my feeling is.
Yeah, it was vague. Just this feeling of sudden, like,
Does it pass?
the temperature dropped.
Does it pass?
Well, if you leave that space,
oh
I
wait.
go back into space.
yeah. it
Where
does
is the
feel
space
I
at?
leave the
here.
space.
It's the third down on the south, yeah, right there.
Right here.
Look up.
No. I'd rather be so surprised and die a horrible death than see it coming and then die a horrible death.
The cube.
So you don't want to know what happened.
All right, I look up.
No, it seems to be just the
Okay.
same normal feeling that you've
Stop
seen
doing
everyone
that.
else.
Cold spot.
I guess I'm going to open that door again.
Okay, yeah, roll it.
2.
This door? You're opening
Yeah.
it back?
Yep.
Hey, well done. See?
It opens easily.
Yeah.
There's no-
Spike it again.
Spike it again.
Do it right this time.
Okay, he does it right this time. He's confident that it's spiked.
Okay. So is there like the floor hollow underneath his feet there? Is that what he's detecting? Is not? Doesn't sound like it sounds like and the walls are solid?
Yeah,
The ceiling doesn't have anything unusual about it?
I know.
Maybe it's menopause.
We're directly over the refrigerator.
Yes.
Maybe I'm hungry.
Could be.
Or hangry. But in any event, the door continues on,
Yeah.
so the corridor
Yeah.
continues on for 10 more feet and reaches another door very similar to the one that Regdar had so much trouble spiking.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen, if you wish.
Listen.
Nada.
Shall we?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah,
2.
there you go.
Yeah, you're on a roll.
Regdar pulls it off.
Roll.
The door bangs open, and this opens up into a larger chamber.
Yep.
This chamber is going to extend a further 30 feet south, and in typical fashion, 20 feet east and west on either side.
If you have to
And so
kick
it
in
forms a 50 by 30 ultimately,
50 by 30? Yes.
Yeah.
but now draw an oval inside that space.
Oval inside.
Yeah, like
Vertical
that
or
gets as very horizontal. That gets like as close to the edges as you can. Just kind of, it's almost like there's just curved edges at the very corners.
Okay, so
of the
like, all right,
space.
all right.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Giant snakes!
I like it.
Nice.
Thank you.
Easily defeated. Thanks so much. Wow.
Nice.
And you're going
Thank
away
you,
now?
Janelle.
Perfect. You got it.
Thank you.
Bye, Janelle. Love you, Janelle.
Talk soon.
Art for our stream was provided by Tanel Lovett, who is now. Thank you very much. So that's a wrap for her today. But if you watch Actoroki episodes, which are often on Wednesday evenings at 6 p.m. Pacific, she is often with us illustrating live either Dungeons & Dragons or Burning Wheel games that are run by Mike Boozer and myself.
Fantastic.
Mike Boozer.
Mr. Mike.
So there are a number of things that you're going to immediately notice about this room as soon as it opens, and I'm going to try to do them in order.
Okay.
There's a body in the center of the room.
In the pool.
No, there's no pool. This is just a
it's an
open,
oval
yeah,
as
it's an
opposed-
oval,
Thank you.
ovular room. And actually,
So the room is.
yeah, the room is ovular like that. There is a ring that runs maybe 3 feet above the ground all the way around it, which does indeed appear to be a depiction of a serpent. And on the far end, opposite from where you came in, the serpent's coils are wrapped around a human figure who's being held upside down and is being like constricted in the coils.
This is in stone?
This is
Yeah, this is carved in the stone or painted, a mix thereof.
Is the body stone as well in the middle?
No, this body actually looks like they're wearing monk's robes and is just does not look well.
Listen for breathing.
Well, you're
hear breathing.
Yes.
Gasps.
You don't hear anything coming from that, but there is one thing you do hear pretty quickly, which is the final thing to say about this room.
Yeah.
There is water running across from, in this case, east to west. It kind of comes in near the bottom there, so at the far south part. Just think about it like there a little bit of that running water is
Just
moving
like right
through.
here?
Yep, yeah, right through there.
And it's going this direction, I'm guessing.
Yes, it's going that direction. You're correct.
And is it going along the ring, or is that going...
No, it kind
Just
of
like that
it
little blip.
enters and it curves a little with the ring where it enters, and then it
Goes out
Right
the west?
where the body's hanging.
No, the body is probably 10 feet away from where that water is, right? It's right along the trough is right along the south wall of the room.
Okay.
And so it follows the curvature of the room there in the south.
Okay.
But it kind of comes in, follows the curvature, goes out, just like you've seen with these little
In the other
culverts
rooms.
in every place that you've seen this running water.
Okay. And there is the rim is a stone snake.
It is a stone snake, and actually it seems like it wraps all the way around.
Yeah.
The head is close to where you come in. It's on the wall, close to right where you are when you enter, and the tail ends right on the opposite side,
And the body is...
dead center in the room.
And so okay, so let me see if I got this straight. To the north, we have the head of the snake.
Well, so you're coming in
right
from
in
the
the
south,
entrance. So
right?
entrance
No, we're coming in
is
from the
there.
north.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You're coming in from the north, yes, facing south. Yeah.
So the head of the snake is at the north.
It's at the north to your right as you're facing
To the right.
south.
The snake continues around to the right. To the tail is at the south.
The tail is the tail.
The tail's
Just draw this,
basically
yes.
the two parts are on either
Yes,
side of the
they're
door.
on either
Oh,
side of
okay.
the door
So
that
the
you
head's
enter.
here
The head's
and
there,
the
the
tail
tail's
is
there.
here.
Got it.
Yes,
Okay,
and
thank you.
The fresco that shows the constriction
Yeah.
is dead ahead of you to the south.
And that has a living body.
Well, no,
No,
it's just a
stone.
picture. Yeah, it's just like a stone frieze that's been painted,
Okay.
but it shows the coils of this serpent
Around
constricting some human figure that is upside down and does not look like they're in a good situation.
In monk's robes. In robes.
Tough to say if they're in
Okay.
monk's robes, but they are in very simple garments.
Okay.
Whoever that figure is. Now, that's all just artwork.
Yeah.
In the center of the room, dead center.
Yes.
There is a body
There is a body, and that body is not
dressed in
moving.
monk's robes
And not moving.
and not moving.
I asked Bernard. I walk him up, but I don't let him get within danger to see if he recognizes who the person in the monk robes is.
Is it
Oh,
another?
I think that's probably brother Darien. Probably.
Okay, get back with your.
Yeah. We need to bring him back upstairs.
we will.
Wait.
We're going to secure the area first.
Well, we're going to
and
secure
then
the
we'll-
area and make sure, see if he has been turned into whatever undead that attacked us the last time.
And that there's nothing else lying in wait for us.
Okay?
Oh, okay. And Flopswell says, yeah.
Stay here at the door.
Be safe. And he says to Bernard, stay back. Let these guys do their job, and then we'll take Brother Doreen, his body, back upstairs, okay?
Makes sense.
Good.
Okay.
And tell Bernard that he's doing a good job with the lantern.
We send
right.
Doreen back up. We'll burn that bridge. Right. Keep an eye on the head and the tail. To Rigby and Flopsville.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you roll the body over.
Okay, so if you step into the room, trap fire's off. Of course. Everybody is saving.
What would our saving throw be?
Could all four of us step into the room
Well,
at the
actually,
same
this
time?
is obvious to you. I'll let you guys do the save because you see this effect coming. So this is saving versus poison. An array of poison darts that are actually integrated into this serpent, ringing the room, fires off. Zillions of them, just flooding up, down at different angles, will hit anybody who is in the room at the moment.
I don't think it's at the time, but am I immune to poison because I'm a 5th level cleric at this time?
No.
No. You never?
Good try, though.
Nice try.
Yeah.
No, isn't there always like a cleric
Let me
thing?
tell you about save or die.
I got a 19 on my save.
You will live.
I got 38.
What did you get? What did you get? For having these heathen dice.
You didn't specify which die.
For having
roll
these
your
heathen
die.
dice at my table, you are penalized, sir.
You need to roll a 9 or better.
I'm penalized. Okay.
I got a 17.
A 17 is good.
You are good.
And I need to roll a 10 or better. And I roll a 17.
You made it. Please roll your die, sir, Mr. Bard.
I'm looking for...
Miali.
Okay, I'm going to use this D4.
We're not going to use this D4. I will let you use this. This is a nice one. This rolls relatively fairly.
Thank you.
Oh gosh, beware of DMs bearing dice.
It's okay. I trust him. I can't see it.
Then that's
That's
bad.
not good.
I think that's an 11.
Or a 1.
It's an 11. If it's blue, it's 11.
It's blue, so it's 21. There you go.
It is not 21. It's 11. And so your
I
save...
don't remember the rules
13,
quite well enough.
Magic, you needed... No, I think magic user level... Oh, your magic was level 5. You did need a 13.
Do we get a bonus for my intelligence of 17?
Let me take a quick look at you to just make sure there isn't anything
When you
circumstantial.
have to
Ring of
deal with
protection
aspect
would
of
improve your save.
If I die, it's okay.
You become a bard.
I do.
Oh, yeah.
And I wasn't trying to die.
We
I wasn't willing to cross that line.
Yeah.
Because poison, again, in first edition, in the original D&D was very
Save or
much...
die.
Yeah, save or die. None of this, so many rounds of damage.
Yeah, you're dead.
Oh, thank you. Here. I'm so sad. I'm sad. I'm terribly sad.
You let your guard down for one
One moment, and
Yeah.
boom, one bad roll can take you out.
Yeah. Could have taken out the whole party.
It could have taken out the whole
Could have
party,
taken
actually.
TPK.
It could have been TP
Yeah.
kill, yeah.
All you need to do is just walk into a room like
But I
this
took it
with,
first.
like,
Yep, without...
with an obvious trap. There's like a body in the middle
There's
of
a body in the middle.
with no signs of a struggle.
To be fair, we have encountered other bodies in the room with no clue on what killed them so
Yeah.
far.
Yeah.
So.
If he died by the trap, shouldn't the floor be covered with darts?
Well, I mean, if you
Well,
actually look at him,
Yeah.
it's actually the walls that are covered with darts. The darts actually went through and hit because they were going across and
see.
stuff. But like,
I was being
yeah. So
stingy
you
with
are
my-
basically Miali. You are riddled with darts from multiple sources. One hits you in the neck, and gasping, you collapse.
I don't get a dramatic word, a single dramatic
You
word?
may have a dramatic word.
Okay.
Even a song, if you'd like. If anything comes to mind, I don't know.
Anything comes to mind. Nothing is coming to mind other than do good.
You heard him. Take his wand.
That's exactly what that means in my ancient tongue.
I speak Elvish.
Take my wand.
I didn't think I could possibly like you anymore. That's just awesome.
I was really hoping for Goodbye My Coney Island Baby, but I'll take it. That was good.
Oh, sorry.
Daisy May.
Well, let's give a moment to our dear departed comrade.
To Miali.
You'd like to say a few words or not.
Take his wand. I think that said it all. Oh my
We gotta
gosh.
pour one for the elf.
We basically mourn the passing of Mailey, whose rich backpack will enable us to do good in the future. Amen. Never let the dwarf do the prayer.
Why do I feel like this is the end of an episode of Survivor right now?
Seriously.
Pack your knives and go.
That's what I see.
Full cleric. There you go.
However-
he had a wand. Do you have anything else that was?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I will let you
his
have
medallion
his
of petals.
Is this his sheet?
We all
Oh,
get
that's the amazing thing that you
We
basically
each
got. You
get-
got an egg of instant resurrection.
Is that it? Oh, is that what I got in return for the petals?
Look at our dad.
Oh, I'm gonna miss him.
You may.
Elven cloak and boots.
Yeah. Very
Wand
good
of
for
coal
scouting.
with 4 charges. Some the deed to Bernard, the green lantern bearer.
Right.
And some material, a dagger +1/+2 versus goblins and kobolds. Does anyone need better leather armor?
I have chainmail, so.
Yeah, we got chainmail.
Okay, we'll pack that away for the future.
Okay.
When we find his next character,
Yeah, his next character. Depending on what you're going to do now, in terms
we're not
of.
going to check the body. We're going to check
Yes.
Doreen.
Yes. Tell me exactly what you're going to do here. So you've just come in, all those
Okay.
darts fired off.
Yeah.
What are you going to do now?
We're going to find out what caused the things to fire. In other words, is it like proximity? Did someone step on something? What activated the trap? Can we find
How
that
would
out?
you may have divination abilities that could let you ascertain that?
We
Yeah,
have a
the
find traps.
But it's already activated. So.
Well, yeah, but the question is, does it reload? And the answer is yes, it does, because there's a dead body there.
All right,
So-
I can use the find traps.
Okay.
Does that find the existence of traps? Because we know it's there. But
We
does
know
it-
it's
Oh no,
there.
it reveals the mechanism.
Go
to
for
you.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's actually a little silver toggle that is the tongue of the head of the serpent. And if you click it, trap's off.
What? The trap goes off?
Yeah, I mean the trap is deactivated.
Okay.
If you click the.
I'll click it.
Yep.
Wait, how many times could we activate it though?
By the way, there's a little wisdom that's come through from chat.
Yes, please.
From Einhard Jock. It was the dice. Never use the DM's dice.
You did.
DM sparing dice?
Well, he said that he was going to penalize me. I didn't realize it was coming in the form of the die.
His dice.
I had a strict rule. We're using old school dice here. I know it was jokey, but
It
at the
was
same
jokey. It
time,
was just jokey.
you know, you broke the unwritten law.
Yeah.
And
I didn't realize that you were telling me to die.
so, speaking of telling you to die, we're going to find time for a break, not now, but in a bit. And when we do so, I will handle your return as a new individual. But that would probably require us to take a little break for me to talk about that. So let's
check out
take a little break
Doreen's
after we
body.
deal
After we
with
did.
the
Doreen's
bodies
body
here and things like that.
Who looted my body first, though, okay?
We basically took the valuables. We're going to probably have you hauled out as well.
Yeah, we're gonna have
It's an important
We're
source of
effectively
treasure
hauled
in
out.
D&D.
Often the only treasure you get is like all of your fallen comrades.
I did that on purpose to help you guys.
Now, did you leave a will leaving
Yes,
all of
to
your
a
stuff
relative?
to your relative, who is the next character who comes in? Because that's permissible, I believe.
It is, yes.
That's an original.
But you
rule.
have to
I
have
did.
done it beforehand. And anyway, you know, each of you, I mean, like Mealy has like 500 gold piece gems on her and things like that,
Oh,
right?
really?
There's like
Yeah.
money and stuff. So you're all reasonably important adventurers. So.
Okay, so we'll probably,
Yeah.
if need be, we basically, my players basically eventually set up a bank account with the local church as a resurrection fund.
Resurrection Fund. I like that.
That became it's that interesting cyberpunk. You know, when tech meets the street, the rules basically say, well, it costs if you're going to get a resurrection. Okay, we'll set up a bank, and we will have an account with this chain. This is why religions work. Is you basically get a voucher from one temple in one city that you can take to another city,
Nice.
saying you have the money to back up to get the full resurrection.
So we just need to
Then
find a
we'll get that
diamond,
sieve.
right?
We should get that sieve.
pearl.
Diamonds were used.
Nice.
So yeah, you can.
Templars.
Sorry.
Banking.
Amazing how that fits together.
So yes,
check
the
out the
trap is
body.
deactivated.
Okay, I will go down and check the body.
Okay. You find, yes, as you roll this person over, he is wearing a much more authentic looking robe of the Cathedral of Akhenault than the one that you saw stowed away up in the monastic cells. And, you know, so I'll ask this. Where are the hirelings at this moment?
We told them to wait.
We don't
They're
wait
waiting
at
out
the
there.
entrance. They're
Okay.
at the entrance because they're looking at.
Oh, are
making
they
sure-
occupying the cold square?
No, not the cold square. They're basically
square
on either
in front?
side of the head and the tail. because we figured out there, because just in case something goes wrong up there.
Yeah.
So they're out of harm's way right now.
So you find the body of Brother Doreen.
And Bernard has identified him as such.
Yeah, from when you first glanced in. And as you roll him over, this guy actually seems to have a lot of stuff on him.
Okay.
Like he's been
And,
collecting
like,
things out of bowls.
multiple scroll cases, a wand, a mace that is obviously glowing. This was a significant guy, in other words.
Okay.
Oh, but they made a request.
But no, they made a request for non-magical, holy relics
Right.
Yep.
Correct.
that we're supposed to look for.
Oh, I'm sorry. Correct.
And so basically, if these are magical items, they're not relics that we're taking out of them. They might be Doreen's personal effects, but which we might or might not be able to, utilize.
What does it say under alignment on your sheet? Just out of
Neutral.
curiosity. Okay. These are perfectly good things for a neutral person.
Yeah,
to be saying.
exactly. Just pointing that out. And furthermore, basically from the good side of neutrality, are these labeled as property of the scroll
Well,
cases?
interestingly enough, as you look at the scroll cases,
they have the symbology.
one of them has the seal of Akhenault on it.
That probably is his. Okay.
And the other one does not.
The original chapel was not Akhenault, was it?
It was not, no.
Okay, so basically, if we find something with a symbol on it, it likely belongs to them. Okay.
Well, I'm going to go ahead. I overheard them saying that they don't want the body pilfered.
Right.
And I will be that stickler
That's okay.
and be like, hey, this is a
But we
man
can
of-
still identify it.
I would have to.
Sorry.
What's your alignment?
Neutral.
Okay, good.
The one law. This is not by the law. We have to.
I understand. We will play by the rules. What did we found on the body? Scroll tubes?
Yeah, there's one that's a scroll case that has the Akhenault symbol on it. And then another that actually, it does not look like a magical thing. It looks like some kind of a, just a letter, or personal communication of some kind.
Can I read it?
Yes, you can.
It's not. We're not breaking any rules by reading other people's mail.
And I kick it.
You can read it, and as you read it, actually, it would probably be a good time for us to take a certain
that
person
break?
aside, yes, and talk about who your character that might be returning will be.
As you wish.
But he's going to do
It's the
that.
third time. No, it's the third time. It's only
So I will
23
leave
times.
you to discuss that. Well, let's just go outside, and we can keep rolling. This is only going to take a second. So if you
Is
guys,
he Brother Darren or Brother Dareen?
I'm sure it doesn't be spelled.
Curse you autocorrect.
So the audience will hear what you guys are whispering.
Oh, can you turn us
Put
off?
your mic up.
Yeah. Can you turn
But
our mics off?
I can read this aloud to you guys.
Oh, read it to us.
Now it's third edition.
Now we're doomed. I wasn't worried before, but now I am. Brother Doreen, it is of utmost importance that the reliquary be restored to the Akhenault Cathedral with haste. The perfidious broker Vic has taken it southeast to Fruitkelt for some foul purpose. It is known to us that the fallen brothers there called their evil god Nemesis as a cipher. While its true name has been lost, their water is death.
No.
He says, looking at the trough. Find Vic and bring him to justice. It is rumored that he spoke to a blade he carried. Be cautious and do not handle it, but through cloth.
Good tip. Thank you, letter writer.
This scroll and potion may help you discover the reliquary. An image from our archives is shown here. Honor God and your order and end this evil. No one must know of the reliquary. Okay. An image from our, this is probably what the reliquary looks like. And that's the symbol of the order. So, we were not told all.
We were not.
No.
I mean, I can't think of the questions we would ask that would get us to. Oh, by the way, did you come here searching for one of your fallen members of the Brotherhood named Vec?
Vic.
Vic?
Vic.
Vic or Vecna?
So-
Nah.
Shall we take on this mission then?
Well, I think we should add it to our queue. Yes, we add it to our quest log. So it's
Are you looking for Vec? No.
yeah, sure to Sura.
So where can we go? There's the
Why?
tunnels
That's the
okay,
goblin.
here. What else? Is there any
Well,
other?
I think we need to search for secret doors along
There's
the side.
something here.
Something is there, and we don't have anything that shows hidden traps.
No.
It could be an old-fashioned thing called like a concealed door, which was basically, depending on the DM,
Too bad the elf's dead.
did not register
Right.
as the same way as a secret door.
Yeah.
Ah.
Petridge Farm remembers.
Petridge Farm remembers.
Because we did find the 2 red rooms,
Yep.
but not any of
Yeah, we were by our
We were
old
trying to get
theory.
to the,
we
we were
were
trying to get into that.
yeah.
That's why I was
Eastern
like, poke,
part.
poke, poke, poke.
Yeah. Their water means death.
Their water means death. I mean, there was the dead.
Well, there's also the water that's been flowing through all this.
Yeah.
No one has tasted it
Nobody's tasted it.
because we want to live.
Yeah. Yeah, I had wondered if this might flood, like if that's
That's the
what the
idea.
cold. I don't know.
Possibility.
Or it's just a spirit occupies that square.
It looks like you have an opening at this table.
Yes, would you care to join us?
Well, this is either that I'm so good that I get a second character,
Yeah.
or I'm
Or you're
so bad that I
you
need
get
a second character. And I'll wait till our DM comes back
Okay.
because
Oh,
this bard can keep a secret.
I feel like there's
Are we
something that
taking
has to deal with
Are we
them.
taking another bio break before we launch into this?
If somebody needs one, we can.
I could stand it.
Oh,
so.
please do. Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
if you want to pause?
Oh, okay. We'll be right back after these messages.
Hi, welcome back. We are back here playing original Dungeons & Dragons with DM John Peterson. And we'll be doing this for the next 5 weeks. We will be working in order through all the editions of Dungeons & Dragons every Saturday from 10 a.m. Pacific time until whenever we pass out from exhaustion.
We're playing, we're playing for 5 weeks?
I gotta bring a sleeping bag.
Oh my God.
Never mind.
You need to add one more, Peter. You need to add the rule cyclopedia.
Yeah.
Rule encyclopedia.
So we consider, actually, the way we're looking at this is, since Rule Cyclopedia is really the successor to the basic sets, which were the successor to this, that this is kind of standing in for basic. It's the best we could do, doing this all in just 6 weeks. But okay, so you've had the opportunity to inspect that personal correspondence.
Yes,
to
which
Brother
gives us
Darian.
more information and tells us about Vic.
Vic.
Someone named Vic.
Vic.
Yeah.
Vic the Evil, apparently a fallen brother who basically stole the reliquary.
And has a intelligent, probably evil sword.
Yeah,
So I
possessed
just
by the evil
realized,
sword.
I don't know what a reliquary is.
It's a artifact that holds a holy item,
Okay, thank you.
like the toenail of
Yeah.
John the Baptist type of thing. So it's the structure that. Have I got that right?
Yeah.
All right.
And you might parade it around. like,
Okay, so
you know,
I've heard of the
during-
term
put it
before.
on
I'm
the
just like,
altar.
I wouldn't.
This is a good picture of it type of thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they'll be
usually
encased in glass or something, right? And then inside it on a fancy pillow, there will be the toenail
part.
of Joan of Arc,
Yeah.
right, kind of thing.
The skull of John the Baptist as a child, that sort of thing.
Great.
Piece of the true cross.
Nice.
The hirelings out there in the corridor are asking how it's going. Flopswell's like, hey boss, you need any help in there? Or
We're doing okay. We're finding Doreen's body, and we have basically ascertained that he has been killed by the poison needles. Now, I don't know why he was in here. Did he just wander in like we did and, basically got shot?
Can I open up the eye?
you can.
Well, the eye's there.
They are.
Clear?
No, they're not clear. He has normal eyes.
Normal eyes.
I'm going to start looking around for secret doors in this room.
Where would you like to search? Each 10-foot segment is a turn to search, so you tell me where you want to.
Well, let's see. We want to go this way, so I think I will start here.
Okay.
This one?
Yeah, actually, even without rolling, I'll say as soon as you come over to that,
Yeah.
clearly there is something wrong with that
Right.
segment of wall right there on the far east side.
Our theory is working.
Okay. I checked the southern one where there's the constricted body.
Where the water is.
Where the water is.
Yeah, actually,
There's another door there.
there's something there, and this was much more hidden than whatever that was on the east wall.
Let's see. We've got two options.
This
Beyond
looks
the water
more
is
dangerous.
death. So
Yeah.
More dangerous? Want to go for that one?
Danger or maybe red.
Yeah, the one I think to the right will get us to where we want to go, but I'm very curious about what's to
The
south.
constrictor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go south.
South.
Okay, it's a door. If you would like to force it open, I would suggest you roll a 6-sided die.
Because he's not with us yet, I will listen to it first. And to hear nothing. Well, I'm sorry, you get to do that.
You get to do that. But you do hear nothing.
Okay. Nope. Nope.
Are you guys just trying to open the door?
Yeah, just trying to open the door.
Pound it.
Let me show you how to do it.
All right.
Done.
See, you just have to you have to just call it out before you roll.
Okay.
Love it.
We consider that bravado and basically, tempting fate.
So the door bursts open, and
We
corridor
burst it.
continues down to the south, 10 feet.
Over the water.
Yep,
We have
20
to step
feet.
over the water.
And then there's actually a red curtain.
A red curtain.
Ooh, is there a dancing dwarf?
The gun you like will come back in style.
It's a Zero D&D burlesque show. Yay!
I was thinking about Twin Peaks.
So was I.
Oh, okay.
It looks quite plush and quite well preserved. And actually, this entire corridor kind of just seems nicer than most of the rest of the environment we've gone
Someone's
through.
cleaned it up.
Or it was never discovered by anybody else.
Oh, there's no
The
walking
dust,
footprint.
yeah.
No walking footprints here.
We go down to the corridor and with
Hey,
my
let's check for
magic.
traps along the way.
Let's do that.
With our science stick. No,
Okay. You can reach this red curtain. It's quite thick, and it obscures any light coming
Right.
through from the other side.
Does it part in the middle or part at one side or the other?
Parts at one side or the other.
Going to one side with my warhammer and carefully opening it.
Okay. Are you going to allow some illumination in? It's quite dark in there.
Oh, it is dark in there?
Your warhammer is magic, so it does
Yeah,
give off a
it
bit
a
of
little bit
light.
light.
Yeah. Hey, Bernie, come on up.
Okay. Yeah, I'm your boss. What do you need? So,
Just want to take a look inside this room. We're probably going to send you back with Doreen's body.
And
Just so-
yeah, they're very anxious.
yeah, I
Yeah.
understand that, but we're going to check this out first. Go
They're
ahead.
very anxious that Doreen's body should be brought back
Oh,
immediately.
absolutely.
Yes. But you're investigating still. So you part that, and you're looking in an actually very well-appointed room.
What?
This room has, well, the largest feature is an enormous sarcophagus. That actually looks very similar to the sarcophagus that you entered in order to come down into this underworld.
How big is the room?
I'm sorry, yes, so very typical 20 feet to either side from the curtain entrance there, and 30 feet down.
Okay.
So
Another sarcophagus.
the real casket of that guy or another
Maybe.
stairway down?
Both are options.
Yeah.
Or it's another huge casket.
But you can see actually there's some paintings on the
Okay.
wall in this room. There's like a chaise lounge, like looks
A
has like
recliner?
yeah, well it has like nice embroidery
Okay.
on it. There's
Wait.
like all of this.
It's like no dust or anything in here?
Does not
It's-
appear that there's any dust in
It
here.
could just
Is
be
it?
sealed for all this time, so.
I mean, but there still be like a smell of.
Is
Actually-
there a smell?
You do smell something. There's an animal smell in this room.
Wait, so where is the chaise lounge on the crypt?
So the sarcophagus is kind of to the middle in the west part of the room,
Right here.
a little closer to the center.
Okay. So like.
Yeah, and yeah, there's a few nice chairs. There's actually a screen like that has multiple panels that is up against the far southeast corner. It's kind of blocking off a bit of the room there.
So the screen's here,
Yep.
and then there's the. Where's the chaise on in front of the crypt?
No, it's actually to your left as you come in, so really closer to the northeast
Northeast.
corner of the room.
This is the killing you with comfort room.
Yes. Well,
Coffee chat.
behind the screen is
comfy
either
chair.
an even creature, is either an evil creature or a starlet changing. Could be both.
But just kind of peering in, letting a little bit of light in. No change, but you do smell that. And it's almost like a wet dog smell.
Dog.
So not like a snake,
Not like a snake.
Not like a snake.
Wet dog.
like a kobolds smell like wet dog.
Interesting. I'm going to go in.
As you step into the room,
A fireball goes off.
not far from it,
Oh dear.
from the sarcophagus,
Right.
like splashing water. Apparently, the sarcophagus was filled with water. Emerges this enormous figure of a Minotaur holding
wet
a
dog.
double-bladed axe.
Oh wow.
Who turns to you all and just bellows out and charges you. We'll call that
okay.
initiative. Roll your sides. He's got the jump on you, I'm sure. But
Yeah.
you can-
D6.
Yep.
Yeah.
One.
Yeah. He has the jump on you. Since he sees you, he's charging at you, just howling.
I am there for him.
He is taking 2 attacks per round.
Because he's
Down.
much higher level than I am.
Oomph, oomph.
Okay.
Both whiffs.
Sorry.
Goes to the 3 of
Never
you.
mock the
He's
DM.
waterlogged.
Oh, wait, I have an idea.
It's a little soggy, there's some shrinkage
Into
involved.
this room. Activate the trap.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Run back to the dart room.
You shout that?
Well,
Well, run back to the oval.
well,
That's what I do.
I will yell, retreat back to the head of the snake.
Got it. Okay. Is it our turn?
It is your turn.
I'm going to run I'm the dwarf, so I'm probably running slower. But again, it's the original D&D, so I'm not sure if we have movement speeds for.
You do have
different
movement
races.
speeds. I mean, you're fully armored.
Yeah.
You're moving, well, at fully armored, 120 feet per turn.
Yeah.
This is a round that we're talking about here, however.
Yeah.
And so, at that speed, you're probably going less
And we're
than
indoors,
12 feet per round
Okay.
in plate. People who are wearing less, people who are wearing leather, will move closer to 3 per round.
I think that you guys should, pull back, and I will, can I do a fighting retreat? In other words, can I pull back and then hit him, or hit him and then pull back?
Yes. He will still be hitting you.
Well, yes, but I think if I run, he's still going to hit me.
Probably.
He's going to be. I think it sounds like from your description that he's faster than I am.
Yeah, and he's dripping with this water that's just splashing everywhere as he's swinging at you. The water splashing on your face.
His water is death.
Oh yeah, I've heard that.
His water is death.
I read it in a letter somewhere.
Do I have been able to complete this?
Ooh. Secret notes.
Yes.
Secret
Thank you.
notes.
Secret notes.
Secret notes.
Another component of original D&D.
As we're retreating, I say to Flophouse, you guys take Brother Doreen's body and go.
Yeah.
Okay. So Flopspell and Digby will grab Brother Doreen and start charging back towards the room with the 4 pedestals.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Yep.
So these guys are going to pull back to the room
Right here.
with the at the snake's head. I'm going to hit him and then pull back. Hit him and then pull back as many times as possible.
And then when you lead him to here where he's at the center,
Yes.
I will cast Hold Person
On me.
on the Minotaur.
It doesn't work. I don't
Hold monster.
Hold
But
monster.
they're not, but
Hold
he's
person.
person size.
Hold person will not function on a.
You can check it.
Can check. I'm just saying if
It
that's
is.
the
I think it
thing.
does say humanoid or human-like, but let me
Yeah,
double
that could
check
be a
it.
distinction that came in later.
This one has all my notes in it. All Kate's notes in it.
Oh, everyone's saying
So
the cold
cute.
one in chat.
Well, yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Chad. Who has the
I
cold wand?
just thought that was more fun.
Well,
well, no.
our meow wolf. No. Yeah.
Who can utilize the cold wand?
Oh.
Nobody.
Nobody
'Cause no one
can
here
use-
has. You have to be a spellcaster to use.
A wand.
Or, if we were in Greyhawk, maybe a thief could use that wand.
Yeah,
That's,
but- So I'm looking for hold person,
okay.
Yeah.
which is what level?
Fifth.
Finish that.
Oh,
no.
it really applies to person. Yeah, I
Oh,
just rolled
hold
the dice.
person.
Same as the magic user. So thank you very much,
Yeah, no,
original.
It seems to be pretty specific to person. This is definitely
Similar to charm person. Useless. Back to charm person. Applies. Here we go. Applies to two-legged, generally mammalian figures near to or less than man size, excluding all monsters in the undead class, but including sprites, pixies, nixies, kobolds, goblins, orcs, hobgoblins, and gnolls. So the Minotaur will not function.
technicality
I
probably
lose
not
the
going to
thought
help.
process.
But let me ask the question, and
Yes.
this is wands are limited to magic users, correct?
Under
Originally?
OD&D rules, yes.
Yeah.
There are certain cases in which maybe other classes could
That's one of
utilize
the
them.
benefits of
Being a-
being a magic user is that you can use all magic items.
Snake staff would be the same thing if it says only a person. It will hold a person.
Yeah. Well, that's
size.
slightly
But we can
different. I don't know
still-
if that's gonna.
How is Minotaur? Minotaur is bigger than man size.
Yes.
Dang it.
Yeah. We can still try the dart thing, though.
Well, so why don't we play through? Again, because
Sure.
no matter what's happening, he's
Yeah,
going
I'm
to swing
just
in on
saying
you,
that's-
and you're going to be swinging on
Yeah,
him.
okay.
So it looks like that'll take
I
him.
was trying to help. And
Yeah, you're doing
You give me a
great.
calculation of how many hits, how many.
It's
how much
more
damage
fun
I'm
to
gonna
lure
take.
him into
Yeah.
a dart trap
Trap,
than
and
hit
then-
him with a cannon. You
Yeah.
know, it's,
darts. Hit the
It
darts.
doesn't specifically say under wands and staffs.
what is the water?
The water is death.
The water's
Right.
death.
But he was submerged in it in his giant coffin.
Yeah. Well,
Okay,
basically,
well,
I'll
so-
take that.
Making that retreat.
Making it, I will take. How many attacks am I getting?
So you can take your attacks, but it is going to be a life-threatening situation for you by the end. Just
Okay.
so you're aware. Like
Okay.
because he's going to be hitting you and hitting you.
Okay. How many attacks? How many rolls am I going to make?
Why don't you make
to
four?
a chance?
Make
And then
4
we'll-
rolls.
and we'll go from there.
Yep, and we'll go from there.
Okay. An 8 is a miss. A 4 is a miss. An 8 is another miss, similar to the first miss.
Uh-oh.
And a 19.
19 will hit.
It's
For
a
whatever-
desperation.
Yeah.
And that's a Warhammer +2?
Warhammer +2.
Yeah. So do bear in mind, yeah, you get the +2 on that.
And +2 for damage. Yeah.
Okay.
And
I mean, you get in one reasonably decent hit on this guy. He's fine.
But he's tearing me up.
Yeah, he is tearing you up.
Okay.
And like,
With 2 attacks per round, and how far have I gotten? Halfway?
oh, let's say you make it to that door, where,
door?
in other words, to where the serpent's head is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
so we
where I
can-
need to
You're
be.
still standing.
Okay, but I'm not at all
You will
now.
not survive another hit if
Okay.
he hits you again.
Okay.
Activate
Get
the.
behind me.
Get behind Regdar. She hits the button.
How about?
Okay.
Starts.
He rolls a 3 for his saving throw.
Yay!
Nicely done.
We did it.
Well, we don't know if we did it
So-
yet.
Oh, well, we might.
I mean, again, in that situation, I wasn't sure what the right version of your instruction would be, so that's. But here you are.
The Minotaur's dead.
The Minotaur is not dead.
It's not dead.
Oh,
Well, I said no. The Minotaur is now dead. Yes.
now
It's now dead. Okay.
We heard the typo.
I wish we still had the artist here to draw
The dead Minotaur.
I'm going to
Hidden cushion.
drama
behind
myself
it.
for-
the darts.
There's one
Write me a note
exciting moment.
if you want, or we'll just roll off for now.
Okay.
But. Or just do what you're going to do and tell me, but like tell the group, or
Okay.
write me a note. Take
We
it back.
killed you again.
As the Minotaur falls,
Yes.
Oh,
standing there, you can describe it. You now know what's going on.
what?
Well, I mean, so a figure appears.
With the dagger that you recognize, that was sent off with Miele's body,
Right.
is standing. I don't even know the name or the character or.
You have a character sheet. I gave it to you. Lida.
So
Get it
Lida,
up. We have the thief now.
iconic halfling rogue.
A hobbit stands there bravely, ready to take out the Achilles tendons of this beast. When the beast just falls in front, it's like, oh, hello there.
Were you behind the Minotaur or behind us?
Yeah.
Oh, behind the Minotaur.
Okay. So I've been taking all this damage and you're just sort of following behind, go.
Under the circumstances,
Looking for your moment.
he's running like basically backwards as fast as he can, and yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I wasn't with you for very long.
Okay.
Yes. And well done, she says.
So were you in the coffin with the Minotaur, or?
Greetings, friend. Where have you come from?
I came for adventure. I answered the call. I am neither rogue nor burglar nor robber. I'm a thief. I steal things. And then she launches into the last part of for I am a pirate queen.
She is.
And it is a glorious thing to be a pirate queen. Did I mention she sings? That's it.
This is going to be interesting.
Big
What
lumps.
have I done?
Oh, you have no idea.
Yeah. We have a clue.
He really likes to sing.
Oh,
Yeah.
I could be a stinker, be like, what? You admit you're a pirate and then do hold person? And put you under arrest, but I will just the flavor of
This
it.
ought to be fun.
Where did I put it?
Yes.
Oh, by the way, if I see that Thor, wait, how do you pronounce your name?
You're getting bravos from
Tordak is really,
what?
really hurt. I'm going
Bravo
to use
from
my
chat.
skull serious wounds.
Don't worry about it.
That's a hole.
I have a ring of regeneration. Given sufficient time, I will be able to come back.
Okay.
And we have looks like a good place to pull up for a little while.
I
I
also
would
have another.
suggest taking a brief rest. Yes.
Yeah.
What is this right here too?
What is that?
A wane?
Wave pendant.
Wave pen?
Yes. That's another thing that shouldn't be there. Just cross that off. Sorry. I
I'm
really
getting all
did not
these
do a good
magic
enough
items
job.
getting taken away from me all of a sudden. First I
Scratching
get
all these
evil
things
It
pants.
away.
does off. The evil, I
Yes.
still want to know what the evil pants.
I want to know what the
pants
evil
is a long
pants
story.
do.
Is that a wand of cold?
It is
says?
a one of call.
You know, legend has it that halfling thieves, thieves.
You're embracing it. Embrace it.
Thieves,
Dwarfs.
halfling thieves, especially pirate queens, may be able to wield those things unless you have a wielder amongst you.
Had.
She is no
yes, I
more.
passed her on the way in. Oh, grisly death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you come from Greyhawk or?
Yeah, I'm not sure how we're going to run our mechanics, but, we will embrace the change.
So actually,
Edition change.
we're running her mechanics by the 1974 Thief Rules that were published in the 9th issue of the Great Plains Game Players newsletter, pre-Greyhawk. So this is technically still 1974 system.
I see. And were these like the Menard thieves or whatever? Wasn't there a previous character who played the first thief?
Good question. Yeah. So it really seems to have come out of Arrow Hobbies in
Okay,
Santa
so
Monica.
Arrow Hobbies. Oh my gosh, that's where I've got my first edition player's handbook. They didn't have any in Ventura County, so I had to drive an hour back home to where I grew up to Arrow Hobbies, which was the shop I went to. Are you serious? You know what that is? Oh my god, sorry.
I've been there. But I believe the history part of our
Sorry.
talk today is over, and we're in the Dungeon Exploration part. And we do want to
This is the
keep
danger
driving.
of playing games with game designers. They basically digress. It's like driving with auto mechanics.
That was a real deep cut, though. So.
Yes, it was a deep cut.
Oh, you got a little flutter in your engine? Here, pull it off to the side. Oh, I see what your problem is. Yeah, just
Right?
So,
Okay.
so what is the situation now? This
situation
enormous
is-
Minotaur has collapsed, covered with darts, on the floor of this ovular room. The double-bladed axe has fallen at his side.
Okay.
Looks kind of nice, actually.
I'm checking out that axe.
It actually looks like it has some kind of like silver tips around it.
Okay.
And
Does it glow slightly?
it does glow slightly.
Let's click off the trap.
Okay.
Yeah, click off the trap.
Click off the trap
Yes,
first
click the
thing.
trap off. That's a good thing to do.
Yeah, let's check out that Minotaur and then the room
Well,
we came from.
I don't know if this is like lawful. Oh, well, it was the evil creature. I'm gonna make sure
creature.
that it is dead
Yeah.
by double tapping it.
Yeah, you can do that.
That's,
It's
Double
done.
tap. Nice.
Double
You
tap.
gotta be sure.
Yeah.
you gotta be sure. it's
One of the first rules of Zombie, then. Double tap.
double tap.
That's right.
And pokes, right? Isn't there a hammer?
Yeah. So you
I administer last right.
and all of your hirelings are still off.
They're
Having
still off. We've dragged
sent them
off
to Miali and
Doreen's body
Brother Doreen.
with his mace, with his scroll tube, with the question of, is this going to be useful for us back here?
With the question to whom?
To the high-level priest that is in charge.
Oh, you're sending a
so
question.
When we send
sending-
Doreen
okay, so-
back,
Can you give us
Can we
everything
have
that
this
doesn't
back?
really matter?
will this be useful for us? In other words, give them the option of saying, "Oh
Okay.
yes, take this back to them,"
Yeah.
or the note that we have read the notes that note that was on it.
Did you send the note back, or did you?
I think we can commit this to memory and basically send it back.
Okay.
But the note that we've,
But you tell them to
we-
instruct Brother Doreen that you read this note.
not
Brother Doreen.
the
Oh, the other
Doreen
Brother
the elder.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes,
So
okay.
you're instructing the hirelings to tell
Yes.
the elder of Brother
What
Doreen
we've done
that you read this note.
We're gonna play honest
That's a
here.
very emphasis on that you read this.
He's going to
now.
be mad.
Yeah.
Since this
Why?
is supposed to be very secret.
It doesn't say secret there.
Didn't
Does
it
it?
say something about?
And what did he have? Anything else magical on him?
No, just the
Okay,
mace,
got it.
the mace, the wand,
I just
the
want to make sure that we
mace, the wand, the scroll.
There's a wand.
Yeah, there was a mace, a wand, a scroll, and then this personal
If the
letter.
if the scroll and the wand are useful to you, it would be. If you feel the mason scroll would be useful to us, could you please send them down? Otherwise, that's fine. We are returning Doreen's original equipment with him.
Yeah. Oh, it's no one must know of the reliquary. That's what it says
so-
right
well,
there.
we know of the reliquary. So
Right.
We will
So
continue.
he might be mad
We will
about it.
pursue the reliquary. We will carry on Doreen's crest.
Yeah.
You see, it's just
Nice.
It's all the phrasing, you know.
Yeah.
Good thing you're the caller.
Anybody else? Anybody? Hey, halfling. You can do it in iambic pentameter.
I could. Or I could do it in 2 phrases of 7 verses, 7 syllables each.
Okay, so are you going to proceed to the quarter to the east? Are you waiting for the hirelings to return? What do you want to do?
We are going to head south into that
The
you could do that
lavish
as well.
room.
the lavish room.
You went to the lavish room.
We check out the lavish room. I expected the Minotaur to be behind the screen, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So
Not in the pool of the tomb.
yeah.
What is behind the screen? Oh, well, I mean, you tell me what you want to do as you come in. Where do you want to explore?
I'd like to.
What precautions you might be taking?
Regdar, will you check behind the screen? I'm a little low on your
Yes.
points right now.
I would be happy to.
Send Regdar.
Yeah.
Or you can go ahead.
Just saying. You know.
Sneak up on it.
I will.
Since we have no idea what the abilities from the 1974.
I will move silently towards it.
Okay.
And then I will hear a noise. But I
Okay.
won't do this because I'm not an elf.
Let me just look at your sheet.
Wait,
real quick.
does you carrying
Actually, when I
Miley's
put these
dagger
on,
mean that you've looted her corpse on the way in?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. I thought it was. Oh, see, I got a different. Like, you're the backup. If she dies,
Here,
then you
yeah.
take.
Yeah, I thought it was
would add
I
sign
tell you
of
what.
passing on
As well. Of course,
Yeah.
nobody here
the
would
dagger.
Okay.
Sorry. Here you
She
go.
also has leather armor that's much better than well, all of our stuff is better. What's your leather?
+2.
Okay, so we got. So you have an extra set for after you run into the leather rust monster.
For elven cloak boots. And you guys
Sorry,
can have these
microphone.
back.
Yeah, they're on those.
Skew, I don't. Skew.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Okay. You feel like you're
Sweet.
yeah, you're moving very silently. You're doing a great job, especially because you took all of that elven cloak and
Yeah.
boots. Suddenly, you're doing a phenomenal job. Like wow, you just are sneaking around like you aren't even there, and
In fact, I'm not.
you're not because you just became invisible because you have a ring of invisibility.
Oh, I thought this was a ring of invincibility.
Yeah, invisibility.
Ring of invisibility.
Invisibility.
Okay, hang on to the boots.
Hobbit with a ring of invisibility.
This is just asking for
Precious,
trouble.
don't take it from me. Okay.
Well, so yes, you can go explore around that screen
I do.
in the
Okay,
corner.
Harry Potter.
And well, there's lots of garments actually, lavish robes set up here. You think this stuff in this room is actually kind of valuable? Like if you just like carted this stuff out, you can make a pretty penny.
I relate that to them.
Okay, excellent. So it's opulent outfits. Any of it magical in nature? You could
I mean,
basically could identify it.
Someone casting detect magic or something? Or?
Do we want to take the well? Who's the?
I think we might want to save that for the reliquary.
Okay.
Reliquary.
Well, we don't
if
find
there's
any reliquaries in here.
Yeah.
Looking around, you don't see any reliquaries
Okay.
there.
Yeah.
You do, however, find it's not even a secret door. There's just like a compartment you can move that is on the west wall, on the far south of the west wall, where there's a lot of bottles of wine actually in here.
Wow.
These two look like they could be pretty pricey. There's like wax over the top of them that's been melted to seal them,
vintage.
and
This is high class dungeoneering.
The chat monitor perks up.
I don't know. I question how like lavish and well maintained this one room is.
Yeah, it does feel like it belonged to somebody in charge. You know,
Yeah.
it's just been sealed, but the idea of leaving the Minotaur behind is an interesting component.
So as you are continuing to explore, and this may shed some light or may not be an answer at all,
Okay.
what you discover is the sarcophagus actually is largely submerged in water, and it has like some drainage that comes off of it, but there's a something in the ceiling that is actually dripping water that goes right onto where the head would lay for a body that was in this sarcophagus.
Got it.
Okay, interesting.
Someone's making dripping noises over there. Right on cue. It was funny.
Little guy being punished.
So if the water is coming from above,
And basically, our water means death.
right?
Basically, whatever was here in the sarcophagus was removed and therefore was not dying, and they put the Minotaur's body in as a trap, as a guardian.
Maybe.
I'm just throwing those out.
Yeah.
Did anybody consider taking the Minotaur's axe in case?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, trust me, somebody's gonna take that.
Yeah.
Could I borrow your
good,
stick
good.
for a second?
Yeah.
Do you want-
How deep is the the sarcophagus?
I mean, it's certainly well above man size, but it only goes down 2.5 feet.
Okay, so there's no like secret tunnel, no in there.
No, it doesn't seem to be like the one upstairs where there's some. Yeah, you're going to find a passageway or a staircase or something that comes down.
Thank
from
you.
it.
Here's your stick bag.
Is the water cool?
Are you going to stick a finger in it?
Our water is death.
Yeah. Okay. No. I was just
I'm not-
wondering.
it does
I'm just curious.
You know, because the Minotaur was shaking water off himself, so obviously
true.
I got splashed. So
You did.
No.
I'm mostly alive.
Was it cold?
Well, yes, it was a little chilly.
It was a little chilly.
I'm just wondering if the water coming from the ceiling, maybe that accounts for the cold spot in the corridor. Like if there's water up there.
Oh, maybe
Interesting.
under a lake.
There was a cold spot?
Yeah. We'll fill you in.
Yeah. Do we
The,
want to check this one?
Actually,
Yes.
what I'd like to do, and I'm going to pitch this to the group, is we take a rest
Oh, in this nice lavish room?
in this nice lavish room with all of this wine and all of these soft, fine clothes. And, we can basically bunk up here, basically make a campfire and make s'mores, and in the morning we'll make waffles.
I like this.
And get spells back.
And Minotaur steaks.
Minotaur
Minotaur's
steaks.
delicious. Well, you gotta make sure to get the chuck.
Yeah,
the
top-
flank is not great.
The top or torso, let's say. It's just like when you get down into the thigh muscles, it gets a little creepy.
Yeah.
So
Are we actually resting in the
I'm throwing that out to the group.
to rest the night? Like,
And get your spells back.
Sufficient to get your spells
Yeah.
back.
yeah. I mean, if we wait first, we wait for the hirelings to come back.
Yeah, we do have to wait for the hirelings to return. So
and then give us what they want to give us or
if they are going to give us or not. So that because I told the hirelings when we left that we were going to be down in the southern room. That was where they were going to rejoin with us. So.
Got it?
And remind them to basically make sure that the snake's tongue is, turned off. Okay,
Yeah.
that's
all
what
right.
that's what we're going to do, and see if they catch up with us.
Fantastic.
There may be
Okay, you
monster
bunk up in
rolls.
here. Are you going to make any special precautions
Okay.
for guarding camp? You have a curtain.
We have a
in this
curtain that does
room,
not
and then a
seal.
secret door. What are you doing?
We will actually. Oh boy, we'll need to seal the secret door and have someone's position there, so if someone gives us the knock, they will let them in.
Okay.
I'll volunteer for that assignment.
Since you're undamaged, I accept that. Volunteer.
I feel like I need to catch up a little. I feel like I need to catch up a little bit.
Okay.
Okay. And I'll give it to you that for a full rest with Ring of Regeneration, you'll be back to
Oh yeah,
full.
I'm not worried about it for me. I'm worried about making sure spells come back. Do we need any healing for you?
I have neither
He's
inflicted damage nor taken any.
Okay, we'll put you in.
I have you at
front row
-1. I
after
forget
this.
from what, but yes,
Oh,
you-
from the pit trap.
the pit trap did,
Yeah.
did ding you.
Yeah.
That's it though.
Well,
And this is not a 5th edition rest where all your hit points come back.
Yeah, it's the one
So-
per.
This
Yeah.
is you just get the spells back and then you can start casting again.
Yes.
while on door duty, I'm going to pull out a bag of mine and search inside of it. See if it has anything in it.
I mean, it has changes of clothes and
Okay, mundane items.
It does not have a magic item. That bag is the treasure.
Okay, gotcha.
That kind of bad.
He may have found something we didn't. So
Oh.
That's the problem with having thieves in the party. You never can trust them.
it's always that
It's
case.
like that.
And they love it. They love the idea of being ha-ha.
Well, you guys luck. You know,
take
wandering
the
monsters
luck.
have not been
We will
coming
take the
in
luck.
this, so
Well,
you're
yeah.
you're
That's
taking
because
luck.
we distributed Thomas Brothers maps to the dungeon so they didn't have to wander at all.
Appreciate it.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
so you wake up. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. You make your waffles.
Make waffles?
Minotaur sliders.
Actually, probably go with a Berganaise sauce. Basically, since we have the wine, we can basically, distill it down, put it in the steaks, basically give it a nice, nice sear on all sides.
And there's tons of refreshing water to drink with it.
We were going water for some
Oh,
reason.
okay.
Very
You
nice.
can pass them around.
Okay.
All of a sudden, we're in delicious dungeon.
No, there's a wealth of wine and clothing here, but it's going to cost us, encumbrance even though we don't have that, if we haul
We
it
could
all
just
out,
come back.
We can
Yeah.
come back to that.
can come back.
I agree with you.
Okay.
So okay, we are going to, now it's time to go check that other secret door.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody that John Peterson did co-author 2 D&D cooking books. So, I mean, if
Yes.
you want to veer into a culinary side quest,
Yes, and I'm
I
sorry.
think John will be very capable.
On behalf of Clarkson Potter, I'd like to tell you all our new book. It's actually not a book. It's more than a book. The Deck of Many Morsels, which contains recipe cards extracted from Heroes Feast and Heroes Feast Flavors of the Multiverse, will be coming this fall. And it contains some exclusive recipes, things you haven't even seen on our Heroes Feast TV show. You could be watching on Plex just now, 20 episodes. It's brilliant. It's hilarious.
I have,
Okay.
I feel filthy.
I also
Welcome to streaming. Welcome to streaming.
don't do
Yeah, exactly. I also come from a fantasy cooking heritage. Had my wife having done the recipes for the Tales from the Inn of the Last
Oh,
Home.
really?
And I wrote up the recipe for gnomish chicken, from how to cook like a gnome without blowing up your house.
But not Audex spice
Oh, yeah, we
potatoes.
did
You-
Audex. We
No,
did
but
the
you
original.
personally did not.
I did not. Kate did that,
Yes.
and I playtested it. So I had Odex spice potatoes for many, many months as she refined the recipe.
At GaryCon every year, Luke has them change up the restaurant menus for stuff. I just sent him the suggestion for Minotaur sliders.
Minotaur sliders.
Minotaur sliders.
Just remember this
The whole
event.
question of
Okay.
eating sentience. Anyway,
You ate your Minotaur sliders. You're
Okay.
feeling much better. You're just got a little ding. It's
You've got
merely a
the
flesh
spell.
wound. You got your spells
Shaving
back.
cut.
Spells back.
All spells are back.
you've got a member of the team. We're
Yep.
moving forward.
Right.
Is there a percentage chance of your wand not working?
No,
Yes.
but there's a percent chance of me doing a reprise. Oh, but I failed at it. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, of course.
There is a percentage chance, but it's not on a sheet because it is on my stuff.
Yeah.
You do
It's
not
not his
get to see
nerves,
this.
actually.
Yes, well, that's just the singing.
Let's see.
Okay, so what would you like to do?
We are
Here
going to
you
check
are.
that secret
You're-
door off to the
This
We're
way.
checking out
East.
of the Ritz Minotaurton.
Yes,
And-
exactly.
Yep.
And you're checking out the door to the east. Okay. It's a door. You know the drill. D6s to open it. Nope.
Ah.
Who's got it?
Bam, bam.
Yes.
Thank
Is that
you.
two? No,
That
that's
is a
a
yes.
one. That's a one
Oh.
from the halfling.
Okay, the halfling.
One from the
stepped in
halfling.
before me.
Lita bangs it open.
Hobbit. I got to get
technique's
back
very good.
into the
Yeah, you just gotta
period of
yell
doing
out,
that.
I can open this door. And
That's
then
right.
open it.
Right?
Yeah.
And immediately as the door opens, a oozy tendril reaches out and is on the person who kicked the door open, is on Lita. Lita,
Tendrils.
the ill-fated.
Well, look at the time, folks.
Come on, you can do this.
Of course I can.
Oh my God! It just as you crash this open, all over the walls and the ceiling, there's just this gunk, this awful gray-looking gunk,
Gray.
of which a tendril kind of lashes out at Lita, but she's quite agile and easily sidesteps it.
Okay.
And that was its attack. It goes to you. Whole party, what would you like to do?
Gray tendrils.
Shut the door.
Well, didn't you kick the door in?
Yeah.
Yeah, you kick the
They
door
make you
in.
do that.
You can reach in to
reach
the
in.
ooze that is now
Dripping
dropped
down.
in. Yeah, it's really grody.
Freeze it.
Well, you can try to freeze it. Sure.
Can.
I will.
I can.
You can go try to freeze it.
I will try to.
I will throw a vial of oil after you, just in case it doesn't freeze.
Is that antifreeze?
Yes, to be anti.
Okay.
Hot and cold treatment.
Okay.
Of course, to activate this, I'll have to sing a song. For the threat of singing is much, much better than actually singing. Do I roll anything?
No.
Or just say, I'm firing the wand of cold.
I rolled for you. The effect goes off. This enormous cone of cold floods into cover everything, blasting stuff. No effect to this ooze. The ooze
So I don't lose a
continues
charge.
on you.
Okay,
You
great.
lose a charge.
You lose a charge. It just didn't affect.
No effect.
Yes. No effect.
All right, next.
Are you doing flask of oil?
I'm throwing a flask of oil at it.
Okay. Flask of oil is very old school. Just give me a 2-hit roll, just for the hell of it.
That's a 15.
Hey.
Hey,
Okay,
that's nice.
you land this right in the midst of this.
Yeah.
You know how to set it on fire.
Yep.
Flame starts.
That's next. Oh, we're going to go with the Molotov.
Molotov. Yeah, I assume we're doing this
Molotov
Molotov.
Molotov. We use Mad Dog 2020 for that.
Molotov cocktail. I love that.
We have
However,
this.
Funny.
Fire, no effect.
No effect.
No effect, fire, cold. Okay.
I mean, hitting slime with a sword isn't going to do anything.
I don't think so.
And bring it into the dark room. See if that works. Lure it into the dark room, and if it does.
Yeah, this is one of the things. The oozes early on were very, they had the specific invulnerabilities to a lot of stuff. And so, you have to shout November at them or something. They could be vulnerable to lightning bolts, but we don't have someone who uses lightning anymore.
Nope.
From the glance we've gotten in this room, if we ignore the ooze, do we see like a door across the way or anything like that?
You see a corridor that proceeds
corridor.
past
So
it.
the
there's
corridors, but we
oozy.
have to get past
Yeah.
the ooze to do it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try this idea. How could I get a cup of the water in the other room and splash it on the ooze?
Good theory.
You could do that.
You know, I have a wineskin with some water in it.
Oh,
We
the
haven't
one.
tasted that water. It's
We
from
haven't
the-
tasted that
We
fire.
have it.
So while she does that, I'll try to squirt some of the water on it.
Okay.
Give it
We'll
a
hit it,
shot.
actually. We'll hit it again, please.
I'll go ahead and do that other thing.
That's a 1. It was no dice this time.
Yeah, I won't say you squirt yourself. We're not playing critical fumbles. But so you're going to go try to get a cup?
Yeah.
Get a cup
Anybody
or some
else?
container.
Because it's going to be on whoever's
On
there.
The next one. which
Because
will
you're
probably
there,
be-
it's going to be on you.
Understood.
It's ineffectually just kind of massing there. Certainly blocking the way.
Okay.
Ordinary weapons we can try with, but you magical weapons, see what happens.
Just let me know when I walk back with the.
Take a stab,
Yeah,
take a
it'll
stab at it.
take,
And see, and
Or
if
not
you-
walk
if you-
back,
if
I'm
you- if it-
jogging.
If it destroys
Yeah.
your weapon, you
Let's
get
say
the
it'll take
battle
2
axe.
rounds. So.
2 rounds.
Interrogative.
Okay.
What does this refer to?
That refers to a quantity of poison that you have in your person that you could apply to a weapon like your dagger. Or arrows, or
Or
whatever else.
just drop it on it, but I don't think
Or
that,
you could
they
also
may not be,
pour it
they
on
may
it.
be, yeah, they may be invulnerable to poison too.
Go for it.
Go for it.
Oh, I'm 2 rounds.
Oh
though.
yeah, she's 2 rounds off. So are you going to try to hack it?
Sure.
What are you hacking it with?
My sword +1 +2 versus magic users and enchanters or enchanted.
Well, it is casting at you right now. Actually, it casts Charm Person, and it controls you. No, it's not a magic user.
It's a very
But yeah,
adorable
take a roll.
What really
Could
happened
be
to the elf
enchanted,
wizard?
you don't know.
hate for you to lose it.
It's an 11 at least.
Sorry, I
it's
should
a
actually be
+1
paying
sword,
attention
so-
to.
So it's a 12?
Sorry, it's a 12. That's probably a hit actually for you, because it's AC 8, so it's like quite.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so
Wow.
basically he
Yeah, yeah.
needs
That's a hit.
needs a 9.
Yep, that's a hit. Yeah. Sure, actually, if you hack this with that magic sword, you hack at the tendril, it cuts off and it's cauterized, seared, and kind of steaming where you cut it.
That's good.
Okay.
Is the sword damaged?
Not immediately that you can see.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'll see if I can cut a path.
Well, I'm sorry, so this is still, we're in combat.
Yeah,
There's
still in
no ship. Are you doing anything else this round? Are you doing anything this round? What are
I
you
tried
doing?
with the water.
Oh, you tried with water, right? What are you doing this round? Lit up.
I
You got a
kinda want
dagger.
to try I have a dagger. I'm going to fire. I'm going to swing with the dagger.
Okay.
Right?
It's a magic weapon.
Yeah. That was like a 20 to me.
And
On the die.
No critical hits.
Actually,
Right.
yeah, that is, yeah.
No
There's
critical
no critical
fails, no
hits, of
critical
course.
fails.
No,
but,
that's 21.
Good.
That's old school.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I mean, whatever it is, so you saw that tendril fall, and so you kind of attack the area closer to the wall by the edge of the door, by the hinge, and just kind of slash at it, and a huge, now sizzling part of it falls onto the
Oh.
floor.
So it is
and is, yeah, just kind of writhing there.
To magic weapon.
I step away.
Yeah, okay.
You did well.
Yeah. now you do well.
Okay. And so after it attacks, you'll come back this round. Okay. but it is going to make one last attack on you now because it's like,
Yeah. Dodge.
and you are, what is this AC?
Leather
This
plus
AC
two.
is
Leather
5.
plus 2.
She is 5. And
-1 versus RC and missiles.
never remember these things. Or can never remember where my sheets are. Okay. That's a miss.
It misses. Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Nice.
Okay.
You're doing well.
You come back?
We're back. We'll do the
Splash.
experiment first.
Okay. You splash the water on it. No apparent effect.
Ah, damn it. It was
Nice
worth
thought.
trying. Yeah.
You have wet ooze.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to try to cut it.
Go
in
for it. You're doing well.
Yep. Roll it. 15.
5.
That's a red one. Red's high.
Red's okay. Great. So
15.
15.
Yep. Okay. This is now starting to look terrible. So what was left obstructing it in the corridor there, you slash into that now, and now there's just kind of a few writhing bits left on the ground. Really gross, though. It's like starting to spread this black ichor coming out of it.
Is it still targetable?
It is targetable.
So we
I
can still
suggest
take
you
it down?
target it.
That would be a 13 for me, which I believe is a hit.
Yeah, I believe 13 is a hit. Oh, man. Yeah.
We took it out.
You took it out.
Yeah, we're trying all this cold fire.
Yes.
Oh, it's not invulnerable to weapons. It's only weakness.
Yes.
I feel like we've been trained, though, to be like, slime.
True. Slimes are to have that sort of their golems are like that too.
Yeah.
Use the Minotaur axe as a scraper.
That's right. Okay, just taking some notes, making sure I got this.
You're
Oh,
from New
did
York
the,
originally, right?
Did the
I'm from New England originally.
That's it.
but I
The
lived
boys
in
come
for
back?
10 years.
No, the boys have not come back.
ooh, okay. I hope they made it out.
Scraping
Oh.
windshields.
I mean, that's always a danger.
Oh, the hirelings did not come back?
They have not
No.
returned.
Hirelings have not returned.
Uh-oh.
See? We unleashed Armageddon up there on the.
Probably, it's a possibility to see what's happening. Let's keep checking it out, and then we'll go back and
Yeah.
see how much.
Okay.
We'll stopping back there.
I'm sure it's fine.
I'm
Yeah.
neutral alignment, so okay.
We may find their bodies on the way out.
I mean, it could be, they know about the reliquary. Let's just let them carry on and,
That's true.
maybe die.
Well, there's as far as we know,
Yeah.
there's no other ways into the sections that we have already explored.
Yeah.
So it's not like a wandering monster is going to sneak up on top of them, unless it's something that can pass through walls or there are secret doors that we have missed.
Or there's more goblins up there.
Yeah,
more
because we
goblins.
didn't, there's a whole goblin access.
Oh, that is like a little goblin area up there. So yes, we could be. They could be dead. Sorry.
Yeah.
So
So are we going to go
should we
down
go?
this way?
Yeah, we should go down that way. But eventually, we should go look for the others just to make
Yeah,
sure.
well, let's do this one last corridor and then double check.
Double check.
Okay, so this
Yeah.
corridor heading east goes 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet, 50 feet to door.
That's a lot of feet.
Okay.
However, because you've become so familiar with this particular type of secret door, 20 feet in, facing north, there is indeed a secret door right there.
And if we open that secret door, being
Why
familiar-
don't you roll it? Just okay. We'll skip the rolling now. We've done enough rolling to open doors. You will open it eventually. There is a corridor going north, 20 feet,
And it's
leading
going
to a circular room,
right?
and that circular room contains a pedestal,
That is
and that
red.
pedestal has a
Red.
red light on it.
Yes.
See, there's got to be another access around.
There has to be another access. We haven't found it
I
yet.
haven't. It could go that way. So, I mean, this door is locked. Do we want to check where our hirelings are?
Yeah, since that area is sealed off, let's go back and see if we can find the hirelings. We're going to go back all the way to the top, see what doors are open. Okay, are there any bodies on that route?
Okay, so you proceed back into the room where you found Brother Doreen. This is unchanged. You're making a right there, heading
Right.
north, and going to the room with the 4 small pedestals.
Right.
Yep.
That room is unchanged.
All right.
good.
This.
And you're then going to make the left.
Yes, and
Yep.
carefully navigate around the pits.
Yep. Or tell me your precautions very specifically. Are you roping up again? Are
Roping
you,
up,
Roping up.
making sure there's
Going invisible.
Okay.
Staying unroped.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
We
Okay,
assume
I mean,
you found
we
the
will-
pits on your way in, if that's where you came
Are
in
you
on.
taking any precaution? Well, okay, yeah. So the first pit was spiked open.
Yes.
So you saw that and could easily dodge that. Are you taking any other precautions as you cross through this space?
Other than roping each other?
Well, he said I'm not roping. I'm just
I'm
gonna.
going to keep a hand on the rope while I'm
Okay,
invisible.
keeping the hand on the rope
Keep a
is
hand
fine.
on just in case we feel that light tug.
No problem. So you make your way across, and this room is different.
Oh,
How so?
Well, where there was that door where you came in,
Yes.
there's now a mural that shows two satyrs
with the river.
who are standing side by side. Both of them are holding their hands up to their ears and looking like directly ahead in the direction you're coming from.
Okay.
But one of them is also holding what looks like a human figure and holding his hand over the figure's mouth.
Okay.
Otherwise, and that figure's on their knees, wearing a white robe, and not necessarily a monk robe, but just kind of a plain, almost like peasant garb kind of robe. And it's the satyr that's on the right-hand side. You looking at this from, coming in from the east to the west, that is holding their hand over that person's mouth. But both of the satyrs, again, are looking at you and going like,
Listen to something.
there is no sign of a door of any kind on this wall.
This is the one we spiked open.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay. We're cool.
All right.
you did send people through that door, at least ostensibly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To bring Brother Durian
So,
back.
but now there's.
No.
Now there's no sign of a door there.
I listened to the space where the door was.
Can't hear a thing.
Well, I guess we triggered something or they.
Figured something, or it's the nature of the area itself. The idea of listen, do not speak.
Well, Minotaur, maze.
Minotaur maze.
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 Right. He's not talking corn.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like
He's going to get to the kernel of this one way or another.
Rearrange it. I'm thinking there's the water trough is still there.
The water trough is still there.
trash
The
is
water
still
running
there.
over. Yep.
But
Everything
we cannot
else.
find it. There's no feeling for a secret door.
I mean, we can roll this. We
No,
can
it's
go
cool.
turn after turn.
The secret, the satyrs don't look like our two people, do they?
No, they look exactly like the satyrs you saw in the mural
In
in the
this
room with the
room.
4 pedestals.
And the person
Except
they're
in that case, they were pointing down a stream.
Yeah.
Whereas in this case, again, they're looking directly at you, and they're
It sounds like they're saying listen for something.
Invisibly.
Or they're
Move silently
listening for a
towards
password
them.
or something.
okay.
Oh, that's a good one. Swordfish.
You move silently towards them.
Do they react to this at all?
Oh no, these are just paintings.
paintings.
They, ostensibly, whether it's an illusion or whether there's actually a mural or whatever,
Frieze.
it appears to be paintings of satyrs there.
Your descriptions are so
So vivid that you thought
Yeah,
it was.
exactly. Great. I feel like the Roadrunner.
He's married to an art historian. I mean, he's
Right,
obligated.
right?
Yes, it's definitely Caravaggio. You can tell from some of the brushstrokes.
Exactly. The way he brings the light out through the skin.
All right. So.
All right. Well, push forward.
Yeah. I mean, do we worry about this or do we just keep going?
Keep on swimming. Keep on swimming.
Okay. Well,
So
now
this time, this mural didn't change at all, though.
No.
When you go back in there, now that mural is unchanged.
Well, which way is the river pointing? If you were to see the mural, is it pointing like this way?
The river's going that way, straight ahead.
Straight ahead.
The mirror, yeah. That's a good question. Yes, the river seems to be going west to east,
Right. You're looking
like directly.
downstream.
You're looking, it's to the vanishing point, and they're both pointing down that way.
Pointing to the vantage point, and they're listening in this one. Mm-hmm. And they're holding someone. There was someone held in coils. That was in our.
Yeah, that was in the
This one's in this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the
So-
figure's held in coils.
I hope you guys don't mind, but I'm going to try doing a very not smart move.
You've done so well so far.
You can't do any worse than I did the first
I'm
time.
going to see, so where they're pointing at the river,
Yeah.
I'm going to take a charge and run at it
Okay.
and try it out.
Roll on a d6. 1 or 2?
Please. 2.
Boom. You hit it very solidly. Absolutely nothing happens.
Damn it. Ow. Okay, it was worth a try.
Think. Did it work?
No.
Okay.
Clearly, you didn't watch enough Roadrunner Coyote cartoons.
Yeah, you have to say beep
painted on the
beep
wall.
before you run.
I'm
That's
gonna
right, that's it.
leave.
I mean, I'm going to suggest we just go back here.
You gonna go
Yeah, go
there?
back. You want to go check out the goblin areas?
Because we can go
I'll check for
forward
secret
that
doors.
way.
I'll
We
check
can't
for
go
hollow
backwards this
spots.
way.
Right.
We can always.
way.
We got a third
the
way.
which
Oh,
corridor?
we can make the assumption
that?
that
At
they
the end of
got
which
out.
corridor?
The one that she just went boom on,
Which
that she
one?
ran into.
Oh, that's a mural. It's not a corridor. But
Yeah.
you check for secret doors. There's
Okay,
nothing.
nothing.
bad from us.
Okay.
We're going to go back to the door that we were at in the far lower.
So
Far
as you go
southwest.
by
Yeah.
this time, once you get past that entrance to the secret, to the pedestal room
Yes.
where the secret door is, so as you proceed down, you find on the ground there 2 more wineskins.
Oh, right here?
Yep, they're just on the ground, like
That
right before
wasn't
that
there
door.
They weren't
Before?
there before.
Well, I mean, they were. Yeah, I think you just now are spotting them because
Okay.
you're walking down there as opposed to dealing with the secret door.
So there's wineskins right here.
Yep.
I have a question that came up in chat
Yes.
about poison. You made a comment earlier, I think, if I heard you right, that in original D&D, all poison was poison versus death.
Save or die.
Save or die, right?
I mean, it's not strictly true, but it's
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. So were there different? There weren't different types of poison then, or I mean,
mean,
unless
not-
the DM made up some.
Not so much, yeah. The rules about this are pretty vague.
Yeah.
There is a save versus poison ability, and there are some things that if they sting you, for example, if you save versus poison, you only take half damage and things like that. For this particular poison, for this trap,
Yeah.
it was a save or die poison.
Oh, wait.
Right.
And I seem to remember an early article in Early Dragon magazine that covered a plethora of poisons and their effects and stuff like that. I just don't remember whether it was
But,
first edition
but
or
that
zero.
was
But that was
3
years
years or more after the stuff
Exactly.
we're playing with.
When you got to
1974,
D&D,
right.
you had
Yeah.
different types of poisons, different strengths. Remember A, B, C, D, and
Right,
E?
right, right,
Basically,
right.
that had different effects. So you've got a lot more depth. So you might have a creature that basically save versus poison or take X damage, but also generally if it said save versus poison, it was a save or die situation. That was an implied statement there.
Okay. So we got water skins at this secret door.
Well, yeah, I mean, that door isn't secret. The
Well,
one
no,
at the end
not
of the
the
corridor,
secret.
yeah. But just beyond it, there's a couple more of those wineskins.
If we look at the
and they
wine,
have
does it still
water?
have that like
Wine
residue?
Residue, it does, yeah.
Is there any water left in them?
Just a little. Not much.
Okay. So there was some purpose
Yeah.
for somebody to bring multiple wineskins
Yeah.
in here.
But that
Still working our way through it.
Yeah.
Yep.
We got puzzles. Okay.
drink of that.
We're gonna listen to the door.
Okay. Look at this door, actually. You hear water sloshing around on the other side of it.
There's no water seeping underneath it.
Not that you can see.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's invisible water. Can our invisible person see the invisible water?
Well, it may not be a room full of water.
It doesn't work that way.
Would you like to open this door?
Hell yeah.
No. No, it's the answer to your question, not his.
No, okay.
No, I don't see the water, invisible water.
Do it. You already said yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh, it's the most fun part of OD&D, isn't it? Rolling
Agree.
to try to open the
You
door
try?
every time.
And getting defeated by it.
Yep.
I'm going to try to open it, but not, just a crack, type of thing.
Yep.
3. Yeah, we had to put whether it was
Come
a
on,
push or a
Bonsai.
pull.
Let's go.
Do
This,
it.
this is
Yeah,
how you
we
open
had a little
doors.
less
Right, come on.
stupidity.
Nope, that's not how you open doors.
Stupid door. 1.
There you go.
Okay. You force this door open. And
Something like this.
obviously, the room that you've entered was some kind of storage room for the brewery
Okay.
Yeah.
of the monastery. So it only goes 10 feet further to the south, but then 30 feet further to the north.
Okay,
And
10
that
feet
makes
to the
sense. Yeah,
south.
so 10 south, 30 north,
30 north.
and it goes 50 across then on the north,
Oh wait, on the crop. Wait.
Across, it's a 50-foot
Yeah,
deep room.
from west to
Okay.
east. 50 across. And right on that side of the room, however, there's an enormous water spout. And in fact, the troughs that you've seen on the edges of other rooms run directly through the center here.
So basically, this is the source of the Nile.
Well, I mean, this is an apparent source where water is coming through from a large conduit, much larger than the culverts that you've seen in other places. And, you know, it is going by a set of barrels that are kind of lying on their sides. So you're looking at where the keg tap would be, the face of it, that are stacked up. The room's much higher as well.
So it's stacked up on the north wall?
Stacked actually along the, at the north, along the east side. So think about like it's just, a set of barrels right there, just down from there, barrel, but where that barrel there is broken and water has just taken over the entire corner there. Yes, like that, there's just a huge amount of water that's accumulated there. But just bisecting the room from where the spout is, from the northwest top of it down to the southeast corner of the room, there is one of those troughs, those 9-inch wide troughs that is just cutting through the room at a little curve. Does that make sense?
So there's a.
So it starts at the northeast.
Northeast, where the water spout is.
Where the spout is.
Yeah.
Northeast.
That pours down into one of those troughs.
Okay.
But the trough is actually going diagonally through the room. It bisects it down to all the way to the
All the way
southeast
to
corner.
the southeast corner.
All the way to
like there.
like that. So
Okay, so it starts to line up. I see.
Yes.
Okay. And it flows that way.
yeah, but the room is flooded in that entire southeast corner.
Southeast corner. Okay. And there are kegs on their sides.
And there are kegs on their sides.
Okay. No other obvious exits.
No other obvious exits.
Well, through a giant barrel, that's a classic.
Yeah, I know. I actually had a dungeon entrance that was that.
Yeah.
So yes, I'm going to walk across the room, step over the trough, tap on the barrels. Yeah.
As you do that, there's some rustling in the water in the southeast corner.
Okay. Backing up.
It is what we call initiative. I'm sorry, initiative.
There we go. There we go.
Yes.
1.
I also got a 1. So, you are tied from several heads, not like the serpents you saw though, different. They all seem to be coordinated. 4 of them come up out of the water
Oh.
and are on you
Of
because you
course,
tapped
because
the barrel.
I tapped. They answered.
Yes.
4 heads.
Tap, tap.
Hydra.
As a
Hydra,
professional
Hydra.
fighting
I can
man,
say Hydra.
you might say Hydra is a pretty good
Water
guess.
weird.
Water Weird is later edition.
Yeah.
So
It's a weird hydra in the water.
it's a weird summer.
Okay, so actually, 2 of those heads just bite you. One in your shoulder, and one on your thigh.
That bites.
And like this thing will drag you down if you cannot free yourself from it.
Oh, geez.
However, it's all you.
Has it grappled me? Am I going? Grappled me? Have I have to fight my way free?
Effectively, yeah, you do.
Okay. So, are you? A question from going back in time. Did you take the battle axe?
I thought you took it.
I took it. So therefore, my armor class would be 1 less. So that has an effect.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. But I will use the battle axe.
Okay. You use this battle axe.
I roll a 12.
Treat it like it's +2. This guy you're
Okay.
trying to hit is AC 5.
According to this, I need a 12. Correct?
Yep.
Yep.
To hit that. So therefore, I hit it
Okay.
Because you have 14.
with a
Nicely
two-headed
done.
battle axe.
Okay. It's not a decisive blow, but it's a start.
Does it sever a head, or does
No,
it?
not in
Okay.
this instance.
Okay,
if you're
then-
attacking particular heads, that'd be a good thing to declare ahead of time.
I understand.
You
I don't know, not knowing the mechanics for this particular
There
type
is
of
no
creature.
mechanics in OD&D for
Yeah.
this.
How
So
it functions.
if you want to tell me you're attacking specific heads, I will take that seriously. All right, so 3 more people to go. Regdar, what's
Yeah,
up?
So I'm going to charge up and try to attack one of the heads they're holding on to him, or did they? Yeah.
Yep, you can.
Okay.
Yep, it's got an AC penalty, so treat it like you've got like +2.
Okay. That's a big no.
3.
I don't even know where the 10s are on that.
It's the red
Side.
The red.
Yep.
The reds.
Okay.
So yeah, let's continuing
Big
my
no.
theme. Of,
What else we got?
Bum, bum, bum. Let's see. I will go ahead and whap at one of the heads that is holding on to him.
Okay. Take a roll. Yep, we'll say it has an AC penalty.
That's a 15.
That will hit.
Yeah, that's a red.
And do you want it to constrict?
Oh, the head. I mean, yeah, I can choke it out. Choke one of the
it
heads.
might be able to choke it out.
But
Actually, honestly, that head is probably down from just that hit and the flank
Bludgeon.
it got previously. So let's call that 1 Hydra head down, 3 to go, but the 3 to
that
go
was
are still
bludgeoned,
good.
not cut off.
Yes, it was bludgeoned.
Ah,
Can I see the body?
The body of what?
there's a difference for hydras, okay?
No, it's underwater.
It's underwater.
Yes.
Yeah.
And water freezes.
Water freeze?
Oh,
Does freeze.
Go for
Okay.
it.
Afghanistan.
Banana stand.
Let's see how you do here.
Trying to think of a colder climb.
Not bad. Okay, fires off.
Norway, no way.
Oh, wait, shit. It gets saved, doesn't it?
I like this wand device. It's helping us.
it really is.
Till it doesn't function.
Okay, to the body, that's a substantial amount. Okay, this guy is looking less eager to have this encounter as actually the head that is still alive drops you.
Okay.
But you're still up, right?
Yeah. All right.
Did he get to get around? Because he made an attack already.
Hey, a 16.
Oh,
Sweet Christmas.
did you pay an attack already? Oh, okay.
You made an
But
attack,
yeah,
didn't
it's
you?
cool. You can take this attack now. Things happen basically
Please, I hit.
simultaneously.
Let me
anyway.
take this one.
Get your hit.
We would at best
You
hold
can
it until the
finally hit
next round.
something. We'll give you.
One more on that. Yeah, you get in a plank, but it's not looking good at this point. Whereas you, whatever it is, one of its remaining heads is kind of retreating, just smashes your face.
Okay.
And you're once again looking terrible.
Good thing you got that ring, man.
Yeah, but it just takes time.
Yeah.
Maybe this is how you survived other adventures.
Exactly. I've gone through this before.
Yes.
Not my first rodeo.
Okay, so other people going this round?
I'm not sure about if it's. Do I have a shot at this now?
Yeah.
No, yeah. You
You
just
still
took,
have a
you just took it at me. So what did I hit the first time? Did I go after the body or did I go after,
the head.
After a head? With,
Well, we didn't specify,
We
so I'm
didn't
just
specify.
assuming it was a head because
Okay.
you're being bitten by heads.
I think I'll take out the head that's basically smashing me.
Okay.
Or actually disengaged,
fifth
but
level.
it's still. 7 is not a good. It becomes a 9, which still is light. Okay.
Okay. And
Dagger
up?
+1.
dagger +1.
Is that 15?
Color?
Or
Yeah.
is this one
Yeah.
colored?
Oh, no, it's the shaded side.
Okay, so that's 5.
That's
Yep.
5.
Not a hit.
That's a
See, I was
6.
using the shaded side.
Josen.
That was the good side.
Take us home.
Josen, I will go ahead and try whapping it again. Pop, pop, pop. I got a 17.
Good.
Nice. Okay, you got in a solid hit actually on that.
Nice.
This guy not good. Okay, the entire thing submerges this round. Since you're right in it, you can get a parting shot, but it basically sinks into the water there in the southeast
Yeah.
and like disappears.
That deep water there. I take my parting shot and I get a 12, which is a hit. Arrgh. Come back, you coward!
Well, in any event, it
doesn't.
disappears
It
into
disappears.
deep water.
So presumably there's a reservoir or
There's a
something
reservoir here.
That's
yeah.
a good guess, yes.
Yeah.
I just thought it was the crack barrel leaking.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to inspect that, actually, I mean, there is a barrel there, but there is some kind of mechanism above it. And this mechanism above it seems to be where water used to splash down into barrels and also is feeding whatever the stream is that you've seen various segments of as you've gone through. But there's a larger pipe, basically, behind that barrel inside it that seems to lead somewhere, but it is flooded with water that is like flooding into this room.
Okay.
Is there any footprints that we see when we're like, I know we battled here,
Yeah.
but is there any other footprints in this area?
Not obviously, no.
There's nothing like a valve or something that can turn off the water.
I
Look
might
for a
let the
valve.
thief do a, what do we call that?
Fine valve.
Not find valve. Remove
Find
traps,
valve, look for steam, you know.
which I will
You do that.
roll for you. No, you can't find any obvious mechanism here.
I don't find any obvious mechanism here. Yeah, the crew likes me.
The crew's amused. Search the for secret doors along the north wall.
Right here? Yeah.
Okay, you're just going to go through each turn per.
Hey,
okay.
as we go through turns, I get better. So,
Yes,
you know,
that's a good point.
time is my friend right
Good
now.
point. Jeez, you're pretty sure there's just nothing there.
No doors.
I'm gonna look one more time. I invoked the one more time protocol.
You can. It's just turns. You can
Just
spend as
turns.
many as you want. Eventually, my random water monster roll will come.
Your monster will come back, you
Yes.
know.
Oh, joy, oh, rapture.
So I don't think we really thoroughly
If he does, I'll
checked
sing another
these
song.
barrels to see if, you know,
Well, we were rapping on them, and that summoned
Yeah,
the
it
Hydra.
did.
Yeah. Right.
But basically, did we
can we
finish
open
it?
one? Or,
Yeah.
They are all, as you look through them, decrepit. Although
Yeah.
they once housed some.
Do these pools have any residue like the water skins have?
Maybe they do. Maybe they do a bit, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, whatever it was stored in this. It looks like one of these barrels might have been wine. Another one might have been beer. Yeah, maybe some of that wine residue got into this drunk Hydra's lair.
Okay.
Drunk Hydra is martial arts style.
Oh.
absolutely.
I know I'm a dog with a bone on. Could the one that seems like it has a similar residue? Can I fill up one of these water skins?
You can fill up one of those water skins, yes?
And then, just as a thing, I'm gonna parse out to you the cold room right there. Can I dribble some water there?
Sure, see if it leads anywhere.
Okay. You go there, you dribble some of the water. No effect.
Go to that painting.
We retreat to the painting.
Okay.
Then
The painting's
dribble water.
unchanged. The lights in the pedestals are unchanged.
I know, but I dribble water on where the river is.
Oh.
Try
no
to
effect?
use a mystical way of.
Dang it! I'm just trying some things out.
This is the way to do
it
it.
looks like
That's
the
the
way
name of the
forward
game.
is through that goblin lair.
That seems like a later.
It does feel
Later
like later.
edition.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking is that some pieces, whatever leads forward through that.
I'm gonna let you debate this for a sec. I'll be back.
Sure, whatever leads us forward has to.
I just feel like there's
It
this.
feels like there should be something there. You're absolutely
Yeah,
right.
something there.
But there's nothing that we found that has given us the clue that we can pay attention to that tells us, you know, your instinct of I want to run through the painting feels right.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it feels like we need to activate something in order to. Now, did we activate anything?
What are those
That
two
would
satyrs?
change that door.
What are the two satyrs doing?
The two satyrs are
They're
pointing
pointing-
downstream.
Downstream.
But that's it, right?
So red, and
Right.
then there's obviously a missing
Blue.
blue.
What if we put some of that water from the skins in the 3 red bowls?
Sure.
See if
We could try.
something
It doesn't hurt.
appears.
Give it a shot.
We can. Well, when he comes back, we'll go ahead and give that a shot.
Yeah. Well, since Jaw's not here, that totally works.
Yeah, we solved it. I don't know. It also
like
says
that.
that this is collapsed. I also feel like there might have been something here, but he said it was totally collapsed. We couldn't go in.
Yeah, that's just it. And there may have been like another way through, and we haven't found it.
Yeah.
But yeah, there is the goblin hole, which could maybe have the relic.
I mean, if
they looted the body.
Yeah, if the goblin hole creates a passage around the stuff that has been collapsed,
Yeah.
is what I'm thinking.
and if it's like a warren, it could very well go around and get us.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll go ahead and try a couple things.
Try some things.
All right. So we're going to try to take some of the water skin water and put it in each of the 3 red bowls. Let's see if that triggers anything.
It does.
Oh, hey.
So you go to the first one, the one closest to there, you pour it in, the light at the bottom of it turns blue.
Oh, you got it.
Good job, Chris.
Good job.
And indeed, when you then come around to the room with the mural,
Yes.
the pedestal there,
Is
the
now blue.
southeast light has turned blue.
That is correct.
Okay, so there we go.
So yeah,
Let's
but
do
I
that.
thought it was basically those were active. And,
Yeah, we got it
so it was
wrong.
a dangerous. So we got it backwards. But we can continue to do so with the one to the.
You do so. So which one do you do last?
I guess this one because it's
Yeah.
in.
Okay, you do that one last, and when you return to the room, something has changed. And in fact, that entire wall now contains a path that leads off to the east.
Hey, hey.
Hey, hey.
And how are we doing on time? We've got about an hour left.
Almost 5.
It's almost 5. And we're aiming for 6 to wrap up?
Yeah. Yeah. I've said 6 at the latest, yeah.
Could I request a bio break?
Yeah.
Take that break.
Yeah. Take the break.
Sugar.
I left you to ruminate, and when I came back, you'd solved it. So congratulations. Clap for John. You
We got
solved the
it
puzzle.
backward.
These two.
There you go.
Let's take a bio, and
Okay.
we'll resume in a few and wrap this up.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, guys. We'll be right back.
Gonna say.
Hi,
Hey
welcome
there.
back to celebrating 50 years of Dungeons and Dragons with our guest Dungeon Master John Peterson and Gabriel Veda and Chris Pramus and Bonsai Baby and Jeff Grubb. Yeah, here we go. Let's back to you, John.
Yeah, back to me. Back to all of you, actually, because what has happened?
So that was a great adventure, you know?
Oh, yes. you're
Yeah,
done.
yeah,
Yes,
that treasure was fabulous and everything.
Surely,
you know?
yes.
It was wonderful.
So I had brought with me an old Ralph Parthon miniature I painted in about 1980.
Yes.
So I'm just it's going to
Can
represent
we use
the party.
that to represent the party now?
Very nice, very nice.
Yeah.
Ooh, you might.
Nice touch, Chris.
Yeah, please.
It's metal too.
It is
Oh yeah.
lead.
Back in the day, they were.
Is it like sweet lead? Sweet lead.
Well, so what has happened? I mean, since this mural has transformed, the satyrs have kind of stepped aside. And there is this path that looks watery, but it looks like there's water painted on like an arch that's leading up a bit. You're kind of walking upwards towards what appears to be a chamber, and we can count it out for the mapper.
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 Mapper?
Yes, mapper.
We are
Mapper.
going 10 feet,
Yes.
20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet, 50 feet, and then this opens up into a larger chamber. Any special precautions people are taking? I should say as well, the walls here are some sort of magical effect, assuredly, that is kind of showing that idyllic landscape through which that
A
spring
phantasmal force.
was trailing into the vanishing point that you saw previously. You're just kind of now walking among that. You actually walking by the satyrs. The satyrs do turn, kind of like watching you
Okay.
as you go. But they're part of the painting,
of the
clearly.
painting,
It looks they look like they're drawn on, but they're turning and watching you as you go.
It's
Oh,
that
haunted
optical.
mansion.
It's got the what is it? The eyes that go in, so it looks like it's watching.
Right.
No, this is actually moving.
Oh.
Haunted mansion.
Ring of invisibility, and then dagger in right hand, wand in left.
Okay?
I don't think the satyrs are bad, necessarily bad guys.
You want to?
No, but
How
I'm
many
just.
turns have passed since I took massive damage?
Yeah,
And
that is a
take
very good
rest?
question.
Should we
That's
take a rest
8,
before we basically
and-
go down this corridor?
Yeah, you should be at. Well, I'm not gonna tell you.
Don't tell
tell
me.
you what you're at. You feel like you're like halfway
Okay.
healed at this
Fair
point.
enough. Okay.
Okay.
Just give myself a standpoint. We can rest for another few. Take a short rest.
Yeah.
Are we due at this point, or are we?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do the short rest, whatever,
Okay.
and then we move forward.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll take whatever hit points I have at that point.
Okay.
That's good.
Do you actually, before that, do you want me to just do cure light wounds on you?
Sure.
Because, I mean, taking a short rest is just a turn, and so
give,
you'll...
give me a pure light wounds.
Yep.
Cure light wounds done. Okay, you're feeling better.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
you're not 100%, but you're...
I'm good with that.
Yep.
Well, do you want to silently and invisibly go reconnoiter?
Go scout.
Yeah.
Will do.
Have a
Okay.
recce?
The rogue's challenge.
And I'm singing to myself.
The
in my head.
downside,
In your
the
head.
downside of being able to do that is people ask you to do it.
Okay,
But I can
well,
always turn invisible and walk away. So-
so you have your ring of visibility, you have your elven boots, you're moving very cautiously. You make it to the end of this corridor, which opens up into a larger room. It will extend 10 feet to the south,
Okay.
and it will extend 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 feet to the north. However, from there, going up from 10, 20, 30, at the 30, there is an open door. 20, 30, yes, no, at 30, right there.
Right here? Right here?
Yeah, right there. That opens to a corridor that is leading west.
Oh, yeah.
That'll be our third, our
Yeah.
fourth piece.
Yeah.
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 And then at the north wall, it extends 30 feet. The north wall extends 30 feet to the east. There is a door
Right here?
in the corner there, yep, on the far edge. And then the wall will go south 30 feet, where there is an enormous set of double doors.
Like this side right here? Boom, boom.
Yep. And there are actually pedestals flanking these double doors, different from previous ones you've seen. These actually seem to be silver bowls that are just resting on nice little tables. Those actually look quite nice, those silver bowls do. But in any event, after the double doors, down another 20 feet, 10, 20, to meet the wall there that runs along the south.
Okay. These are pedestals.
That is what you see, Scout Lida.
Okay, I go back and report.
Okay.
Okay.
You go back and report.
So she can update the map.
Yep.
And he can know what to do.
I make suggestions.
Caller, how would you like to direct the activities of this band of adventurers
Stay
now?
invisible.
What do you want to do?
I would recommend, and this is up to you guys, we first confirm the fact that we got the last pedestal there.
Okay.
And then I would check out that northern door
Yep.
and see if the silver pedestals have us any clues.
Excuse me.
Gesundheit.
They strike me as something we put something in, but that's a first response.
Well, if you're starting with where you suspect you will find another pedestal, you do.
Okay.
That is 10 feet, 20 feet, another circular room at the end with a pedestal. That pedestal is, in fact, already full of
Full
water.
of water.
Full of water.
So the water puzzle has been solved. It's interesting that you need to solve all three in order to open that passageway, and you need to open the passageway to get to the fourth one. So I'd check out the northern door.
Okay.
Checking it out.
Northern door is locked.
Listen.
Locked.
Check for traps.
Locked.
Listen. You listen at the door, you hear nothing.
Check for traps. Please check for traps.
Yeah, you're pretty confident there's no trap on that door.
Check for balsa wood. Okay. Seems clear to me.
It says locked.
I said that, yeah, so this door, as you approach it, doesn't really seem to want to budge.
Pick lock.
There is no obvious lock for you to pick.
Hobbit.
Try giving it a kick.
We could try to force it, yeah.
You are welcome to spend turns forcing it.
I'll step back from the door.
Okay.
Kick away.
Great.
One.
Hey,
You give it the solidest hit.
No.
You begin to suspect that this door is probably magically sealed.
Okay. So we need something like a knock spell or a chime of opening.
Which your dear departed Miali may have had.
Pity. Does our pseudo mage thief have read magic? Sorry, are they capable? Are you capable of casting spells off scrolls?
Q John.
I would allow it.
How about off of a spell book?
No.
Okay, because you can sometimes cast spells off spell books, but then that ends up
I got it.
treating it as a scroll. Okay, just checking.
That's an interesting one. I hear you.
Okay. Okay, let's take a look at the silver bowls.
Okay, well, when you come to the silver bowls, it's interesting. They have this these jagged edges that come out to points on it, and actually both of the silver bowls have fresh blood in them.
That's some ritual activity.
Yeah, that feels like give blood in order to. I was figuring dropping coins in, but this might be the same sort of thing.
When I say fresh, I mean quite fresh.
Oh, it's like somebody just opened
Just
this.
walk through.
Oh,
here.
it's.
I mean,
it's
not
Dick.
like, 5 minutes ago. But
Check the floor within the 5-foot perimeter of the bowl and see if there's any blood droppings or anything like that.
oh, yeah, I bet. Yeah, you can see that, obviously.
Okay, how much blood is in the bowl?
Not much.
It's a blood bowl.
Blood
trickle.
bowl. Yeah.
Take them into Tarzan.
Warhammer in the line for you.
Right.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to contribute some blood.
Okay.
Blood was the first one?
Okay. You hit point of damage.
Yeah.
Purple will do
Okay.
it. Okay.
Well, I think we need to go through the double doors.
And will the double doors
ready
open
to
now?
fight.
They do. The double doors open to a 20-foot wide corridor that is emerging from here. Stairs going up, but these are like stairs leading up to an altar, which you can already see ahead of you in some kind of massive curved room. But what you can see is these doors open. And indeed, it's as soon as you put the blood in, the doors just magically open up.
Welcome to Oz.
There's something floating in the air in a large open space. It seems to be at least a semicircular room. And it is, in fact, an enormous serpent.
Oh.
Yeah, there's been a snake theme going all the way through here.
The serpent is floating there, and it is, in fact, constricting a human figure who's being held upside down.
Oh, like in this.
Look very much like in that depiction, squeezing it, and the human figure is spilling this enormous gout of water out of its mouth, which is tumbling down into some sort of fountainhead that is directly below it. And
that's
there
where
is
the
a
water-
figure kneeling in front of this fountainhead whose hands are immersed in the water as the doors open and as you begin to approach.
Okay,
What do you do?
this serpent, is this living or made of stone? Is this a statue that I'm looking at?
It appears to be animate. This appears to be something it's a
living
floating
creature.
serpent that has what appears at least to be a live human being being held upside down, but improbably this human being is being wrung like a dish towel by this thing, and just this enormous flow of water is coming out of this person's mouth.
And there's a second figure, human figure, before at the base of this, whose arms are sunk into the water.
Sunk into the water, they're wearing a cowl, monk's robes, very similar to what you've seen from both the younger Brother Darien and the older Brother Darien.
This may be Vic.
Yep.
Cold person.
I'm gonna.
Okay, so
She's been running.
we're attacking. We're doing this.
Yeah, we're doing this. She was been wanting to do this the whole time.
Hold
Whole person. This,
No, it's
this
okay,
is a
you can run.
humanoid. It is there. We can get it.
Okay, so this is a saving throw on their behalf.
And
You're only doing it on one target, which means you
Sorry
get.
if I interrupted you.
No.
No,
Oh, I was just gonna
mine
say I
is-
take out my magic bow.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
magic
I
bow would be
will
a
charge.
good time for that.
Are you going to go? What are you up to? Got it.
This pony's got one trick.
Yeah. Well,
thing.
Well, I'm invisible now.
you're invisible, and
Yeah.
you will be not visible as soon as you
right.
cast it. I'm just saying, do your one trick before I reach it.
Yes.
Okay.
Will do.
Okay, but since hold person was declared first, the spell is cast. This figure, hearing casting, stands up, still with his back to you, and blood is dripping off of both of his hands
Ooh.
as he stands up. And as you're charging in and approaching, you can see that on the fountainhead there is a much nicer silver bowl, even than the ones that were outside on the pedestals, in which a glowing, obviously magical sword is resting.
Oh.
The talking sword.
Yeah.
Oh.
So in terms of other actions, so hold person does not seem to have succeeded.
Yeah.
Oh,
I used it though, so.
Yes, you did use it.
Bam.
So you're charging and attacking with a dagger?
No. The wand. The wand.
Oh, the wand. The wand. Okay.
Yeah, no, no, no.
It seems to work. I mean,
Okay.
Yeah.
He's been lucky in his
He has been
rolls.
fortunate.
No, you've been lucky in the rolls.
And you actually continue to be lucky in your rolls. Astonishingly enough.
Not gonna be lucky in love, he's lucky,
It's a
lucky in
save.
rolls, right? There you go.
Bagels. 7. Okay. We got a better sheet for this. So the 14, so that goes 7. Okay.
I understand.
Cold effect goes off and also affects the fountainhead.
Right.
And
Oh.
the water around it, which does actually begin to freeze and congeal.
Good.
And as it does,
Could be bad.
some kind of like tendril of water begins to emerge as well from the pool, directly next to Vic, as Vic turns to look.
It is Vic.
That is it.
Come on, it's obviously Vic.
It could have been another Doreen for all we know.
Turns to look at all of
Beverly
you
Hills.
and just says, "Too soon." And Vic is casting as well, but so you did your action. You did your action.
I have done my action.
You two still have to
I've
attack.
already
You're
done.
doing your arrows, and you're just charging.
I'm charging and going to hit
Charging
him.
full. Let's just do the math here. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, you can cross that distance,
Okay.
even with a little uphill, and take a shot at him.
Thank you.
Take your shot.
Here's my shot.
Oh, 19.
A 19.
19 will hit. And you were swinging with
The warhammer,
battle axe.
The battle axe. from
battle
the
axe. The battle axe. I
Minotaur.
haven't changed from that. So I'm armor class
Minotaur.
3.
Yep. Okay. Okay, you come up and deal a solid hit to this guy. As you approach him and hit him, he's actually substantially bled himself out, it would appear.
Yeah.
So he does not look good to start with.
Okay.
Oh. Ooh. We might be helping him.
And so, yes, arrow.
Yeah.
Chris.
yeah.
Oh, that's a 10.
Or
It's a
20.
20. I
20?
think.
Yeah, is it
Yeah,
natural 20?
it's the
Woohoo!
black-
Natural
Nice.
20.
20.
I was
With
due.
those-
20.
Yes.
It was saving up all those.
And you're
misses.
using the silver tips?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
why not?
okay. And that will, yeah. 10, sorry, it's 18. Okay. Okay. Now it's Vic's turn. Vic decides
No
hold
Vic,
person. And so,
Dang it.
4 of us.
yep, there are 4 of you. So please make 4 saving throws,
Oh,
Oh.
all of you. And saving
Affects
throw
more
versus
than
magic.
one person?
not real raggy.
Yeah, you can choose to have it do
1 to 4, if I remember
Yes,
right.
It's okay, I'm with you. I also just rolled a 1.
Yeah.
I got a
So got
16.
2 ones. You're
Yeah.
both held. You're fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. I barred it.
And so both Tordak
Oh, there you got it.
and
19.
Joe's
19.
are held. Okay, so yeah, you are suddenly like rooted in place.
You design
Yes.
well.
It says it will affect 1 to 4 points. But again, this is a point where you'd argue, does that mean we roll randomly how many people you affect? Or can it affect
Yeah,
up
yeah,
to
yeah.
4? You know?
Yeah.
We go with the DM.
Yep.
Just pointing out.
Always.
And so,
I see.
yes. What are you doing?
What effect did my cold blast have? You said it froze up some of the water elements, but what did it do to the?
A big tendril showed up.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. That's
Yeah,
right.
big tendril showed up.
I'm thinking. And time's not
Okay.
my friend.
Regdar the Fortunate.
Yeah.
What would you like to
frozen,
attempt?
aren't
He's frozen.
Oh, you're-
held.
You're
Yeah,
held.
we're held.
These 2 are held.
Yeah.
We
Oh,
are not.
I'm sorry, you're not. Oh, I'm sorry, I totally marked this down.
We're in the
Regdar is.
position.
No, I rolled
I
a
marked-
20 to hit and then
Okay.
a 1 on my
So Tordak,
saves.
you're up.
So there's balance
Yeah,
in the
there's
world.
balance.
Okay, take another shot at him.
Yeah, no one's gonna show.
Just a 9. I don't know what he's wearing.
9 is not going to hit him in this round.
9 is if he's 8 armor class 8. Well, plus 2, 11. Because that's what you told me.
Yeah.
How long
it
does
is
a
plus
full
two.
person
That
last?
gets me to an armor class 6.
You're
Several
still
rounds?
not,
Okay.
still not going to get him.
We gotta will my pinky
Okay.
to move.
Okay.
So he turns and picks up the sword.
Oh. No. Can we say no? No. big
He's
no.
looking at the held people.
I go.
Yes.
I go before him.
Yes, go.
Okay. I'm going. I'm going to use the last charge.
Go for it. Well, I'm in the way.
Probably wise.
I'll use it in a way where it doesn't catch you in it.
No, it's a cone effect that goes out, 60 feet.
Can it be a waffle effect instead?
Yes.
Maybe it's a waffle cone. It's a waffle. That's what it is.
Go for it anyway. Okay. Go for it anyway.
As you wish.
He'll regen. He'll be fine, right?
Even if dead.
He's doing great.
We have cure serious wounds still.
Yeah, you can use a CSW.
This is pretty grim.
What?
But
9 turns.
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah, you guys are off the board for this one.
dang it!
Person?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to hit the big gun.
Oh no!
And I might not get as good of a roll this time.
You might not. In which case, I'll have to carry forward.
Oh no, TK.
Actually,
TPK.
that is a pretty
Right
bad
at the
hit.
end.
Okay.
That's a pretty bad hit on this guy. And
Oh, wait, bad for him.
Bad for
Yeah.
him.
Not bad for us.
Hang on, it gets worse. I need to make a save now.
you do need to make a save.
No.
Oh, nice.
I roll a 12.
Oh, I reduced my DC.
No, it doesn't. Let's see, fighter, 5, magic, 14.
14, you rolled a
it
12.
confirm that?
You got any other bonus that...
This is a wand.
Yes.
is a wand.
Wands have their own category
They do, which
here,
is
and that's
11.
11.
It's weaker. It's weaker.
Oh, there you go. You did it just by 1 point. GG.
Doesn't want to like all fizzle out and disintegrate or anything cool
It's
like
half
that.
damage.
You hit half
so
damage, but-
God knows if I can take half damage.
All right, so you are still up.
And
but,
not-
I
not
mean,
happy.
Not happy.
Okay. So he's reached for the sword.
Yes,
Do we go next, or do you guys
he's going to go next.
Go for it.
He's on you
I know.
with
Oh
the sword.
no. No.
Don't
Fight
die.
the sword. The sword is your evil owner.
AC is 3.
Oh, I'm 3
Yeah,
because I have the battle axe.
because you have the battle axe instead of the plate and shield. And
Oh no.
I think we'll call that a miss.
Oh.
Just barely.
Okay.
You
Yes.
live for one more round.
One more round.
One more round.
What else you got up your sleeve?
What? You're going to go invisible
So I can attack from whatever.
from behind? Stealth
Right.
sneak attack.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I may not be up to help you with that. But okay, let's see what happens.
Or I could charge him with a dagger strike at this point.
I don't know what's going to be better for you.
I mean, he
You
looks
know,
terrible.
We breathe menacingly at his.
You know what he's got? A sword that basically does extra damage against magic users.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't this be a
Okay.
great time to use that?
I'll keep him occupied instead. I don't invoke the ring. I charge.
You charge?
I
Okay.
charge with my mighty dagger.
Yep, take your shot. I mean, this looks like a guy who was committing suicide when you showed up.
Yeah,
Well, let me
So,
help
like-
him along
Well,
his
yeah,
way.
we may defeat him and have our own problems.
Yes.
8,
Yeah.
I do not.
It's,
8 becomes a
It's
10.
a plus 10.
What armor class?
17.
yeah, 17.
It's 17.
17?
Yeah.
Plus 1, 18.
Okay, that'll be a hit. And what's her dagger special property? I forget. What's Litta's dagger's?
Poison?
No,
No,
it's just it's extra bonuses versus kobolds and goblins.
yeah,
That's all.
I'm just gonna remember what it was.
Secretly goblin.
It could be 2 kobolds in a monk cowl.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what I should have done. Okay.
How come I always be the butt? Okay, yeah. Sorry.
You rush him. You drive the dagger straight into his heart.
Oh.
Nice.
Hang on.
Wait.
Always listen to you.
And
He falls back
Oh no.
into the pool.
No, that's a bad one.
Is the heart on the dagger when I'm still holding it?
No.
So cool.
As he
no.
falls back into it, he just dissolves into water.
His
You
water's
mean he
dead.
dissolves?
Yes, immediately. Just like,
I
Into
go to
nothing.
him to make sure to wrap his wounds or whatever you
yeah,
do.
you need it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need
I'm
to.
down to like a couple
Am I
hit
still
points.
hold?
You are still held
still be
for a
held.
bit. Unless somebody has a Dispel Magic hanging around, you're going to be held for
a while.
For a while.
I check my bag of holding, make sure it doesn't have a tiny vial of cure anything in it that I mistakenly may have put there some
We're gonna
time
just
before.
watch ourselves die from this like beast coming out.
Yeah,
of the water.
tell me about the beast that's coming out of the water. There's a big tendril that was supposed to come
Oh,
out.
so
of
the
it.
second hit of that cone of cold actually froze that guy out immediately. Like
Oh,
the
okay.
first hit on that.
Wait, but so how does he fall into the water somatically
I got
if it's
it.
frozen? He just bounces.
Because the water is still coming down out
okay,
of this
okay,
figure
okay.
above, and like he just basically like goes into this water stream, and like just
They'd already paid for the
dissolves
special
into
effects
it.
for the
Yeah, they already paid for it.
dissolving things. So they might as well use
they
it.
put the order in. Is he still holding the sword?
No, actually, all of his material possessions seem to be left behind,
Including
as
the
he
sword?
vanishes,
Oh, the sword
including the
is there.
sword,
We
his robe.
Pick it up. We use the robe to pick up the sword.
Still good.
We do not touch it with flesh.
Yep.
Good.
Because the sword is, I believe the sword is evil and intelligent and basically caused Vec to fall.
Probably.
Is he breathing yet? Is he okay? Is he viable?
Yeah,
Is
he's
he-
breathing.
Viable, and I'll get stronger as we go along. At
He
the end
has-
of
he
9
has
turns,
2
I'll
hit
have,
points.
I'll have, at the
By
end
the
of
time
by the time they
we're
freeze,
released.
I'll have 11 hit points. Okay. Do we find anything like the reliquary?
Well, interestingly enough, as you start going through his robe,
Yes.
yeah, you do.
Oh,
There we go.
So it's not a very big reliquary.
No, no, it's not huge. The little picture may be misleading. Objects in mirror may be larger than they appear. Objects in lithograph may be larger than they appear.
All right.
And there's also a pair of magic bracers,
Okay.
which are obviously magic bracers. They've got like runes on them and stuff, and he seemed unusually
Oh.
hard to hit.
is ever spewing person still?
Yes, the whole, well, yeah, is the,
It is.
it is still squeezing blood or whatever, water out of this guy.
Water out of this figure.
Is this a illusion? Because the area leading to here was illusionary.
Yeah, it could be an illusion.
Okay. We have rules here.
I mean,
It said
the
top
water
of
seems to be
temple.
real,
Yeah.
right? But I mean, this could be an illusion.
And we may have something waiting for us up topside, or not.
True.
If you can figure out how to get out of here, of course.
Oh, she's got a map.
There's lots of comments in chat about the butter knife of doom, the plastic cutlery of slaying, the vorpal spork. And I don't think Kinchlock says, I don't think this is how Viking burial rite works. Excalibur blunt.
Yes.
That's pretty good.
That's from
pretty good.
Cobalt Ninja. Thank you guys.
Yes. Appreciated from the peanut gallery. We do our best to entertain.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So,
But yeah, I mean, and there's no sign of any body.
Okay.
Or indeed of any blood outside. At least there may be still some on the ground,
on the
but
ice,
not in the fountain or
Yeah,
in the
I
ice.
think the whole dimension of that is. Yeah. I'm still puzzling out the factions here. The satyrs and snakes are
Satyrs and
thematic
snakes.
here, and this probably maybe have been an old temple that they discovered and utilized for brewing, for example, and that's why it affects the brewing material, but didn't get back this far in order to, basically. But Vec did.
Yeah.
So Vec knew how to get in here.
Back? Nah.
Vecna.
I see what you did
We've
there.
reached that time of night. Okay, from this point on, things may get rather silly.
Okay.
Just,
Well,
we've
yeah,
been doing
but
this for like 5 hours.
Folks
had-
did
we've
say
had- we've
it's
had-
Saturday that we're playing on.
In the park.
Oh,
Maybe
man.
the 4th of July.
While I'm frozen.
I think we wait for them to
Yes,
defrost.
we'll wait
Yes.
for you to
I'm
defrost.
contemplating
Regain.
about all of the religions that I know of while I'm held. Does that?
Well, that's the problem is that, in this, since the Margrave fell, right? Like
Yeah.
there's just so much wilderness and so little civilization and all these weird cults. I mean, like I said, a lot of them, some are dedicated to springs. Springs are a big source of these like nature cults. Certainly the satyrs would suggest to you that perhaps this is some sort of a fae cult.
Oh.
That the serpent iconography is not entirely incompatible with that either.
Right.
Yeah.
But like some sort of a fae? Evil. Definitely from a law
This is bad.
perspective, this is chaos
Yeah.
that is acting here.
I
Yeah.
feel like we need
So
to
is
get
there, a
rid
way,
of
is there a
this.
way of despoiling this temple effectively? Is there a way of deconsecrating it?
Make it holy.
And is it our word?
I was going to say, I mean, we've kind of accomplished our mission goals.
We have found Brother Doreen.
Yeah.
We have returned the non-magical and magical holy relics. We basically have it.
Would turn undead work? Because this thing is constantly.
No.
You can try it. It's not. Yeah.
So what's the third thing we were after?
We just find the body,
No, found Doreen.
get the relic,
Yeah.
get gold.
We didn't know about the
Their treasure.
Yeah,
Well, you
the
did
treasures
find
was for
two
us.
boluses that
just
pull life.
It does feel like the treasure end we haven't succeeded at. So,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you do
Probably
have this.
behind the magic door.
You have
behind
this
the door.
cursed sword.
yeah, we have a
We do
cursor.
the sword.
We're still giving that back to the temple.
There's a nearby volcano we can throw it in.
Yeah.
It's a longer trek.
I just.
I think we leave. I think we're done.
Yeah.
Well, how would you like to leave?
It's a good question.
We can try to go out through the goblin tunnel.
Isn't there a end of adventure door?
Are
Just
we?
go through the
Finish.
straight up.
We're not we're not playing an MMO.
Yeah.
Because so there's not an exit right next
That's
to
where
the
I came
boss room. We're basically, what, we could have come in here? No, because you come up on a cliff, you have to jump off
Yeah,
of it,
go
you
back.
get up to it, and because cliffs are impossible.
Now, there's a mushroom circle you just step
Oh
in.
wait! There's still
There
the
you go.
secret door.
There's still a door we could not come in.
That's probably the
Having
treasure.
defeated this, we checked that door. Still locked.
Checking door.
Oh yeah, still locked.
Look for lock.
I mean, it's not locked. You believe it is magically
It's
sealed.
magically sealed. We don't have anything that allows
It's
us.
got a magic seal. Is it the seal of approval?
Hong Kong.
Thanks.
Well, if we can get up
running out.
top, we could theoretically get Miley's item
True.
and then come back.
But we have to get out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is blocked by the.
Is it?
Listen. Oh,
We go back and check. Is it still blocked?
It is.
Well, I mean, we could go through these goblin tunnels. And
Yeah.
presumably, they will dump out onto
Goblins?
the surface. at some
listening.
point.
What does the listening? That's what.
Yeah. We listen.
Yes. Like we've never listened before.
Standing in front of that thing, we listen.
And there's also that person who's gagged, right?
Right. Tap the hand that's gagging him.
Kits and Fox
You-
says break the lock with another lock. Not sure what that means.
You don't hear anything that seems salient. Yeah. The water's still running. You can hear that.
Mouth closed.
I mean, you have some poison. You could try throwing poison in the water.
I do have poison.
How did you poison the water?
I don't know. Just throwing out ideas.
I
could try.
Nah, I don't
Well,
think
folks in
that's
chat said, "Speak, friend, and enter."
Nice.
May
I don't
on.
think we're in Kazan. So.
I mean, if only anything
thing.
you had seen down here, if only anything
Yeah.
you had seen down here
Yeah.
gave you any like
Yeah.
words or something that.
Oh, like Nemesis?
Oh, you say nemesis?
Yeah.
Nemesis.
Oh yeah, the illusion disappears. Sorry to lead you by the nose. We are trying to get out of here by six.
You did lead us by the nose, but
That's
it was
okay.
also was a good call.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
I
Yeah.
was still thinking. And totally it opens.
The
door
To the
opens.
top, everybody's there. The gang. No.
No?
The people that we sent never showed up.
Oh no! When you get to the top, actually, the entire place has been burned down.
Oh,
See?
you burned it down?
No!
Why you didn't see and pointed at
I
yourself?
called that. I said we're gonna go back up there and everything's
the entire
gonna be
place has been
gone.
burned down.
The roof is gone,
Okay.
and like something.
We released
Who
something into
knows?
the world. Okay.
Who knows if you were
Or
responsible,
Beck.
but
Yeah.
something attacked this, very well entrenched encampment of men at arms.
So I looked for our 4 people, and I only looked for the Green Lantern, not because I'm cared about getting it back, as a way of identifying them in case they're that badly charred.
I mean, it looks like people scattered Actually, a lot of people had time to scatter, and it looks like it was just panic.
Yeah.
We've had a
but
dungeon,
as
so
you-
it's probably a dragon on top.
Well, of course, there's dualism
Get 'em
going here.
both.
As you come through, yeah, I mean, do you venture outside?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, you can start seeing bodies here and there, scorched.
Could we find the corpse so
look
we
for
can
other
go open the room? That's what
Take a couple turns. You look for people.
That we
Yes, you can find Bernard and his Green Lantern
bury him.
among the dead.
Yeah.
You're going to take the time to bury him?
We find
Absolutely.
my
Yeah.
With the
stuff.
lantern.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we find my Lee body.
Can we? Yeah.
Yes, well, you can't find Meowly.
Meowly,
no,
sorry.
Actually.
Oh, can't find.
And you can't find Brother Doreen either.
The elder.
Story for another time.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. What happened here?
So we'll all get together for the 100th?
Exactly. We'll be back here.
There you go, 100 anniversary.
Maybe not.
I know. I will say this. We've got a few more minutes.
Okay.
And, if we want to have some fun with this, just for like the next 15 minutes,
Okay.
we can do a little post-adventure jaunt.
Okay.
What do you say? Are we done? Or because I want to.
I'm interested in knowing what's happened. So.
Well, I'm not
Yeah.
sure this is going to shed that much light on what's happened, but it will be a further dimension to the adventure.
Okay.
Okay.
And it will bring us to a slightly different part of the OD&D system,
Okay.
which is outdoor survival.
Oh, yeah.
Because you've now entered the great outdoors, so let us clear away the things that are here. Just for a sec. Bear with me.
Okay.
This is
7 hours
going to be
later.
doable.
This is gonna be weird.
Outdoor.
What's the longest stream you've ever run, Peter?
I don't.
You're just stunned. Look
You're
at
just
you.
done? We've got until 6, right?
I know. Yeah, we got 6. Yeah.
Oh, here, don't forget your figurine.
Okay. We are cleaning. We are done.
Your figurine.
Yeah, we just want to get this space.
We're going to do an original hex crawl.
Yeah.
We're going to do a little, tiny, minuscule bit of hex crawl just because we have some time to do it.
Yeah, so
Peter
one
versus
interesting
machine. They
thing
run
in
6
OD&D
hours.
is that they suggest as equipment for the game
So
outdoor
this is
survival, which
not
is an
the end of
Avalon
the
Hill game.
campaign. This
Yeah.
is just the part of we just
Yeah.
did this dungeon.
And having read the rules for outdoor survival, you look at it and you say, how does this connect with
Yeah.
what we're talking about?
Highlights from season 2.
All right, so Mr. Premise,
Yes,
if you would, please.
Primus, please.
Rising famous.
Rising famous.
Premise, could you please put your
Put the
Ralph
guy.
Arthur miniature
Yeah.
right there?
Oh, look at that.
Alrighty.
Ah, hexes.
And your Ralph Arthur Mini's objective is to restore the reliquary to the Cathedral of Aknault. The
Okay.
Cathedral of Aknault is there.
Okay.
Okay.
And you have some rules in front of you. So who would like to have the joystick? Who would like to be the caller, effectively, of this outdoor survival
I've done
brief
this.
adventure?
I've done this for most of the afternoon. Someone else has to take up.
I'll do it.
Go for it.
Okay.
Chris, I don't have any gas left.
Oh, I have nothing left, man. But I just want to do this real quick because
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
here,
go for it. Go
and
for
let's
it.
do it. And we've got a few more minutes.
Yes.
All right.
Fine. Let's do
Okay.
this.
Oh wait, here, you guys. Do you have?
I got it.
We got it over here.
And we have a map right here.
No, that's the
You need
dungeon.
the OS one, which is
Yeah,
which?
this one. That's
I
right.
have.
This
You need
one.
the OS one.
Okay.
Okay.
There we
So you're driving, Chris.
I'm
Okay,
driving.
here we go.
All right,
Here we
so
go.
your party now needs to make it back to the city of Akinaul to restore the reliquary and presumably get some lavish reward from whoever remains alive there. That is where you start. You may travel on foot ordinarily 3 hexes per turn. And after 6 turns, you must spend 1 resting.
Yep.
The problem is one can often get lost.
Right.
And like pretty much at the beginning of every turn, we're going to roll with whether or not you're lost. And at the end of each turn, we're going to roll to whether or not there is an encounter.
Okay.
If you get lost, I mean, we can see the map in front of us. How's the mechanic of being lost work?
We'll wander around in the hex.
We will roll a die, and in accordance with that down there,
Yes.
this will show you what direction you end up being forced to go in
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
as a result of you
Remember the
being
scatter
lost.
diagrams
This was a long
from
time
the
ago,
hard
but yeah,
backs?
no. I remember
Throwing
this map.
grenades.
All right.
Now, the hard part is traversing mountain squares costs 3 movement factor. So in other words, you can only do 1 day,
Yeah.
like a turn, to go through that. And going through just forest is a 2 movement factor. So basically, since you're moving 3 hexes a turn, that means you can only go through one of those, unless you're going through trails, of which there are a couple. Desert is awful. It's really easy to get lost. You'll see what the numbers are on the cheat sheet in front of you. But let's just kick it off because we want to be done with this real quick.
we'll get this real quick.
So my suggestion is that we actually go this way to the river.
I agree.
And then follow the river
Through the woods.
to
grandmother's
here-ish and try to skirt this way.
Okay.
We have a little difficulty here, and we
Yeah.
also are going to have to get across the river. I don't
Yes.
know how.
So
Yeah.
fords can get
Fords
across
here.
rivers
We're fine.
easily.
Okay.
And so there's fords there. That'll let you cross it.
All right, let's do
So
it.
first
And
turn.
the other question I have is, what would this be?
So anywhere that you see a building that is a town, anywhere that you see a catch basin that is a castle, if
Okay.
you get too close to castles, the knight inside might want to come out and joust with you, which could be a
Jousting
real
rules.
problem.
Only from a time
We're not going to get to that today.
Yeah.
But I just want to get a little flavor of this.
Okay.
All right,
so,
follow
like,
the river.
First of all, the question is, are you lost to start with?
Oh,
On a 1, in clear, you're lost. You're always lost on a 1.
Okay.
And so a random direction.
Yeah.
So 4 means you're going down. And this is as far down as you can go in 1 turn.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. At the end of the turn,
Yeah.
turn's over. Roll for an encounter.
2.
And you're now in the woods. You do not get an encounter on a 2.
Nice.
Good.
Okay. Next day, morning starts. Are you lost? You are not
No.
lost today.
Hooray.
You may move. You're moving out of woods onto clear. You could get 3 movement factors from that. But to get around this, and
to wade
the catch basin there is in fact what you just were in. Were you in the monastery, and so like you don't count that as a castle where someone's going to come out and get you.
Yeah. Well,
Should we
so
just go
this
through
is
the
going to
forest?
cost 2,
Yeah.
Yep.
and then I guess we'll get like halfway. I
You don't
know.
really get halfway.
Yeah.
Extra movement factors discarded.
Yeah.
Okay. So at the end of the turn, is there an encounter? In woods? No.
No.
Next morning, are you lost?
No. So we can go
Okay.
straight back into the.
Now here you can take 1 more movement factor to go on to clear.
3.
Right.
Okay, nice.
Okay.
Now we're in clear.
Okay, clear. End of day. Encounter? You're in clear? No.
No.
Okay.
Ooh,
You're very
nice,
lucky.
Nice.
Morning, are you lost? You are not lost in clear. You may move 3 hexes of your choice.
3.
Perfect.
Very good.
End of day. Encounter? No encounter on clear. In the morning, are you lost? You are not lost. You may
So you can
move
go-
3 movement
Now,
factors.
is there a rule for like, no, we're just following the river? Like, can you
Right.
reduce your
That's where I
chance
was
of
going.
being lost by following the river?
Not that I'm aware of in OD&D or
Okay.
but you can get lost in the middle of a field, right? Like so, it's yes.
3. Yes.
3. Okay.
Oh no, I'm not saying it's impossible. I just say
End of day.
less
Encounter.
likely.
No. Getting lucky. Morning. Are you lost? You are not lost. 3 movement factors. Where are you taking it?
1, 2, 3.
There you go.
Okay.
Book tires.
We're gonna have to go river.
Encounter? No encounter.
No.
Morning. Are you lost? You are not lost.
Okay.
Got your 3 movement factors.
And
Now,
three-
you
Does
three
it
get through the
cost
river.
more?
Yeah, it costs 2 to get through. I'm sorry. Rivers at non-ford are 3. So if you take the ford across here, then I think ford is only 2.
A mountainous is 2.
We don't.
Can he?
Mountain with a trail is 2.
What about the mountain here? Is that just impassable?
That's 3. No,
Yeah.
you can go into it, but that's
Go into it.
3.
Yeah, just go into
and then
it and
because we
then-
leave it the next round.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is much easier to get encounters and get lost in mountains.
Okay.
Oh, right.
Encounter, you get an encounter.
Okay. What do we fight?
Dragon. You fight a dragon.
No!
Peter wants you to fight a dragon. And we're going to fight a dragon by chainmail rules.
Oh.
You want your character sheets back? Okay.
No, you don't need your character sheets back.
Okay. This is good.
This is how we get to end the adventure
Okay.
and
We're gonna death
exit
by
from this
dragon.
process. You trust me, the dragon will kill you all. Just give me a second. I'm gonna bring up some chainmail rules real
We got
quick.
halfway there though, at least.
Because we're doing this super quick and dirty. We're not going to do this with minis. We're just
Okay.
going to go against the direct fantasy combat table.
I made the god call.
Okay. I will give you each a shot on the dragon.
Oh.
Okay, and so this is a 2d6 roll.
Okay.
Okay.
So hero, which you are, versus
Yes.
dragon, 2d6. You require, hold on, let me bring it up and have it in front of me. Hero versus dragon, you need a 12.
Boxcars?
Yeah. That's it.
No.
Okay.
No.
Hero versus dragon, same. You get
Yeah.
a 12, he's dead.
Yeah.
No. There's no thing for thief. We'll give
Cleric?
you. There's no cleric. Well, for
Oh.
cleric, we'll give you wizard. I think that's kind of generous, and that's actually much better. You only need a 9.
To kill the dragon.
Yeah, to kill the dragon. It'll just be done.
Oh, we can't just.
Heart of the cards.
Nicely done, Bonsai!
Yay!
Bonsai, baby, you did it!
I got a 10. We killed the dragon.
And a child led them all. Awesome!
All right. Thank you all so much for playing.
Thank you.
That's a big thank you to John Peterson.
Thank you. Think about it, John.
Dungeon Master and our guest players, Gabriel Vega, Chris Pramus, Bonsai Baby, and Jeff Grubb. Thank you so much for DMing. Thank you so much for coming. Wow, this was a great way to kick off this is our Gen Con TV celebrating 50 years of Dungeons & Dragons. We're doing this every Saturday. This was the first of 6 Saturdays. We're going to go chronologically through every edition of Dungeons & Dragons. I mean, generally every edition. This counted as all basic edition, expert set, everything original D&D. Next week will be Advanced Dungeons & Dragons. Luke Gygax will be here to DM it. Week after that, we will have second edition D&D with David Zeb Cook DMing it.
Yay.
The week after that, we will have Jonathan Tweet here to DM 3rd edition, then Rob Heinzu, 4th edition, then Mike Merle's 5th edition. For the last 4 editions, we have the lead designers for each edition here, and many of the people that worked on it, like, Monty Cook, Bruce Cordell, Wolfgang Bauer. I mean, just like Sean Reynolds. I mean, it is a veritable who's who of Andy Collins. I mean, yeah. So stay tuned. Come back right here every Saturday, 10 a.m. Pacific time. We'll talk about the game with people that worked on the game. We're really close to it, and then we'll play the game. It'll be just, it'll be glorious.
It'll be
Celebrating
amazing.
the whole evolution of Dungeons & Dragons. And John is going to come back for at least
For second.
For
I
second
will be here
edition, right?
for second as
Maybe
a player.
fourth.
I will be in your chairs.
Yeah, he'll be coming back in
There
second.
you go.
Yeah, that's our stick. So thank you for stopping by, and we have a lot of other great shows on Gen Con TV. Check us out. We've got stuff. Anyway, games. Tired. That's it.
Yes,
Bye.
this was
Get
a
us
lot.
out of here, Joe.
That's
Thank you.
a wrap.
Bye. Thanks for watching.
Defeated a dungeon and a dragon.
I have to have done.